Hey guys, today we're going to be reading my book, Everything You Should Know About Healthy Blood Sugar. Simple Strategies to Conquer Almost Any Health Problem. Chapter 1. Introduction. I was born twisted up in my mother's womb, with dislocated hips, and I lived with chronic pain every day for 25 years. I was so fragile that I could turn my head too quickly and then have to wear a neck brace to school for the next week or two. I couldn't play basketball or fight or do most of the things that a young boy might want to do. I had insomnia, chronic involuntary muscle twitches and cramps, chronic stomach pain, acne, headaches, and I also had chronic low blood sugar. I had all of these problems until I learned the things that are in this book, and all of these problems were alleviated miraculously fast when I applied this information. On my 26th birthday, I started on the final missing piece of my puzzle, in the form of a handful of sample packets of a bone and joint supplement. In less than a week I could sleep perfectly, I had no more muscle pains, cramps, or twitches, and I could comfortably roll my neck all the way around for the first time in my life. Low blood sugar seems to be minor compared to those other things, but I now know that it was all connected. Though my major concerns disappeared quickly, it took several years to really figure out the eating and drinking required to provide and sustain healthy blood sugar. It turns out that it is less complicated to rebuild a knee nutritionally than it is to have healthy blood sugar all the time. This is because a blood sugar problem is not an on-off switch. Having healthy blood sugar is part of being healthy in general, and the recipe for a healthy body involves tuning several dials, including macronutrients, foods, and micronutrients like vitamins and minerals. You could think of our bodies like a car in a crude metaphor. You could think of food, macronutrients, like gasoline. It is true that our bodies take most of our food and turn it into glucose, which is food for the cells. In the cell, glucose is basically burned, like gasoline, to provide heat energy. Higher up, our daily energy comes largely from this micro-metabolism, the burning of glucose. But a vehicle requires more than gasoline. It also requires oil to reduce friction in the engine, power steering fluid to maneuver smoothly with ease, brake fluid for the brake lines to function, and so on. The human body has a much longer list of functions, and a much longer list of nutritional requirements than even the most complicated human technology today. In this book, I've attempted to outline how your body car works, in simple terms, and the basic answers to how to actually get all the stuff your body needs in your daily life. Everything on my list of health problems, except blood sugar, was obviously a problem. Pain and inflammation are clear, but blood sugar is not so easy to notice, even when it is happening to you. Symptoms of blood sugar problems can appear as everything from headaches to gangrene. Mood and behavior problems, many sleep problems, and simple things like getting tired after a meal are all symptoms of a blood sugar problem. And all tend to have many other things blamed as the cause. Your behavior problem can be blamed on your relationship with your parents, and your nightmares can be blamed on stress. Even though the relationship between blood sugar problems and practically every other problem you can name is well established in proper scientific publications, this information is barely applied when it comes to standard practice. You or your child may be given pharmaceutical, psychoactive drugs for a behavioral or attention problem, and the mainstream response to your gangrene is antibiotics and painkillers until the limb is amputated. Blood sugar problems are not fixed with drugs, tests, or surgeries, and yet these are all the mainstream medical world has to offer someone with a blood sugar problem. Whether the problem is minor, like waking up at night to urinate, or major, like diabetes, high-tech medicine gives us a collective shrug of the shoulders. The reason for this is because nutrition is not on the list of required education for any medical specialty. Your endocrinologist requires a medical degree just like your regular family doctor, but neither of them require a course in nutrition. If doctors were required to learn about nutrition, they might be forced into some uncomfortable realizations. Since nutritional studies are heavily based in animal research and husbandry, one of these realizations would probably be the curious fact that wild animals do not get blood sugar problems. Generally, wild animals tend not to have diabetes, arthritis, clogged arteries, or cancer, but all of these were commonly found in captive animals until we figured out their nutrition. Animal foods are now standardized, and every species you can name has a formula that includes the nutrients required to prevent all of the diseases known to humanity, including those in the blood sugar category. Every disease that a human can develop can also develop in any mammal. When it comes to diabetes, any vertebrate, an animal with a spine, can experience it, from a snake to a hummingbird. Farmers learn these facts in agricultural school, but doctors do not learn this in medical school. Similarly, many primitive human populations are known to avoid diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and pretty much everything else that modern medicine has failed to eradicate. The blend of knowledge from successful primitive people and modern animal nutrition provides the recipe for us modern people to correct our blood sugar problems. When my problems disappeared, I immediately started telling people what I had learned. And I also started selling the nutritional products that helped me. I quickly realized that products alone were not enough. People needed to understand the information before they would willingly apply it. And the strategies involved are more than just consuming products. If you take all the essential nutrients required for healthy blood sugar, but continue to eat the standard American diet, you will most likely continue to have a blood sugar problem. Our cultural habit of reacting to problems instead of preventing them is one reason why medicine is not helpful in rectifying a blood sugar problem. Medicine is about responding to health problems. Whether the medicine is a natural herbal concoction or a pharmaceutical drug, the intent and the method is the same. Respond to a health problem after it has occurred. This method is appropriate when it comes to infections and other pathogenic sicknesses, but it makes no sense for health issues that are caused by nutritional problems. Medicines can kill bugs. They can ease our pain, they can thin our blood and improve our circulation, and all kinds of great things. But no medicine can correct a nutritional problem. Blood sugar problems are not caused by pathogens. Livestock and primitive people do not prevent diabetes by having the best medicines. They have what they need in their lifestyles. My job now is simply to help people get healthy. One of the keys to being healthy is having healthy blood sugar. Every day I am asked what this means, and the answer can be fairly complicated, but the strategies are not. Once you understand why, the list of things to do and to avoid are in the recipe, or the protocol, to attain healthy blood sugar. Actually applying it is not that difficult. I am now in my 7th year in this business, and I think I have finally figured out how to communicate these strategies effectively. I don't have any university degrees, and I don't think anyone needs to know any 3-syllable Latin words to understand the basic concepts and strategies required to be healthy. I like to say that any idiot can heal themselves. Often we give our recommendations in point form. Footnote 1. Our, or we, usually refers to the people, myself included, who believe in Dr. Joel Wallach's explanation for diseases. Sometimes I am referring to the specific team I am in business with promoting these strategies. Return to text. Often we give our recommendations in point form, which doesn't help you understand why we recommend do these things and don't do these other things. When the reason for the advice isn't adequately understood, I really don't expect the average person to actually follow it. All of us that came to this table with a blood sugar problem had some habit or missing piece that I hope to make clear here. This book is my attempt to fully explain the steps and theory behind achieving healthy blood sugar. These days, many of the people we deal with are already health conscious. They already try to eat well, and most of them already take some supplements and herbs. Many of these health conscious people still have a blood sugar problem, but only need to add a few things and subtract a few things from their diet and supplements because they are already doing many things correctly. Many people these days are already aware that they need to take care of themselves, and these people tend to already live by a few of our rules. They don't want to take drugs. They don't want to get sick or develop cancer. Smoking rates have been declining for decades, as has the consumption of saturated fat and cholesterol, which supports the idea that people are more health conscious today than ever. Anyone who already believes that the answer to health must be somewhere other than mainstream medicine already understands the basis for our alternative approach. Rather than treating a problem, we believe that the body can have healthy blood sugar, weight, skin, lungs, and so on, simply by providing the body with the nutrition it needs, and consciously avoiding the things that screw up the body. It sounds too simple, but it is the true solution to blood sugar problems. Before 2020, we did a lot of events. Everything from small vendor markets and parking lots, flea markets and churches, to major health conventions in big cities. The people who come to these events in dire need of answers for serious health problems tend to be doing almost everything wrong. They might be required to change almost everything about the way they eat, both the ingredients and the way they are cooked, and add a serious and relatively expensive supplement regimen if they really want to become healthy as fast as possible. Though the average person is in rough shape and habitually eats all the wrong foods, the truth is that the average person will only need to take a fraction of the advice in this book for them to get their blood sugar under control. Most people take only some of our advice or products and achieve a result. In blue-collar towns and cities, where we do most of our footwork, our average customer continues their bad habits, while simply adding the missing nutrients. They continue smoking, drinking, eating junk foods, and so on. But many or most of them still reduce or eliminate their symptoms. If we are lucky, they quit one or two bad foods. Hardly anyone follows all of our advice, yet we remain in business because the few core strategies are so successful, even without full compliance. I live in a small town, far removed from any city, and yet there is a reasonably sized health food section at my local grocery store. It has gluten-free cookies and noodles and crackers and cereals. It has supposedly healthier chips, which tend to be made from something more exotic than the humble potato. They have fermented milk or kefir, organic honey, and all kinds of trendy health foods and supplements. Even out here in a little mining town, there are enough health-conscious people to sustain a large section of the grocery store. Organic food is becoming a standard option, even in restaurants. All of this suggests that the will to invest in our health is already there, and yet diabetes and other blood sugar problems continue to rise. Since I am in the health business, I know that many people who are dealing with blood sugar problems in themselves or their children do already eat well. Not only that, they tend to exercise. They tend to meditate. They tend to raise their kids well and earn good livings and seem to do everything right, and yet they can't seem to get their blood sugar under control. Many of these health-conscious people will already be familiar with some of the ingredients in this recipe for healthy blood sugar, but they are missing one or more of the keys. A lot of this is mainstream knowledge at this point, and I hope to tie it all together and add the pieces that are not so well known. Since blood sugar problems are associated with so many other health problems, using the strategies in this book will probably alleviate those too. Though I cannot conclusively prove it, I believe all serious health problems such as cancer and autoimmune diseases will have a blood sugar problem involved. I will attempt to make the case in this book that the same food problems and nutrient deficiencies that cause blood sugar issues also cause practically every other health problem plaguing the modern world. If everything from seasonal allergies to osteoporosis to the wide range of blood sugar problems is caused by long-term eating habits and missing nutrients, then roughly the same food and supplement protocol can be used to support all of those body systems, which should alleviate the various problems. Since we operate mostly online these days, we do not actually see our clients in real life. We do not need to see any blood tests or perform any physical tests of any kind, and I don't care much about what their current blood sugar levels are. That might sound wild to someone who has been involved in the medical system. You don't need to know my blood sugar levels to help me with my blood sugar? Really? The body can regulate itself. Any help we offer is not actually us doing the work. We give food and nutrient advice and we expect the body to do the rest. We don't need to know the numbers because we expect the body to bring the numbers under control, regardless of what they currently are. I say this with confidence because we see this all the time. People take the advice to varying degrees, and most of them do achieve healthy blood sugar. It's one of the quicker results we expect in this business. I've seen people get off their blood sugar medications in less than a week, with permission from their doctors, using the advice in this book. They also tend to be on blood pressure medications if they have a blood sugar problem, and usually these people drop those as well. We cannot tell people to take or not to take medications, but we can talk about them and encourage the person to work with whoever prescribed them. Our advice has nothing to do with drugs. Any doctor can see whether their medications are still necessary or not by doing the same tests they used to diagnose the original problem. This also goes for hormones, neurotransmitters, body temperature, pH, and so on. The body can regulate itself if it is healthy. Achieving a healthy body is our objective. Healthy blood sugar is an automatic consequence of a healthy body. As I am giving health advice, and I am not a licensed medical practitioner, I am obligated to offer you a disclaimer. The advice and information in this book is not intended to treat a disease. What we are really doing is helping you get healthy. A healthy person does not have a disease or symptoms requiring medical treatment. Treating a problem and eliminating a problem by becoming healthy might sound like the same thing, but legally they are very different. I am allowed to help you get healthy, but I am not allowed to specifically diagnose, treat, or cure a disease. My first health book, Fake Diseases, goes into this concept much further, but for our purposes here, you must only understand that every blood sugar problem, except type 1 diabetes, requires no medical intervention of any kind. No tests, drugs, or surgeries are necessary. Diseases are names for groups of symptoms. Some diseases have a singular cause, such as vitamin C deficiency causing the symptoms we call scurvy. But most symptoms and diseases have multiple influences. Someone with scurvy will probably also have other problems. It's almost impossible to be deficient in only one vitamin at a time. Singular nutrient deficiencies hardly exist outside of laboratories. The average civilian eats everything on our list of bad foods all the time, guaranteeing multiple deficiencies. Though health consciousness is popular, few people know the full list of nutrients they require for healthy bones, brain, liver, metabolism, and healthy blood sugar. Even fewer know how to actually attain that list and get it in the body efficiently and affordably. As you improve your health, your body will be able to regulate its blood sugar. It may not happen rapidly, but it can. The food recommendations are the same for children and adults, as are the nutritional requirements. I don't expect anyone to implement everything on our to-do list immediately, but I expect them to start somewhere and begin to improve. I expect them to start on eliminating the bad foods, but I know that it will take time to completely replace everything in the average kitchen. None of this has anything to do with genetics or pharmaceutical management. It is not necessary to blame your genes or attempt to regulate your body chemically. There are no side effects to being healthy. Most people don't know there is a solid nutritional option simply because their doctors never told them about it. Chapter 2. Type 1 Diabetes. Probably the biggest source of confusion in speaking about healthy blood sugar is the categorical difference between type 1 diabetes and every other form of blood sugar problem. Since type 1 is fundamentally different, we will cover it first. Type 1, in our view, is a birth defect, and it only comprises about 2% of the diabetic population. We call it an inborn error of metabolism. You would think that this would be an agreed, objective reality, but since there are many different theories about type 1, I have to point out that this type 1 is a birth defect viewpoint is not commonly held. All mammals and all vertebrates can be born with type 1 diabetes. If all the correct nutrients are not in place during pregnancy, this inborn error of metabolism prevents enough insulin from being produced. Insulin is a hormone. It's a peptide hormone, which means that it's a small protein. It gets blood sugar, glucose, into cells. Wikipedia says that it regulates the metabolism of carbohydrates, fats, and protein, which is true. Carbs, fats, and proteins are all turned into glucose to feed the cells. And without insulin, the end stages of metabolism, getting the glucose into cells and using it, is compromised. Imagine one guy standing in front of a big furnace, shoveling in coal. He's got a conveyor belt of coal piling up in the room, and he's got to keep shoveling it in. This guy is kind of like insulin, except that every cell in every organ of your body, from the liver to the skeleton, is supposed to have whole crews of workers shoveling in glucose, basically all the time. With type 1, imagine a small crew of shovelers trying to handle the work of a crew 100 times larger. Coal is delivered faster and faster in larger and larger quantities. As the baby becomes a child and the child becomes an adolescent, they are eating more and more. The body grows and has much bigger systems with much higher demands for all nutrients, yet there's only a few little insulin workers tirelessly, hopelessly shoveling. Coal keeps piling up in our metaphor as glucose remains trapped outside of cells, unable to perform its ultimate function. We use a lot of insulin. Each molecule only lasts from 5 to 15 minutes, so the demand for replenishment is relentless. Insulin is a hormone, and hormones are the messengers of the body. They are defined as any substance that is produced in one part of the body and causes an action somewhere else. And beyond that, they are not easy to characterize, since hormones take many forms and perform many different functions. There are several nutrients that can be potentially missing in the mother's system that will produce this birth defect. Generally, we don't like to pick out individual nutrients, because all of the essential nutrients are required for a healthy body and a healthy pregnancy. They all work together, and when any of them are missing, the whole recipe can fall apart. Since nutrient deficiencies are most likely to happen with more than one nutrient at a time, filling in the 1, 2, or handful of nutrients known to prevent birth defects can still cause a problem. The nutrients that are key for one system in the body will have relationships with other nutrients that may not be important for the thing we are discussing. They all work together somewhere in the body. I'm only saying this because we often see upset comments when we do not specifically outline the individual nutrient or nutrients responsible for the thing being discussed. The reason we avoid discussing individual nutrients as much as possible is because people tend to run out and buy that one nutrient. As will be covered, there are many reasons why nutrients in general are very deficient in our food supply, and so it will never be wise to single out individual nutrients for individual benefits. Since all the essential nutrients work together, we want to take them all for the amalgamated benefit of being healthy, including all systems in the body. Sometimes we need to boost one or a few key nutrients to support a specific system, but that is still in addition to a baseline of these nutrients. Though I do often discuss individual nutrients, and I will in this book, I do so at the risk of failing to emphasize the importance of all 90 essential nutrients. I have included the full list of nutrients in the endnotes, but I know that the list itself is not that helpful. You can't run out and buy the whole list effectively. We do sell products containing what we believe are smart formulas, but for these formulas to make sense, first we have to understand the different types of nutrients and how people in the wild actually got them. We will discuss all of this. But here for type 1, this is relevant because our opinion about the solution to birth defects is not only to take the nutrients known to prevent birth defects, but also to ensure that all the essential nutrients are being consumed, as well as avoiding a few bad foods. What has specifically gone wrong in the birth defect resulting in type 1 diabetes is a disruption in the beta cells, which are the cells that make insulin in the pancreas. The pancreas is a gland, which is any organ that produces and releases substances into the body. The pancreas contains clusters of cells known as islets of Langerhans. This was discovered in 1868 by a medical student in Berlin, Paul Langerhans, who had no idea what these islets were for. Among these clusters of cells are the beta cells. About 20 years after this discovery came the understanding that their function was to produce a chemical that was initially called iletin. We now call that chemical insulin. In addition to making insulin, the pancreas makes pancreatic juices, which contain many enzymes that are required to digest food components. An enzyme is a biological catalyst, something that starts a chemical reaction, like the spark plugs in a car providing ignition for a whole chain reaction of processes to kick off. Enzymes are required to digest the food proteins, fats, sugars, and starches that we consume. For example, the enzyme lactase is required to break down and digest the sugar lactose. By the way, lactose intolerance is basically the same problem as type 1, an inborn error of metabolism, which leads to not enough lactase being produced. With insufficient lactase, lactose fails to be broken down properly, and the familiar bloating, cramping, and diarrhea is the result, as those symptoms are caused by foods not being digested properly. Other enzymes include lipases that digest fats or lipids, and proteases that digest protein, as well as enzymes that digest sugars and starches. There are enzymes produced in several parts of our body that are required to break down and absorb every type of food component. Without enough insulin, the body must have some outside source, which in our modern case is provided by synthetic insulin. Endnote 2. Synthetic is often a misleading term when talking about nutrients or enzymes. Synthetic basically just means that it was produced in a laboratory or commercial setting, It has nothing to do with whether it is natural or not. In the case of synthetic insulin, it used to come primarily from pigs and cows. Their pancreases make insulin and enzymes just like ours, and we simply harvested them. Now most synthetic insulin comes from bacteria or yeast, and some fairly complicated genetic recombining. Though I cannot claim to fully understand the process, my interpretation is that insulin-producing genes are entered into the bacterium E. coli or yeast, which then produce insulin that is easily harvested. Return to text. The type 1 diabetic will require this synthetic insulin for the duration of their life. Our aim is to help people improve their overall health, even if this specific problem cannot be fixed. In most cases, with the basic food and supplementation protocol, the person with type 1 will be able to significantly reduce their need for insulin. Chances are they are producing a small bit of insulin themselves. This is especially true for those who were diagnosed during puberty. They were producing enough to evade diagnosis until they started to grow and have new hormonal demands. Suddenly there was not enough insulin there for the bigger child to get glucose into the cells. They didn't have enough shovelers anymore. Invariably, the type 1 diabetic will have other symptoms of poor health. They might be overweight, they might have acne or asthma, or get migraines or muscle cramps. Basically any common complaint, or even another separate disease, can exist alongside type 1. This is true for any disease. Someone with arthritis can also have diabetes, for example, and both will likely have a blood pressure problem, tooth decay, and be at risk for everything from cataracts to cysts. The problem isn't thinking that type 1 is causing these other problems. It is not. Type 1 diabetes is strictly a lack of insulin, and that problem is taken care of with the use of synthetic insulin. Type 1 does not cause any other problem, and if someone has any other problems, as long as it is not another inborn error of metabolism, then those other problems are reversible. All birth defects are completely preventable, including this particular inborn error of metabolism. But once it happens, it cannot be undone by any method we currently know about. Someone with type 1 can still be healthy, following everything to be covered in this book, but they will still need insulin. This is merely to say that the person with type 1 can get their weight under control, or get rid of their chronic pain, stop the migraines, and any other standard health problem. They'll still need insulin, but they do not need to deal with arthritis, as that problem has nothing to do with insulin. Both type 1 and type 2 diabetics are encouraged to continue monitoring their blood sugar, and once their levels are consistently lower, they can safely reduce their doses of synthetic insulin and other medications. The general benchmark for someone achieving healthy blood sugar is for their blood glucose to consistently be below 100 milligrams per deciliter after meals. This should be the advice issued from a standard physician already. If their metrics improved, less medication is required. The same is true with any medication that is meant to manage a symptom. If the symptom improves, the medication can be reduced. Some doctors will say that this means the drugs are working and should not be reduced. You know your own history. If you know that the drugs have not done much other than keep you from dying for several years, and suddenly you changed some foods and added some supplements and are now testing better, you know this is not an effect of the drugs. Doctors don't expect diabetes to get better. The way they describe chronic and degenerative disease in general, they don't understand reversal. Outside of infections and injuries, they generally expect health problems to get worse until the patient eventually dies, from that problem or another. The job of the doctor is to manage pain and inflammation and irregular heartbeats, not fix these problems. Remember that medicine is there to react to things, not to fix your lifestyle. Insurance doesn't pay for your lifestyle changes. It pays for doctors to do tests and write prescriptions and perform surgeries. If you get hit by a car, you will be in pain. It is appropriate to take drugs to ease the pain, for a while. Once you are healed, it is appropriate to stop. Despite the beliefs of some zealous doctors, I believe this same method should apply to most other health problems. It might seem that we are off topic here from type 1 diabetes, but it is likely that the type 1 patient is on more than just insulin. They are likely taking other drugs that are designed to manage blood sugar, the same types that a type 2 diabetic would be prescribed, and very likely to be taking something to regulate blood pressure as well. The person with type 1 must simply know that every drug other than insulin is not necessary and can safely be reduced with medical supervision as your symptoms improve. The type 1 situation gets a bit complicated when we factor in the possibility of a misdiagnosis. At this point in my career, I tend to assume that most cases of type 1 have been misdiagnosed. Of course, not every case is a misdiagnosis, but misdiagnosis is so rampant that my starting assumption is that the person does not actually have type 1. Misdiagnosis is part of the larger problem of overdiagnosing. The medical world seems to want to call every conceivable health problem a disease. Everything from obesity to addiction to depression is diagnosable and treatable according to doctors. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, 3.5 million American children were taking medication for attention deficit hyperactive disorder, ADHD, in a period between 2003 and 2011. Those 3.5 million are 69% of kids who were diagnosed with ADHD. In 2010, Consumer Reports said that more than 80% of children who are diagnosed with ADHD take prescription medications at some point to treat their symptoms. Apparently, most of them stayed on those drugs. What this means is that diagnosis leads to treatment. This leads to insurance payments and the medical system running smoothly. Overdiagnosis is a predictable result of this system. If you go to a doctor, their job is to diagnose you with something. Treatment follows diagnosis. Since the average person is eating foods that are messing them up, and eating from a food supply that is catastrophically deficient in essential micronutrients, the average person will have some kind of health problem. Since the medical establishment can't fix most of the problems you would go to a doctor about, cases accumulate. This is true for ADHD as well as diabetes. If doctors understood ADHD, then there would not be millions of kids on drugs to manage the problem, because they would have gotten rid of the problem. I hope this makes sense. Overdiagnosis is commonly talked about as if doctors and pharmaceutical companies are deliberately diagnosing people who, they say, may not qualify for the diagnosis. I don't think this is the whole story. Obviously, it is good for the industry if there are more things formally declared a disease, as this opens up pharmaceutical treatment options. But most doctors, I assume, do want to help people. The shame is that they don't know how to deal with chronic and degenerative problems. ADHD is a chronic problem. To claim that overdiagnosis is only from the greed of the medical establishment is to dismiss the fact that there are indeed rampant behavioral problems in our society. I agree that these people do not deserve to be labeled with a disease, but I also believe that the rampant diagnoses are genuinely reflective of the scale of the problem. People continue to have problems, continue to go to doctors for help, and since the doctors only have tests, drugs, and surgeries, that is what continues to be offered. Drugs do not fix the behavioral and attention problems because those are likely just blood sugar problems, which are not fixed with drugs. Aside from the fact that the average person does have some diagnosable problem, true overdiagnosis is very common, in my experience, for type 1 diabetes. I have had so many people in recent years tell me that they were diagnosed later in life, well past puberty. This makes no sense. They clearly had enough insulin until that point. Something else is wrong. If an individual can achieve healthy blood sugar, and they are able to completely eliminate their synthetic insulin, then they never had type 1 diabetes. If they can live without synthetic insulin, then they are making their own, and this means that there is no birth defect in the beta cells that produce insulin. So many people get off insulin entirely that I am convinced type 1 is as rare now as it was 100 years ago, proportionally. The rate of type 1 is said to be going up, and certainly diagnosis is going up. Based on the factors that we will cover in this book, such as the common eating of all the wrong foods and chronic nutrient deficiencies, we expect many problems like type 1 and type 2 to continue unless the causative factors are corrected. In any case, many people who come to us with a diagnosis of type 1 are able to get off all medication and insulin. I've seen this happen under the supervision of the client's physician in less than a month. These people never had type 1 diabetes. Since the fact that type 1 is a birth defect is not accepted in the medical community, it is becoming increasingly common for people to be diagnosed with type 1 later in life. Of course, if it is a birth defect, then it cannot materialize later. Type 1 is a lack of insulin produced in the pancreas, and this might not be recognized in small children, but it is inevitably apparent by the time the child enters puberty. They may have been producing just enough insulin to cover them in their childhood, but the added demands of pubescent growth and the increased calorie intake associated with it also require more insulin. Therefore, many people are diagnosed with type 1 during puberty. I used to scratch my head at the idea of a full-grown adult being diagnosed with type 1 in their 20s, 30s, or even later. Other than incompetence, I couldn't understand why a doctor would come up with this diagnosis. Wouldn't they just be labeled a type 2 diabetic, which historically was called adult-onset diabetes? I now understand the method to their madness. People who have been given a late diagnosis are people who fail to respond to conventional medications that manage type 2 diabetes. The drugs are supposed to work for a type 2 diabetic, so, by the logic of mainstream medicine, the person cannot be a type 2 diabetic. It was supposed to be one disease, but since the medications don't work, they call it another. This seems to get doctors off the hook, but really, it just leaves the patient clueless about what is actually going on in the body. There is a reason that people might not be responding to medications. They aren't absorbing them. The same reason they aren't absorbing the meds would be the same reason they are not absorbing several nutrients. Digestive problems, caused by eating certain foods. As a person improves their digestion, they should be absorbing more of everything. Nutrients, caffeine, alcohol, as well as their pharmaceutical medications. We will cover this thoroughly in the chapters to follow, but the main thing to note here is that if you have been diagnosed with type 1 beyond puberty, then it is not type 1. There is also a chance of misdiagnosis even if you were labeled type 1 from birth. As a baby, you could have just been deficient in the minerals that cause type 2 diabetes. Misdiagnosis happens in lactose intolerance as well. When people tell me they are lactose intolerant, I usually assume it is not actually a birth defect. Misdiagnosis can be proven if the person can ever achieve healthy digestion without supplemental lactase. If they don't need lactase, then they are producing their own, and thus they are not lactose intolerant. This happens all the time. People tell us that they are type 1 or lactose intolerant, commonly both, and yet they are able to achieve a healthy body and healthy digestion without synthetic insulin or supplemental enzymes. My first question for anyone when they ask about lactose intolerance is if they used to be able to eat dairy. Usually the answer is yes, and in that case we know that they used to be able to produce lactase, so they are not lactose intolerant. As we get older, we produce less lactase, but it's also common for young people to have problems digesting dairy. If you have been diagnosed as type 1 or lactose intolerant, this is your best case scenario, misdiagnosis. End note 4. By the way, sickle cell anemia is also an inborn error of metabolism, and like type 1 diabetes and lactose intolerance, it is completely preventable. For some reason, this problem is called sickle cell when it occurs in black people, but it is called thalassemia in white people. Who knows what they will diagnose you with if you are an Asian person or some other race. Similar to type 1, I assume the primary symptoms of their disease are a result of other nutritional factors, not the sickle cell defect itself, because I have seen many people achieve health and completely drop their medications and never have an episode requiring hospitalization. If they have this inborn error of metabolism, I remain confident that we can improve their quality of life on any metric we choose to examine and eliminate hospitalizations. This is particularly true with sickle cell because the main reason for hospitalization is pain. Pain meds do help, but the pain is probably not caused by the defect. It is probably caused by a dietary problem or nutrient deficiency. Return to text. Misdiagnosis is good news, because you are not stuck with an incorrectable problem. In the case of lactose intolerance, most people simply correct their digestion, and after a while, months, they can eat dairy without drama. In the case of a person diagnosed with type 1 later in life, their best case scenario is also in correcting the digestion, enabling them to absorb nutrients and everything else. The reason I brought up the enzymes when mentioning the pancreas is because we already know there is one problem in that organ, the inability to produce insulin. It is very natural to assume that there are more problems here, particularly in the production of digestive enzymes. Specifically, since enzymes are required to digest foods, I automatically assume that anyone diagnosed as a type 1 or type 2 diabetic also has a digestive problem, an underperforming digestive system. Understanding and correcting digestion is the first step to correcting a blood sugar problem. We will cover this in great detail, but first we must discuss the other blood sugar problems. Chapter Keys. Type 1 diabetes is a birth defect. Type 1 may be a misdiagnosis. If it is a misdiagnosis, the blood sugar can get under control without medication or synthetic insulin. If it really is type 1, other markers of health can improve, and unrelated symptoms can be eliminated. Type 1 does not cause any other diseases. Any simultaneous diagnoses are caused by food and nutrient problems, not a lack of insulin. Type 1 diabetics can probably reduce their insulin as their overall symptoms improve, but will need some dose of synthetic insulin forever. Type 1 diabetics probably have a digestive problem, which is responsible for other symptoms of poor health. Chapter 3. Other blood sugar problems. Blood sugar problems come in several forms and have gone by many names in the past. Metabolic syndrome and syndrome X have both been popular versions of the same basic category of dysfunction. All of the various metabolic problems and corresponding symptoms have the same causes. There are differences in symptoms between people with high blood sugar, hyperglycemia, and low blood sugar, hypoglycemia, but both problems have the same core causes, and are both reversed with essentially the same strategies, though we will discuss some of the differences later in the book. Our list of blood sugar problems extends further than the mainstream currently recognizes. Our list includes many behavioral problems such as attention deficit disorder, ADD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, bipolar or manic depressive disorder, learning disabilities, as well as autism. Many people would be surprised to hear that we also consider cardiovascular disease and elevated blood cholesterol and triglycerides to be mostly rooted in blood sugar problems. Further, infertility, obesity, peripheral neuropathy, chronic fatigue, and a list of sleep-related issues such as narcolepsy, bedwetting, night sweats, night terrors or nightmares, sleepwalking, and grinding teeth at night are all on our list of symptoms of blood sugar problems. We will cover each as we move forward. Type 1 diabetes is the only blood sugar problem that stands on its own. Type 1 is an inability to produce enough insulin, whereas the lack of insulin has nothing to do with the other blood sugar problems. With type 2 diabetes and all other blood sugar problems, there is plenty of insulin, but something is preventing the body from using the insulin. The giveaway for this fact is the term insulin resistance. There is insulin, but for reasons unknown to mainstream medicine, the body is resistant to it, or unable to use it. The mainstream medical world says that insulin resistance leads to diabetes. In other words, the symptoms we call type 2 diabetes are the result of the inability to properly utilize insulin. There is enough insulin, but something is missing that the body requires to use it. Type 2 diabetes used to be widely known as adult onset diabetes. It was called this because it tended to occur later in life. Type 1 was referred to as juvenile diabetes. Adult onset diabetes was changed to type 2 as more and more younger people were diagnosed with it. It is now common even for babies to be diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. It is estimated that there are around 34 million diabetics in America, which is roughly 1 in 10 people in the country. Canada has a similar proportion, with roughly 1 in every 14 citizens diagnosed as diabetic. Other Western countries are not far behind, with Australia near 1 in 20 and the United Kingdom around 1 in 16. Worldwide, it is estimated that there are over 400 million diabetics, and that diabetics will comprise half of the world population by 2040. We believe that this astonishing prediction can be completely prevented. According to the CDC, there are another 88 million American adults with pre-diabetes. Adding diabetics and pre-diabetics together, this amounts to roughly 1/3 of the American population with a medically significant blood sugar problem. This number would be far higher if we also included the behavioral, sleep, and cardiovascular problems listed above. In practically every country, we can see that blood sugar problems are truly rampant, and the fastest growing age group for diagnosis is children. Diabetes used to be primarily a problem of the developed world, but is now spreading to every country with access to modern foods and lifestyles. China currently has the most diabetics and the fastest growing diabetic population. India is in second place, Pakistan third, and then the US. Clearly, this has something to do with food and nutrition, and potentially other environmental influences. Doctors today will blame at least some of the occurrence of blood sugar problems on genetics, but all you have to do is look at the rising trend of diabetes to understand that this couldn't possibly be true. Our genetics have not changed much in the last 100 years, yet the occurrence of diabetes and all other blood sugar problems are rising dramatically. In our camp, we say that habits run in families, and if those habits do not support and promote a healthy body, then people who share these habits will have similar health problems. Pre-diabetes is a relatively new term, but at this point we probably all know someone with this diagnosis. What this term tells us is that type 2 diabetes exists on a spectrum. Type 1 is not a spectrum problem. You don't have just a little bit of type 1 diabetes. You either have it or you do not. All spectrum problems can be reversed completely. If some people have it worse than others, then you can get better or worse yourself. Prediabetes is mostly a warning that your blood sugar problem is moving towards the severe end of the spectrum. The far end is full-on diabetes. This warning allows you to now take action, assuming you know what to do. Hopefully by the end of this book, you will know what to do. For the rest of this book, I am lumping all blood sugar problems, except type 1, together in the same group, because all of them can be reversed using the same strategies, and without any form of pharmaceutical or herbal medications or medical procedures of any kind. As for mood disorders and learning disabilities, in less severe cases, mood simply rises and falls with blood sugar fluctuations. Blood sugar, like blood pH and body temperature, is supposed to remain as stable as possible. When the body is healthy, there are no severe fluctuations in the blood level of anything. On the severe end of behavioral problems and learning disabilities, the blood sugar problem has caused, and coincides with, many physiological problems leading to a body and brain with starved cells. We will discuss many of these physical changes related to blood sugar, and you will also see how it is obvious that multiple problems appear when any disease is in a severe stage. If foods are messing up the body, leading to malabsorption of nutrients, leading to a nutrient deficiency disease such as a behavioral problem, then those same foods will likely be causing other deficiencies and tissue damage. When we think of diseases, we tend to think of the worst cases first. When autism comes to mind, we tend to think of the child who cannot speak and spends their days listlessly staring off into space, but that is hardly the typical patient. The typical kid diagnosed with ADD or autism is simply lacking in focus. They run around and drive their parents nuts, or they get in trouble at school. They are functional, but out of control. Similarly, we probably all know a diabetic who still eats the standard American diet. They're not in great shape, but they're alive. Their foot is not gangrenous. They aren't massively overweight. They look just like many other civilians on the street. This is because all blood sugar problems, except type 1, are spectrum problems. Some people are worse than others. In our terms, this means that some people are more deficient in some nutrients than other people. Some people are deficient in a wider variety of nutrients, by avoiding certain foods or food groups, or by eating foods that mess up their digestion, causing malabsorption. In our explanation of spectrum problems, we would also say that some people are more intolerant to common foods than others. Some people will have more severe symptoms, and probably a wider variety of symptoms. My point here is that anytime you think of someone with severe diabetes, cancer, autism, bipolar, lupus, etc., we assume these people will be severely deficient in several nutrients and doing several things wrong with their foods. Too much of some bad foods, not enough of some good foods. And we also assume that these people will have multiple other problems. Just like nutrient deficiencies don't really exist independently, neither do health problems. The severely autistic child will likely also have tooth cavities, obvious metabolic or digestive problems, food intolerances or picky eating, probably a skin or lung problem, probably a chronic infection problem like ear, sinus, or urinary tract, and the list could go on. This is where the overdiagnosis problem really comes into play. In real life, we rarely see people with one problem. Mainstream medicine breaks everything down into parts. The formal philosophy used by standard or allopathic medicine is called reductionism. This is how we have had health problems reduced to genetic probabilities and cellular descriptions rather than a broad understanding of the development of disease. Every other school of medicine, the alternative fields of which I am part, believe in and practice holism. Holism, as the name implies, is a health philosophy that considers the whole body and its environment. Following the reductionist philosophies, we have many people who are given several diagnoses for different problems in their body. They might have psoriasis as well as depression and prediabetes. In the worst case, they may be treated for all of these simultaneously, so someone can be on 5 drugs for 5 different problems. We believe the mistake is in believing that these are separate problems. We believe that these are different symptoms of the same underlying problems. This means that there is no sense in treating them as separate. An infection with malaria is separate from any existing health problem like arthritis or headaches. It is separate because it is treated separately. The things that cause arthritis and headaches do not cause malaria. Non-infectious diseases are not separate if they are caused by the same food and nutrient problems. Overdiagnosis leads to overtreatment, particularly in these people with numerous health problems. If licensed medical practitioners followed holistic principles, they would clearly see that some problems in the food and nutrition, or some other thing like a pathogen or poison, is obviously causing multiple problems. It is not that the lupus and the acne need to be treated separately. The cause of the unhealthy body needs to be identified and corrected. This is relevant for anyone with any blood sugar problem. Bedwetting doesn't exist on its own. It's a symptom of a blood sugar problem, and a person who is wetting the bed is very likely to have other symptoms of a blood sugar problem, like a behavioral problem. This is why the subtitle of this book is Simple Strategies to Conquer Almost Any Health Problem. Because by doing the things that you would need to do to correct a blood sugar problem, changing foods and adding nutrients, you are by default doing the things that you would need to do to have healthy skin, lungs, brain, sleep, liver, hormones, energy, and so on. Chapter Keys. Type 2 diabetes and all other blood sugar problems, except type 1 diabetes, have nothing to do with a lack of insulin. Blood sugar problems are rising dramatically worldwide, proving that the problem is not genetic. Genetics haven't changed, but our diets and lifestyles have. All blood sugar problems other than type 1 diabetes are caused by food problems and nutrient deficiencies. Blood sugar problems can range from metabolic symptoms such as type 2 diabetes and obesity to behavioral problems such as ADD and autism, as well as physical problems such as cardiovascular problems and neuropathy. Chapter 4. Digestion. A lot of people come to us with a huge range of problems. No matter what the problem is, we give them all the same basic food advice. Most of our avoid list has to do with foods that damage the body, but the first group on our list, problematic grains, is there because these foods are the main cause of digestive problems. Getting rid of these grains is key to improving digestion, and in many cases I don't expect a result with any other part of the program unless these grains are removed. This is because digestive problems can cause absorption problems. If your health problem, such as type 2 diabetes, is ultimately explained as a nutrient deficiency, and you buy those missing nutrients, they won't be absorbed properly if the digestion is messed up. I have seen many people achieve healthy blood sugar by correcting their digestion alone, because suddenly they could absorb nutrients. As mentioned, as digestion improves, it is likely that more of everything will be absorbed. This means that the person will probably not be able to tolerate as much coffee or alcohol as they used to, but it also means that they should pay close attention if they are taking any pharmaceutical medications, because they will now be absorbing more of it. At the cellular level, the body needs some key nutrients to facilitate insulin in the job of getting glucose into cells, and cells being able to use that energy and handle the waste involved. These details will be explained more as we go on. But you must know that although digestive problems can cause nutrient deficiencies, nutrient deficiency in our modern food supply is a very large problem on its own. Nutrient deficiencies are practically guaranteed in our modern world, and therefore it is not guaranteed that you have a digestive problem if you have been diagnosed with a blood sugar problem, but it is very likely. Most people who come to us with any problem also have a digestive problem. You also do not need to be overweight to have a digestive problem. Skinny people can often eat a lot of food. We presume the reason they're not gaining weight is because of malabsorption. This is how a digestive or nutrient deficiency problem could cause both high or low blood sugar, or both overactive or underactive thyroid. The tree can fall in either direction, and so someone with a digestive problem can be either over or underweight. Even if you think your digestion is fine, the advice in this chapter will still improve it. If you are over or underweight, I would definitely recommend doing everything in this chapter. When we think of digestion, we tend to think of the stomach or the intestines, but digestion actually starts in the brain. When you think about eating, you start to secrete several enzymes through the saliva. Remember that an enzyme is a catalyst, and these salival enzymes are the first stage in priming your food for further digestion. One of the simplest things that anyone can do to begin to improve their digestion is to better utilize the brain and mouth. In the modern world, we tend to be pressed for time, and many people very simply do not put enough conscious attention to their eating. Something as simple as thinking about the food before you eat can improve digestion. We also tend to eat too quickly. If we rush into food, we haven't given our bodies sufficient time to secrete enough enzymes for optimal absorption. And if we rush the actual eating process, we probably also underchew our food. There is a growing movement out there called slow food, and I am a huge fan of the concept. It is also sometimes called mindful eating or conscious eating. Slowing down has multiple benefits. First, it improves digestion by increasing the time that your food is in contact with the salival enzymes. Second, chewing food slowly increases the level of breakdown occurring in the mouth before the food enters the stomach. Third, when we slow our eating down, invariably we should end up eating less food overall. If we eat too quickly, we can easily eat more than our body can handle because it hasn't had time to signal the brain that we are full. The stomach is only about the size of a closed fist, and though it will expand if you force it to, this is not helping your digestion at all. The stomach is the size that it is because the intestines are the size that they are, and all of their relative sizes are there to deal with the amount of food that can fit in the stomach. If you overload the stomach, you will have a problem. Maybe stomach pain, or indigestion, or an intestinal problem. More likely is that the body will be forcing this oversized mass of food through the system, rather than breaking it down into fine particles for digestion. A large mass of food is going to have a lot of nutrients trapped in the mass that will not be absorbed into the blood. This means that overeating is just literally a waste of food, as we won't be absorbing much of it, and all of that digestion and activity costs our body energy and nutrients. This vicious cycle can provoke or exacerbate metabolic syndrome because the body is hungry in the first place for nutrients. The overeating is the symptom of this craving. The ravenous eater eats large portions which are largely not absorbed and are very costly to the body. The body remains hungry for these nutrients, overeating continues, and the cycle repeats. A final benefit to slowing down and chewing more is that we can actually enjoy our food more. Rather than only enjoying each bite for a few seconds, extended chewing gives us more time to relish the flavors of the food, and moving it around the mouth allows the different types of taste buds, which are located in different parts of the mouth, to experience the full range of flavor in the food. The general advice is to try to chew each mouthful somewhere between 15 and 30 times before swallowing. If you pay attention to your next meal at regular eating speed, you'll probably be surprised at how little you are actually chewing the food. Help your stomach out. Do more of the work in the mouth. Remember that our aim in all of this is to be healthy, and part of that, I do believe, is to have a healthy relationship with our food. Slow eating can be considered a form of meditation, which itself helps to reduce stress and improve well-being. Think about your food well before eating. Say grace or pray in front of it before you eat, and while you are smelling it and anticipating it, which produces yet more saliva and gastric juices for digestion. Eat slowly, chew thoroughly, move the food around in your mouth, and savor the flavors and textures. Take a break if you feel like it. Listen to your body, and if you are full, stop eating. Compare the ritualistic approach above to unconsciously shoveling potato chips in the mouth while the mind focuses on something else, such as television. If we cut the mind out of the eating process, we are very likely to be creating a digestive problem, or at the very least, we will not be maximizing the nutritional and psychological benefits of food. Another major problem in digestion is the types of foods we actually eat. Processed foods are bad for a number of reasons, including causing digestive problems. Another reason ties into this mindful eating concept. The act of cooking already works with mindful eating. You cannot help but think about and anticipate the food strongly before it is even done cooking. By the time it is ready, your body is likely ready to digest it. Processed foods, on the other hand, are generally much faster to prepare than real whole foods, generally much less nutritious, and can directly cause digestion problems by irritating or damaging the intestines. Even a processed, packaged salad at a coffee shop, though it is not as bad as a pizza, it doesn't provide any time to prepare the body to digest it. Just because you are hungry does not mean that your body is prepared to digest. While navigating life, to and from work or school, or eating quickly on a lunch break, our brains and bodies are engaged in a form of stress that does not promote rest, relaxation, or digestion. I think 30-minute lunch breaks should be illegal. It is simply not enough time to disengage and focus on a slow, enjoyable meal with healthy digestion. We all know the feeling of coming home from an exhausting day of work or school, and we find ourselves still cranked up with nervous energy. We were falling asleep on the train, but now we're cleaning the garage. This is not a good time to eat, but the act of cooking can be enough time to relax, to think about cooking and eating instead of work or what we have to do tomorrow. This might sound too specific to be relevant to something like diabetes, but we are a result of our habits, and how we eat will have a lot to do with whether we are healthy or not. If you eat fast things 4 times a day, you will have health problems. Examples of a fast breakfast: cereal, bagel, muffin, packaged toaster pastry, cold leftover pizza, oatmeal, fruit. I had to include fruit to be fair. You can have fruit for breakfast, but everything else on the average menu for a quick bite before the day starts is invariably a bad food. The fastness of it just adds to the problem. In the worst case, a person grabs a sandwich from a fast food restaurant on the way to work. They wait in a frustrating line, listening to annoying morning radio, and quickly eat the thing on their lap while navigating traffic. This is very much part of an average modern lifestyle. I've always thought that one of the best breakfasts was eggs, and that's our advice in the business. Protein for breakfast. Eggs don't take a long time to cook, but even the few minutes standing in front of it, looking at it, smelling it, thinking about it, and anticipating it is enough to secrete enzymes. I often recommend cooking extra dinner, as that is the meal we tend to put the most time and effort into, as well as better ingredients and generally more substantial foods. You're not going to make a roasted turkey for breakfast, but you can heat that up in the morning, and that will take a few minutes that you can use to think about your upcoming event of eating. At the same time that the body is secreting salival enzymes, it is also preparing and releasing gastric juices into the stomach, which is yet another benefit of slowing down and thinking about the food well before actually sitting down to eat. I would include some general rules here. Never eat in a hurry, never eat in a moving car, and if you are stressed, try to deal with that before you eat. Sit down and take your time. I like to watch TV while eating, but I try to pay more attention to the food than to what I'm watching. You don't have to be perfect. I'm not. But be mindful. Wait until you get to your destination to eat, or take a break from the road to pull over and eat. If you are very stressed, try to calm down. Take some deep, full, slow breaths. Meditate. Think happy thoughts before eating. Think about what you're grateful for instead of what is stressing you out. If your stress is chronic, you must take steps to change that. If your job is stressing you constantly, find ways to reduce that stress. In short, if you are upset, try to deal with that before eating. This book isn't about stress, but we must understand that there are really only 2 major modes for the body. The first is fight or flight, also known as the sympathetic nervous system. The other is rest and digest, or rest and restore, also known as the parasympathetic nervous system. Put simply, if the body is stressed, it is not digesting properly. When you're hyped up, your blood is directed away from the digestive system. Prayer has developed across cultures, commonly before eating. Having a quiet moment and breathing through the nose activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the one that promotes digestion. Whether we modern people like it or not, all of the longest-lived populations are religious in some way. The Hunza people in the mountains of Pakistan, long thought of as the longest-lived people on Earth, have been their own form of Muslims since before Europeans made contact with them. These long-lived places are commonly called blue zones. The weirdest blue zone, to me, has always been Loma Linda, California, which is apparently on the list only because of the religious practice of modest eating by the Seventh-day Adventists who live in Loma Linda. There isn't any difference in the food or nutrient availability in Loma Linda than in Los Angeles 60 miles away, but the difference in habits and health is evident. Both the sympathetic and parasympathetic modes are important. Without stress, we wouldn't get out of bed in the morning or defend ourselves from imminent threats. But our modern society tends to keep us in the sympathetic mode more or less all of the time. If our lives are busy or stressful, we must consciously induce the rest and digest mode, or we will simply not digest properly. As stated, one of the benefits to slow eating is that mindfulness itself is a form of relaxation. If you're not into saying grace before eating or cooking your own meals, then at minimum I recommend closing your eyes and taking several deep, slow breaths while thinking about the food you are about to enjoy. Fill the lungs slowly and completely expel it before the next breath. Just a few deep meditative breaths should help you relax instantaneously. After the mouth, the next stage of digestion is the stomach. Stomach acid is primarily hydrochloric acid, and it is supposed to be strong enough to digest meat down to the bone. The primary source of the chloride in this hydrochloric acid is salt, sodium chloride. One of the most destructive ideas that has ever been introduced into the health arena is that salt is bad for us. Salt is essential for all life. There is no microbe or creature on Earth that can survive without salt. Salt has been one of the most important resources for all of human history. Civilization has basically always revolved around salt. The word salary derives from salt, because Roman soldiers were said to have sometimes been paid in salt instead of money. This makes perfect sense for soldiers, as they could pillage all the food they want, but they couldn't digest it properly without salt. As recent as the War of 1812, American soldiers in the field were paid in salt brine. We have discovered salt production in Neolithic settlements all over the world. The phrase, "all roads lead to Rome," very likely referred to salt roads, built specifically to facilitate the importation of salt into the capital. Many human settlements are actually named after salt, especially towns with the suffix "wick" or "wich" in the British Isles, such as Northwich, Middlewich, Netherwich, and so on. This trend also continues into the European continent, with cities such as Munich said to be founded due to its location along a salt road, and its rise in prominence and wealth being due to taxing the salt that passed through the territory. Salt was known to be traded for human slaves in Africa, such was its value. Countless wars have been waged over salt and salt-producing territories. Entire empires were founded on salt production or taxation, such as the Kingdom of Poland. Of course, we have all heard of Mahatma Gandhi's famous Salt March, undermining the salt tax, practically ending the British imperial rule in India. I mention all of this merely in an attempt to break the idea that salt is bad for us. There is no one single food that all humans require, except salt. You can get vitamins from a variety of foods. You don't need any single one of them specifically, but everyone needs salt. Every animal and human has a built-in salt meter, which is extremely sensitive and responds rapidly to the changing salt levels in the body. There isn't a farmer on Earth that could remain profitable without providing their animals with all the salt they wanted. In the case of salt, the words want and need are synonymous. A cow wants exactly as much salt as it needs, and it will lick the salt block until exactly that point. Once it has reached its desired level, you could not force the animal to take another lick. It is the same with humans. Our salt meter quickly tells us when something has become too salty, and unfortunately, most people fall far short of that requirement on a daily basis. This is particularly bad in today's health-conscious people. A random civilian who eats potato chips, cheeseburgers, and soda will be getting plenty of salt. They will have other health problems, but probably not salt deficiency. I see salt deficiency most obviously in people who eat well, They eat real, organic food, handmade with love, but they fail to put enough salt on it. Without enough salt, every day, we will simply not have a properly functioning digestive system. Without proper digestion, we will simply not have an optimally healthy body. Chloride is only found naturally in foods in small quantities. We must get the rest from salt. One of the most effective, free strategies that we have in our nutritional toolkit is to teach people about the proper use of salt. Footnote 2. By the way, I am not the only practitioner who has used salt to great effectiveness. Hippocrates encouraged his fellow healers to utilize salt water to heal various ailments, usually via submersion in seawater. I have lived in a blue zone, the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica, and salt is practically their only remedy for everything from the flu to a rash to a sting from a stingray. Return to text. The general rule is to salt to taste. That means add salt to your water and food until you can just barely taste the salt. We cannot give you the exact amount of salt that you need per day because your requirement should change by the second. If you exert yourself more, sweat more, eat more, or drink more, you will also require more salt. If your immune system is battling something, you will require more salt. Hence why your grandmother probably made you salty broth when you were sick. One morning you might only need a few taps of the salt shaker before you can taste it, and the next morning you might need 10 times that. Since I expect that most people who come to us will have been chronically deficient in salt for an extended period, I always recommend something we call the salt flush. The idea is to make a glass of extremely salty water. Normally we recommend 3 heaping tablespoons of salt in any size glass of water. Neither the amount of water nor the amount of salt is that important, but the idea is to have a lot of salt with a little bit of water, so it is very salty. This should be the saltiest thing you've ever tasted, saltier than seawater. The point is to top up the salt in the body to the point where any more salt tastes too salty. All the time people tell me that they consume plenty of salt, yet they're able to drink a significant portion of this super salty mix, or even all of it. They are instructed to take tiny sips, because that is all someone should be able to do, but they can take gulps. This means that they were extraordinarily low on salt. Ideally, we all should only be able to take a few sips of this mixture before it is repulsively salty. If we are very low, this mix will taste fantastic. They might even be the most satisfying sips you've ever tasted. This is our salt meter in action. Salt tastes phenomenal, right up until the point that it is repulsive. Footnote 3. If you are reading this to help a baby or young child with a blood sugar or digestion problem, try covering a plate in a layer of salt. Cut up some fresh fruit and dip it on the plate. Let the child copy you. They should naturally take as much as they need and then stop. Return to text. Since so many people consciously avoid salt, particularly in America and the Commonwealth countries, their food invariably tastes bland and unsatisfying. What do you do in America when your food is boring? You put sauces on it. Most of these sauces are sugar-based, and of course this is relevant in a discussion about blood sugar. Ironically, most of these sugary and oily sauces also come with a hefty dose of salt. Before we move on to the next stage of digestion, I must mention that this stomach acid thing is important not just for breaking down food in the stomach. The strong acidity is also required as a primer for the absorption of many of the most important dietary nutrients such as iron and calcium. If these nutrients fall into a stomach that isn't acidic enough, they won't be absorbed properly. At the root of a blood sugar problem is a lack of one or more nutrients that are required for the body to use insulin and other metabolic functions. Nutrient deficiencies can happen on their own, by our modern food and lifestyles lacking in nutrients, but digestive problems greatly exacerbate the existing problem. The very first thing to do to ensure better absorption of nutrients is to ensure that you are consuming enough salt. I've already mentioned that people with blood sugar problems tend to also have other problems, and anemia is one of them. In my experience, anemia is rarely an actual iron deficiency. This is proven by the many people who already take iron supplements because their doctor told them they were anemic. In addition, the average person eats processed food and meat. Processed food tends to have added iron, and meat already has iron. They take the iron, but they are still anemic, and they still have blood sugar or blood pressure problems and so on. If their stomach acid isn't acidic enough, they won't be absorbing the iron from food or supplements. In the stomach, food is supposed to be broken down into its constituent components. Specifically, this is where proteins are supposed to be broken down into the individual amino acids that the larger protein is built from. This broken down food is released from the stomach into the first part of the small intestine, called the duodenum. Footnote 4. This organ is commonly pronounced two ways, either duodenum or duodenum. Return to text. Fatty foods are broken down in the stomach, but the individual fatty acids will mostly be separated in the intestines. In the duodenum, the broken down food is met with a bath of digestive enzymes from both the liver and the pancreas, as well as bile from the gallbladder. The liver produces this bile, which is held in the gallbladder for release into the duodenum. Gall is an old word for bile. We already know about enzymes, and you can gauge how important enzymes are by how many organs work to produce them. Saliva, stomach, liver, pancreas, and even the small intestine produces some enzymes. But this bile component is extremely important as well. The standard explanation of the purpose of bile is that it breaks down fats into its constituent fatty acids and carries away waste through the intestines and out of the system. So, without bile, fats aren't properly separated. Acid breaks down protein, but like soap removes fat from household dishes, bile separates fats in the human body. But there is an even more important function of this bile. When the mostly digested food leaves the stomach and enters the duodenum, it is highly acidic, because stomach acid is supposed to be highly acidic. This bile in the duodenum converts this material to alkaline. The food has now been chemically primed twice, once with an acid and now with a base. The small intestine is lined with tiny, 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter, finger-like structures called villi, billions of them. These villi are themselves covered in even smaller finger-like structures called microvilli. The purpose of these villi and microvilli are to increase the surface area of the intestine, because this is where nutrients are absorbed into the bloodstream. More surface area means more room for absorption. We often describe the small intestine like a shaggy carpet, inverted in a tube. If you've ever beaten an old carpet, you know it can hold a lot of dust, hair, dirt, insect carcasses, and other debris. It holds so much because of all that surface area between and around the individual strands of fabric. Similarly, forest-like distribution of villi provide ample room for particles to make contact with a villi and be absorbed into the blood. In the villi, the blood capillaries are close to the surface, and the skin on these villi are very thin, so they can pass nutrients directly into the blood. Here there are also small lymphatic vessels, there to obtain fats from the villi. We will talk more about fats in later chapters, but we have already seen that fats are treated somewhat differently in the body, being broken down separately and absorbed into a separate system, as amino acids and vitamins and minerals will be put into the blood. The lymphatic system is known as the sewage system of the body, helping to maintain fluid levels of the body by removing excess stuff from the blood, including waste. Together, the blood and the lymph are responsible for transporting not just nutrients and waste, but also cells that respond to immune threats. A capillary is just a word for a very tiny blood vessel. Vessels start large at the heart, where they are called arteries. Then they get smaller as they move outward toward every organ in the body, and eventually to every single cell in the body. Blood vessels are called arteries when they're big, veins or vessels when they are medium-sized, and capillaries when they are tiny. It's all part of the same highway system, circulating the body and feeding each cell nutrients, as well as transporting waste out of the cells, into the lymph, and ultimately out of the system. There are a few things that can go wrong at this point in the digestion. If food is insufficiently broken down in the beginning stages of digestion, then we will have large undigested food particles in the intestines. If proteins are not correctly broken down into amino acids, and fats are not correctly broken down into fatty acids, then these large particles may enter the blood through the villi. This is a big problem. The body is not supposed to have entire unbroken proteins or fats in the bloodstream. The body may, correctly, identify these particles as a threat. If a pathogen were to find itself in the bloodstream, a healthy body would attack that pathogen, swarming it with white blood cells and platelets. White blood cells are the immune response to a threat. Platelets bind together to form clots in order to address damaged tissues. All of this action adds up to what we in the business call dirty blood, or sticky blood. This response will save your life if it is a pathogen. But when the body is mobilizing this immune response to food, it can be a major and chronic problem, producing many symptoms ranging from brain fog and sluggishness to outright immune failure. This dirty blood phenomenon can appear exactly like the symptoms that are commonly called an autoimmune disease. The body is constantly in a state of immune response, but it is responding to food in the blood, not a pathogen. The mistake is in thinking that the body is attacking itself. It is not attacking itself. It is attacking undigested food particles in the blood. This is why it is so important to break down the food sufficiently before it enters the intestines. Salivate, chew, consume enough salt, and this should not be a problem. There can still be a problem here if we simply eat too much food. This bile enzyme bath is quantitative. The food needs to be coated in this mixture. If there is too much food, your body can produce the amount of bile and enzymes that it is supposed to and still fall short. The human body isn't designed to digest huge portions of food all at once. An elephant or horse body is. They have bigger stomachs, bigger intestines, and more bacteria and other microorganisms to help break it all down. When portion sizes are too big, it is possible to be short on enzymes and bile, creating the potential for undigested food particles to enter the blood. Slower eating and smaller portions should eliminate this possibility. If the food particles are met with insufficient bile, the food remains highly acidic. This can damage the delicate villi. The stomach has a protective lining to prevent damage from stomach acid, but the rest of the body does not. Obviously, damaging the organs that absorb nutrients is not a good idea. There are foods that can damage the villi as well, and we will discuss them in the next chapter. One more big thing that can potentially go wrong here: an underperforming liver may not produce enough bile. The liver is one of the most remarkable organs in the body. It can regrow itself even if it is damaged or removed almost entirely, 90% or even more. The liver performs numerous functions that are beyond the scope of this book to describe. But if it is not healthy, it is not going to do all of its jobs properly. I am attempting to give you a list of strategies that you can do yourself, for free or cheaply, but I must mention that liver function is dependent on multiple nutrients that are catastrophically lacking in our modern food system. Most health problems are caused by nutrient deficiencies, and both an underperforming liver and the root of blood sugar problems are nutrient deficiencies. I will explain this further as we continue, but for now you must know that it is impossible to have a completely healthy body without some outside supplemental sources of essential nutrients, especially the minerals. One thing you can do to aid the liver in this bile enzyme process is to supplement with a digestive enzyme product. I have included the label of our main enzyme product, and if you choose not to buy our product, you can look for one that has a similar recipe. You can also find our products on my website, YGYOntario.ca. You should be able to find a suitable digestive enzyme product in any country in the world, and it should cost you less than $1 a day to boost your enzymes and bile supplementally. If you have had your gallbladder removed, you will need to use a digestive enzyme supplementally every day for the rest of your life, because there is no longer a route for the bile produced in your liver to make it into the duodenum. Without supplemental bile and the accompanying enzymes, you won't be able to digest fats correctly. Anyone with a digestive problem and anyone over or underweight should use digestive enzymes short term, 1 to 3 months. The body can produce its own enzymes and bile, and though it is beneficial to help this process out while you are fixing the digestion, it is not necessary to continue forever. There is no harm from taking digestive enzymes long term. Theoretically, taking enzymes will decrease the amount of enzymes that your body makes itself, but we also tend to produce less ourselves as we get older. This is similar to using topical moisturizers on the skin. The signaling molecules in your skin tell your body that it is already moist, and so the body doesn't bother producing its own oils. Enzymes are also present in some foods, especially fruits and vegetables, and some cheeses and other dairy products such as kefir and yogurt. Using a microwave oven will destroy most or all enzymes in the food. Usually we say that we don't really care about this, because the body produces its own enzymes. But nature has made digestion easier for us by providing extra enzymes in some foods, and there is no reason to disrupt that. Footnote 6. There is no food that must be cooked in a microwave anyway, and most people use a microwave to cook processed food, which we would not recommend eating at all. Heat leftovers up on a pan or in a conventional oven, toaster oven, or just eat it cold. Return to text. We have reached the final stages of digestion, and there are only a few more things to mention before we move on. Most of the digestion and absorption of nutrients has already taken place before food reaches the large intestine. What's left is mostly plant fiber, which is one of the more difficult macronutrients to digest, as well as water, salt, bile, and dead cells that have shed from the intestinal lining. This fibrous mixture is the primary source of food for the good bacteria in our guts, and most of that bacteria is in the large intestine. These microorganisms are the final stage of food breakdown and nutrient extraction before the waste exits the system. So consuming plant fiber is part of what it means to have healthy digestion. The good bacteria in our guts are known as probiotics, and they have several beneficial roles in our body, particularly for the final stages of digestion in the small and large intestines. There are other microorganisms all throughout the gut, but most are in the large intestine. There are at least tens of thousands of different species of microorganisms in your body at all times. There are at least 900 species in your nostrils, at least 800 on the inside of your cheek, and over 30,000 in the intestines. Together, these colonies of bacteria, viruses, and protozoa, which are tiny animals, comprise what we call the microbiome. We can have a healthy, balanced microbiome that supports a healthy digestive and immune system, or an unhealthy one prone to digestive and immune problems. Supporting a healthy microbiome means doing anything that helps the good bacteria, including consuming more probiotics, eating enough fiber, and properly digesting our food before it reaches the intestines. One of the more important functions of the microbiome is the protective role from bad bacteria. The good guys keep the bad guys away, or keep them in low numbers. For example, everyone seems to know that E. coli is bad. Yet this bacterium is naturally found in our intestines. In fact, E. coli is thought to have a protective role, providing resistance against pathogenic organisms. Most of the time, E. coli strains do not harm us, and some are beneficial. E. coli in your colon, your large intestine, produces vitamin K for you. E. coli and all bacteria produce toxins, and though we can handle normal amounts of this, having healthy probiotic gut flora. Footnote 7. I never really liked the word flora to describe our microbiome, but it is commonly used. Technically, flora are plants and fauna are animals. In my opinion, our microbiome is more properly described as our gut fauna. Return to text. Having healthy probiotic gut flora helps keep the E. coli levels under control. You don't need to do anything about this balancing act, other than ensure you are promoting a healthy microbiome. Problematic grains, which we will discuss in the food chapter, as well as too many carbohydrates and sugars, all contribute to an unhealthy microbiome because it is said that these foods feed the bad bacteria. Probiotics do keep the bad guys in check, but they can be overwhelmed if the bad guys are gorging on sugars and multiplying rapidly. Probiotics are supposed to outnumber the bad guys, but your eating can tilt that balance. The mainstream medical world now has numerous studies showing a reduction in fasting blood sugar with the use of multi-species probiotics. I did mention that there are slight differences between low and high blood sugar, and this probiotic result is one of them. There is insufficient evidence to conclude that probiotic supplementation improves low blood sugar, yet the results for high blood sugar are impressive. To me, this means that someone with high blood sugar is more likely to have a digestive problem than someone with low blood sugar. I believe that high blood sugar is a symptom of a more extreme and more chronic nutrient deficiency. Low blood sugar can happen alongside something acute like dehydration and can be corrected quickly. Probiotic products with multiple bacterial strains have shown effectiveness. whereas single strain studies usually do not. This makes sense because there are numerous species of good bacteria in our guts. It seems to require the proper quantity and diversity of good bacteria to do their jobs properly. It's a communal effort. We have a symbiotic relationship with the flora in our bodies. They can't live without us, and we can't live without them. It is commonly stated that there are actually more bacterial, virus, and protozoa cells in our bodies than there are human cells. A large part of our body is actually not our body. It is the bodies of microorganisms. Probiotics alone, without any other nutritional changes, have been shown to improve digestion. And from experience, I can attest to this. Probiotics are one of the single most beneficial strategies to improve overall health, and particularly digestion. Probiotics can be eaten or supplemented or both. There are a few types of bacteria that can work wonders for most people, yet cause negative reactions in others. These negative reactions resemble common digestive distress, including bloating, cramping, diarrhea, constipation, itchiness, and so on. If this happens, simply try another product with a different range of bacterial species. Typical foods containing probiotics are yogurt, kefir, sauerkraut, kimchi, kombucha, pickles, traditional buttermilk, and cheeses that contain live cultures or active cultures on the label. I left fermented soy products like miso and tempeh off of the list because we generally do not recommend consuming soy products. If you must eat soy, choose organic soy, because soy that is not organic is known to have much higher concentrations of pesticides than other non-organic food. Though there is very little good data on the matter, we do not believe it is a good idea to consume large doses of pesticides. Pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides are all designed to kill bacteria and other small organisms, and since your body is full of these same types of microorganisms, it is logically not a good idea to introduce compounds designed to kill them. There is no upper limit on how many fermented foods you can eat, or how many probiotics you can supplement with. If you get a negative reaction, it is not dose dependent. You will get the reaction from a small amount. Remember that we include many behavioral problems on our list of potential blood sugar problems. Digestive problems can cause blood sugar problems largely because of the issues discussed above, which can cause both malabsorption of nutrients and immune responses. Well, there is actually ample evidence that probiotics alone can relieve many of the behavioral problems on our blood sugar list, as well as other problems you might think are unrelated. Both animal and human studies find that probiotic supplements can improve some mental health disorders. Probiotics have been shown to improve anxiety, depression, autism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, stress, and general health. I also expect improvement in these categories alongside any blood sugar improvement, so they are definitely connected. We have mentioned that bile helps to break down food in the intestines, and it is also known that probiotics help to break down the bile. If the bile is not broken down, there is a risk of it being absorbed into the blood through the villi. Similar to undigested food particles, this bile in the blood can cause dirty blood. We have also mentioned the connection between blood sugar and blood cholesterol and triglycerides, and again probiotics have been shown to improve blood cholesterol levels. One of the great things about our internal floral colonies is that they largely sustain themselves. If we do something to throw off the balance, such as eat the wrong foods for an extended period or consume antibiotics, then it is very wise to help these colonies regenerate by consuming more probiotics in food and supplements. This is already an incredible list of benefits from one simple strategy, and yet there is more. Probiotics have been shown to improve the immune system and help with weight loss. Hopefully all of this makes perfect sense at this point. Finally, probiotics are also shown to improve skin conditions such as eczema, though the evidence is not as strong as the conditions above. If you ask me on a regular day what causes eczema or asthma, I will say probably a digestive problem. Just like it is not a guarantee that you will have a digestive problem if you have a blood sugar problem, it is also not a guarantee that a digestive problem is causing a skin problem. But in my experience, most people with a skin problem do have a digestive problem and won't have clear skin until they correct their digestion. Eczema and other skin problems are rooted in nutrient deficiencies, particularly in the fatty nutrients, which are key to skin and brain health, along with numerous other systems in the body. This is because the essential fatty acids, as well as cholesterol, and the fat-soluble vitamins, D, E, A, and K, are very large compared to other essential nutrients like minerals. Vitamins and fatty acids are chains of elements, whereas plant-derived minerals can be a single particle. Since they are larger, these are the first nutrients affected by any absorption problem. Having said all of this, we are down to my final standard recommendation for fixing a digestive problem. Diatomaceous earth is flour made from diatoms, which are single-celled organisms with shells. Sea shells in general, whether from a scallop, an oyster, or a diatom, are known to be strongly antimicrobial. People often ask if consuming something antimicrobial will also harm our good bacteria, but the strange answer is no. Shell flours and other natural antimicrobials, such as silver, seem to have a magic ability to selectively disrupt only the bad guys. No one knows why or how exactly this happens, for it seems to require an intelligence that silver or shells couldn't possibly have. The world is weirder than we know. Food-grade diatomaceous earth is one of the world's cheapest, widely available, and most effective health products. You can buy it in any country, and it should only cost $10 per pound or less. The first thing it will do is help to clear out excess stuff in the intestines, and the second thing it will do is help to kill any pathogens in the system. It is said to do both of these things electrically. The shell flour has an electrical charge, and it attracts particles and pathogens to it as it rolls through the system. That is why large servings are recommended, because you want a big clump of it traveling through you and attracting stuff. Just like a mop can only clean up so much floor before you have to change the water, a clump of DE can only clean up so much in your digestive tract. This is why continual use for 1 to 3 months is recommended at the start. You probably have a lot more in you than one dose can pick up. When first using diatomaceous earth, I recommend 2 heaping tablespoons per serving, 2 or 3 times daily. Since it is not a nutrient needing to be digested, it doesn't matter whether it is taken with meals or not. Footnote 8. Supplements are generally best taken with meals. Some nutrients, such as zinc and selenium, can cause nausea when taken on an empty stomach. When eating, the body is supposed to have generated the numerous enzymes and gastric juices discussed in this chapter. These things are there, in part, to chemically alter nutrients from foods so those nutrients can be absorbed. This is why supplement absorption is maximized when taken with food. Return to text. Shell flour is said to work partially because of its electrical charge, and allowing metal to come into contact with it can neutralize that charge. Apparently stainless steel does not affect the charge, but I would advise using plastic, wood, or glass instead of stainless steel, both for the cup and the stir stick, just to be sure. Don't breathe the dust when stirring it. An immediate result could be a near-instant stimulation of the bowels, but that is not guaranteed. For best results, use it consistently for 1 to 3 months, and after that, you can use it periodically as needed. After you've used it for a while, you should know exactly what it does, and you can judge for yourself when you need it. Footnote 9. To me, as needed means if you eat too much food one day and feel discomfort, take some diatomaceous earth that day and the next. Also, if you see any sign of a fungal infection, such as small irritating bumps on the fingers or toes, or dents in the fingernails. If there is no problem at all, it still feels nice to clear out the system once in a while with a combination of fasting and diatomaceous earth. It's also a good idea to take it anytime you are sick in any way, cold, flu, food poisoning, etc. Other household uses of diatomaceous earth include plugging up ant or insect entryways into the home. Bugs hate diatomaceous earth. Many people put diatomaceous earth around the base of the stem of their plants to keep bugs from climbing up. Diatomaceous earth can be made into a paste and painted over mold. This is not a solution to serious mold damage, but can prevent a small mold problem from spreading. Diatomaceous earth can be diluted in water and sprayed on surfaces that are in danger of becoming moldy, such as our basement after a flooding. Once the area is dry and clear, the thin layer of diatomaceous earth can be removed with a small bit of water and cloth, or any cleaning product. Diatomaceous earth can also be given to dogs and cats, especially if they have a worm or skin problem. Return to text. Since diatomaceous earth is so cheap, many people purchase that and only that. I have seen impressive reductions in blood sugar, blood pressure, body weight, brain fog, and a list of other symptoms using only diatomaceous earth for a short period of time. The shopping list in this chapter is not very long and not very expensive. By using any of the products mentioned here, I expect some result. Using more than one, or all of them, improves results dramatically. In addition to the things discussed in this chapter, there are some foods that can affect digestion, and we will cover them next. Chapter Keys. People with a blood sugar problem probably have a digestive problem as well. Digestive problems can cause blood sugar problems because nutrients are absorbed in the digestive system, and blood sugar problems are nutrient deficiencies. Digestion starts in the brain and mouth, and many people neglect these parts of eating. Stomach acid is made from salt, and we need a lot of it. Short-term use of digestive enzymes can improve digestion significantly. Probiotics are a key component of nutrient absorption, and increasing them can improve digestion and other symptoms significantly. Probiotics can be eaten in foods, or supplemented, or both. It is a good idea to consume a lot of probiotics while correcting digestion. Maintaining colonies in a smoothly operating system is easy. Diatomaceous earth is one of the cheapest ways to help clear out the digestive system. Chapter 5. Foods. We have a short list of bad foods that we recommend no one ever eat. These foods will contribute to an unhealthy body in a variety of ways, but there is only one major category that is directly relevant to the topic of blood sugar: grains. The worst of the grains, in our opinion, are those containing gluten. Gluten is a protein, and it is not the only problematic protein in grains, but it is the easiest to understand and avoid. There are several reasons why gluten is such a problem. As discussed in the digestion chapter, undigested proteins can be a huge problem if they are absorbed into the blood, causing dirty blood. But undigested proteins can also become a problem before being absorbed into the blood, because they damage the delicate villi. Gluten and related grain proteins are extremely difficult or impossible to completely digest in the stomach. If proteins are not broken down into their constituent amino acids, then there will likely be an immediate problem in the intestines. The first thing that tends to come up in a conversation about gluten is the question of why it is so bad now, but it wasn't in the past. Doesn't that mean that the anti-gluten campaign is a fad? Well, the original versions of gluten-containing grains, like wheat, barley, and rye, are very different from the modern versions we now consume. The plant itself has changed. The wheat in the Bible or the rye of ancient Sumer are not at all comparable to what we are eating today. In any case, we are claiming that some grains cause digestive problems, and digestive problems are definitely not new. Read any old book, and you will probably find people complaining of gastrointestinal issues. Though infectious diseases received most of the attention as the leading cause of death in Victorian times, gastrointestinal issues were a common cause of death. Endnote 17. As I was looking for a reference for this claim, I came across an interesting article, cited below. The article was discussing the factors contributing to the decline in infant mortality in the late 19th century, but has to exclude diarrhea for the decline to be apparent. That means that diarrhea, a digestive problem, was clearly still a leading cause of death, even as other conditions improved. Return to text. Like most agricultural products, the production of wheat and other grains has focused on improving total crop yields, with practically every other consideration, such as plant nutrition, taking a back seat. Improving yields is good for farmers and food companies, but it is rarely any good for the end consumer. One of the things this has done is reduce the other nutritional components of the grain. But not the gluten. So there is just as much gluten in today's wheat as there was in ancient wheat, but now we have less of the other nutrients like vitamins and digestible protein to balance it out. To really understand why modern foods in general are different from those of ancient times, it is worth describing how food used to be made. First, basically every civilization was built on a floodplain, which is an area that experiences yearly flooding. Whether that water came from a river or a glacier doesn't really matter. What matters is that this water was rich in minerals, both in quantity and in variety. In our view, there are at least 60 essential minerals, though we believe that the entire periodic table of naturally occurring elements are essential for maximum genetic expression. We can't at this time scientifically prove this, but nonetheless 60 is already a large number. All of these elements are not found in soils across the earth. Minerals aren't distributed evenly. Some, like silicon and aluminum, are very abundant, but many of the essential minerals like selenium and chromium are trace minerals that are barren in much of the soil we have available to grow on. Modern fertilizers use only 3 elements: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, NPK. Those 3 elements are required to maximize yields cheaply, and all 3 are essential to human life, but it is far short of 60. The reason for living near a floodplain is because without regular replenishment, the plants grown in the soil will suck minerals out of the ground and there is nothing to put them back in. So even if the map says that the area where your farm is has selenium in the soil, after a handful of growing seasons, it is likely that none of that selenium is left in the topsoil. Humans always replenished the soil yearly. One of the worst things we ever did as a species was to dam over 1 million rivers in the world, because they no longer flood. We now have flood control. Without replenishment, the soil is guaranteed to become barren in as little as a few growing seasons. One of the effects of growing food crops on barren soil is that the crops themselves have less natural defense against bacteria, fungus, mold, and larger pests like insects and rodents. This is why we need to use large quantities of pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides on modern crops. Footnote 10. I will call all of these pesticides for simplicity. Return to text. We humans get sick and fail to ward off common pathogens when we are lacking in nutrients, and plants get sick and weak and defenseless as well. It gets worse. Roots do not suck up minerals on their own. Roots have a symbiotic relationship with the bacteria, fungus, and other microorganisms in the soil. The microorganisms in the soil basically pre-digest minerals, which the roots then suck up into their tissues. Weak plants require more pesticides because they can't ward off pests on their own anymore. Pesticides kill soil microorganisms, therefore making it even less likely that there will be nutritional minerals in the crop. Zinc or manganese could be in the soil, but since the microbiome of the soil was chemically decimated, those minerals may not be absorbed into the plant. Plants require minerals to produce vitamins, amino acids, essential fatty acids, antioxidants, and other phytonutrients. They need nutrients to produce nutrients. They also require several nutrients to build their tissues properly. Even though NPK fertilizer optimizes yields most cheaply, plants require more than that to be perfectly healthy. The same nutrients that a plant requires to be strong and healthy are some of the same nutrients that we require to optimally build and maintain our tissues. Endnote 20. Nitrogen is necessary for chlorophyll production and for growth in the early life stages of plants. Phosphorus is primarily responsible for the growth of stems, flowers, leaves, and roots, as well as transferring energy through the plant. It also plays a role in metabolism and nutrient uptake. Potassium plays a critical role in plant respiration, water retention, and flower formation. Calcium plays a role in cell wall formation and overall plant structure, much like how it helps us build strong bones. Magnesium plays a key role in the production of growth enzymes and in photosynthesis. Magnesium is also part of the chlorophyll molecule, which is the green pigment in leaves and stems. Sulfur is important for allowing a plant to use nitrogen to produce chlorophyll, and also for supporting growth. Manganese assists with the production of growth enzymes and in metabolism. Zinc is responsible for metabolism and hormone production that prompt a plant to grow. Copper is key in the production of fruit, flowers, and seeds because it assists in cell growth. Iron is crucial for the production of chlorophyll and in moving oxygen around the plant. Boron is important in small amounts because it aids in seed production, cellular health and development, and the transport of sugars, energy, throughout the plant. All of these are essential for human life as well. Return to text. Considering all of this, our current food system produces yields that invariably have less nutrients than they should. Something magical happens here when the plant sucks up an inorganic mineral. The mineral is converted into a much smaller particle with an electric charge. These new plant-derived minerals can be called colloidal, ionic, humic, fulvic, or organic. This is the form we are optimally designed to utilize in our bodies. We have already discussed much of the intricacy of digestion, and we have seen how large particles and compounds can be problematic. It is very logical to see how a smaller particle would be more optimal for absorption, even if we leave aside the more complicated aspect of the electric charge. When you see modern grain-based foods with something like calcium on the label, you can assume that this is the larger inorganic form of the mineral. Indeed, usually calcium will be followed by another word like carbonate or citrate, which shows that these are calcium compounds. Grain-based foods are fortified with extra nutrients in part because we had already recognized over 100 years ago that nutrient deficiencies in people consuming modern processed foods was a big problem. This is only one part of the problem. The next is the actual recipes that these grains are used in. In pre-industrial times, breads and other flour-based foods hardly resembled what they are now. Most of these foods are now just flour and sugar, with maybe an egg involved, and that's if you make it yourself. If you buy a flour food in a package, it will also likely contain processed oils and other ingredients that we would call junk. Processed oils are also on our bad list, but that will be covered later. Flours of old were not just grains. Grain flour was hard to make. Wheat and other grains were difficult to grow and cultivate, and without modern yield maximization, most people had their flour intake limited by the land they could farm. No one could grow enough wheat to have cookies every day. But in the modern world, even a homeless person begging for coins can eat sugary flour foods 3 times a day. Flour also had to be milled, which means crushed into tiny pieces. This was hard to do. Grains are tough. An old mill could be set up on a river, with the waters turning a gear that would grind the grain. This type of setup was complicated and relatively expensive compared to more primitive methods, and a single watermill would sometimes serve the milling needs of an entire township. More primitive methods include pounding it by hand, which is definitely the most laborious, or using a draft animal like a donkey or ox, which would walk around in circles as it moved a grinding stone via a gear system. Just imagine having to manually grind all the flour you consume, and you can easily see how using less grain would probably be an automatic consequence of having to work so hard for the flour. To make up for the difficulty of farming, harvesting, and milling grains, people all over the world used other ingredients to fill up the flour recipes. The natural lifestyle provides at least 2 key ingredients for this filler, and both are completely absent from today's food system and grain-based foods. The first ingredient is illustrated by the famous fable Jack and the Beanstalk. Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Primitive people ate entire animals, snout to tail. They ate the organs and the muscle, as well as the joints and the bones. Many cultures make soups, stews, and puddings from the blood. In the Philippines, blood stew, or dinuguan, is commonly known as chocolate meat, as the cooked blood thickens and mixes with the meat and spices into a dark chocolate brown color. Footnote 11. This might not sound appetizing, but it's actually mind-blowingly good. Return to text. Bones and joints were boiled down into broth, which was used in most of the daily dishes, and then softened bones were ground into bone meal, sometimes called bone flour. Grinding bones is a lot of work, but pre-industrial people had to squeeze all the value out of their foods. Unlike grains, bones don't mess up our villi, and we do not require gluten or similar proteins for our health. They are not essential nutrients. But the constituent components of bones and joints are absolutely essential for human health and longevity. In addition to our bones, joints, and teeth being made of the same stuff, the calcium, which comprises around 65% of bone material, has numerous other roles in human metabolism, muscle function, and soft tissues like skin and gums. At least 200 diseases on the physician's desk reference are linked to calcium deficiency. The other major non-grain component of pre-industrial flours was ash. The damming of the million rivers did more than just take away a major source of field minerals. It also gave us abundant access to electricity. When a household is powered by electricity, it no longer requires fire for cooking and heating, and thus there are no ashes left over as a byproduct. Primitive homesteads would burn wood, grass, manure, excess crop material like grain stalks and leaves, and if they lived by the sea, they would burn seaweeds and mosses. When the carbon is burned off, what is left is plant-derived minerals. Both bones and ash were natural, mineral-rich byproducts of the primitive lifestyles, and they were both major components of grain-based recipes. Ash would also most likely have been added to the bone meal. After being softened with boiling, ground, and dried, people would have noticed that they still could have a hard time digesting raw bone meal. Ash was added into practically everything in a primitive kitchen. Salt was so valuable that it was cut with ash, with up to 10 parts ash to 1 part salt. This is comparable to garlic salt or some other herbal cooking salt sold at the grocery store. Ash would be added into anything that would require flour today. A stew is simply a soup that is thickened. Today a chef would mix flour into cooking fat like butter, ghee, clarified butter, or duck fat together in a bowl and thicken the soup or stock with that mixture. This is called a roux. A primitive person would have a lot of ash and not a lot of grain flour. So the old bread recipe would not call for 1 cup of flour. It would more likely be 1/3 cup of flour, 1/3 cup of bone meal, 1/3 cup of culinary fine white ash. The grain flour itself would be more nutritious because it was grown on healthier soils, and on top of all of this, other ingredients such as dried fruit, herbs, vegetables, eggs, and even meat would be common inclusions in practically everything that would be made with flour. I haven't even mentioned actual sugar yet. These old recipes would hardly require sugar. Grains themselves barely have a taste, and would be completely inedible if it weren't for the milling and cooking. But ash has a taste, which is why it was used as a condiment. Without the other ingredients in a primitive or modern recipe, no one would eat bread. Without the healthier and tastier ingredients like ash and herbs and fruit, now we need sugar. Of course, before commercially available sugar, our homestead and small community sugar would also require farming, harvesting, and milling, and that is one reason why people used less of it in the past. They made jams from berries and collected honey and syrup, and these could be used in breads and cookies and other dishes. There is a period in the standard version of human history and evolution that is called the Great Leap Forward. This is a time when we humans supposedly got a lot smarter very quickly. Several theorists believe that this was because of the use of fire. There are many parts to this theory, but one of them is that this allowed us to eat things that were previously not digestible, like roots and grains. No one eats raw potatoes or rye. In essence, theorists who ascribe to this version of the Great Leap Forward theory believe that this jump in intelligence has to do with the foods we were now eating. The problem is, the longest-lived populations and individuals on Earth have very little in common in the way they eat. Some are pig farmers, some are swamp dwellers in the Gulf of Mexico, some are modern French ladies. The Hunza people in the mountains of Pakistan eat very differently from the seaside people of Okinawa, Japan. Both populations live long and healthy lives on completely different diets. This is because food is not the most important factor. As long as their digestion is working fine and they are getting plenty of micronutrients, it doesn't really matter what specific foods they eat. Many people avoid eating pig, and by this explanation, this is fine. Avoiding 1 or 2 types of meat or a handful of vegetables is no big deal. You don't have to eat any specific type of fruit. There is no fruit that grows everywhere, and yet long-lived people are scattered all over the world. I believe that this great leap would have been facilitated by the availability of plant-derived minerals in the form of ash. It wasn't that we could now cook and eat new foods, it was that we now had ashes at our campsites. All minerals are not going to be in all soils, but people who are burning things from a wide area will invariably have a wider variety of minerals in the ashes. Some of these will be trace minerals, and some will hopefully be super trace minerals called rare earth minerals. They're called that because they're rare in most Earth. Many people have now heard of rare earth minerals because of their use in modern technologies. Much of what makes our modern technology and materials powerful, resilient, and functional are because of the unique properties of exotic minerals, many of which are also essential for humans. Cobalt is used in superalloys, jet turbines, and rechargeable batteries. In human nutrition, cobalt is part of the B12 molecule, which is why B12 is called cobalamin. All cells require B12, and therefore they all require cobalt. The same material that is used in rechargeable batteries is also required for our cellular machines to continue running and regenerating. Lithium is also used in batteries and is on our list of essential minerals. Lithium is commonly known as a drug because it is used as part of an antidepressant formula. To us, we say that it is part of the recipe for a healthy mood and energy. Again, it's used to store energy in technology, and we get depressed without it. We could go on with a list of minerals you probably haven't heard of, performing functions in technology that I don't understand. But the point is that these exotic and rare earth elements are in large part the reason why our technology is smart. We believe that these minerals are also the reason we are smart, and why we live so much longer than anatomically comparable species like dogs, pigs, and other apes. As our technology has improved, we use more and more of these elements in our industrial production, and we rely on the resulting products heavily. In this view, one reason our technology continues to improve and our human populations continue to deteriorate is largely because of the fact that we put these elements into our phones, but not into our bodies. The nutrients required to use insulin are also trace minerals that we need in very small amounts. The two trace minerals in this case are chromium and vanadium. Chromium, along with other nutrients, makes glucose tolerance factor, which is basically a cofactor for the metabolization of insulin and carbohydrates. Periodically over the decades, it has been widely publicized that chromium supplementation in animals is part of the reason we have conquered diabetes in animals. After such publicity, blood chromium levels tend to increase in the population studied. They heard that it works in animals, so they go out and they buy it themselves. If you have a blood sugar problem, then it is wise to further increase chromium and its partner vanadium. Our general products contain all 90 essential nutrients, but we also have blood sugar support products, which increase chromium and vanadium beyond the basic amounts that are in our recommended daily products. We don't expect the blood sugar support product to work on its own, because of the many cofactors for these two nutrients. Most people do not need this extra boost, and their symptoms tend to disappear with the basic full-spectrum supplementation. Vanadium is required in smaller amounts than chromium, but it is also more rare. Deficiencies in chromium and vanadium are the root cause of type 2 diabetes and the other blood sugar problems. Remember that type 2 diabetics and people with any other symptom of a blood sugar problem are not lacking in insulin. This is why. They are producing insulin, but they are lacking chromium, vanadium, and likely a spread of other nutrient cofactors that are required to use insulin. Vanadium stimulates the oxidation of glucose, which is a required part of the process when glucose is used. Oxidation is usually considered a bad thing, but oxidation is part of metabolism. Anytime energy is expended, some oxidation occurs. Glucose is fuel, and it is oxidized as it is being burned in the engine of the cell. So we need vanadium to actually burn the glucose in the cell and get the energy from it. In addition, vanadium makes the cell membrane receptors more sensitive to insulin, thereby allowing the body to more efficiently use whatever insulin is available. Remember that insulin resistance is part of what causes diabetes, we are told. If the body is lacking in vanadium, then receptors on the cell membrane will be less sensitive to insulin, or resistant to it. Those receptors are supposed to decide what to let in or not let into the cell. And if they can't detect insulin because they lack vanadium, then the insulin isn't getting in. The small amounts of these and other trace minerals that we require are not available on our farmlands. It takes a lot of burned wood or sea moss to concentrate these trace minerals into nutritionally significant quantities. Fields are flooded with water containing mud and silt measured in tons in order to have micrograms of some trace minerals and nanograms of rare earth minerals, if they're lucky, in a food crop. We We make our plant-derived mineral supplement from humic shale, which is ancient desiccated plant material. It takes 78 pounds of shale, ground up, filtered, added to water, and then diluted to the human tolerance level to make 1 quart of a liquid product that is supposed to last 32 days for 100 pounds of body weight. 78 pounds of raw material for 100 pounds of human body weight per month. The only possible way that primitive people could get the quantity and variety of minerals they required to continue in this great leap forward of human development is with a combination of the strategies in this chapter. They do have many pounds of concentrated plant material in the form of ash, and they do add many pounds of raw mineral material to their growing fields. This book is about simple strategies to improve your health, and this whole chapter illustrates why it is not at all practical to try to get all the essential nutrients in food alone, or by going out and burning a bunch of stuff to eat the ashes. You cannot grow everything you need, and you probably don't have access to enough trees or seaweed to burn it for ash. The people who use ash have it as a byproduct of their lifestyles. That's not our lifestyle. It's not practical, and for most people it is not even possible to attempt to do all of the things that primitive people do to get their nutrients. You'll burn your food processor out quickly trying to grind up bones. We do recommend making bone broths and soups, but that alone is not enough to get the required calcium and other bone and joint nutrients. When it comes to ashes and field irrigation, you're going to be spending quite literally all of your time living an Amish-style life of farming and cutting wood, and you'll probably still end up short on some minerals. This is again because all of the trace and rare earth minerals are not spread evenly across the earth. You have to be lucky to be in a place that has them available, and then you have to pile a lot of it up before those quantities are enough to end up in your brain or liver. Understanding how primitive people got their nutrients is very important to understanding the simple solution: supplements. A lot of people don't like the idea of supplements because they seem unnatural, and it is true that many products use many things that are quite unnatural. But the natural version of the recipe, as we've seen, is an entire lifestyle, and not an easy or glamorous one. It simply can't be done in a city or suburb, and if you attempt it out in the forest, you better have help, and you better live in a place with all the minerals. There is one more major component of the natural lifestyle that is relevant to understanding why modern food is so different. In addition to irrigating farmland with mineral-rich water, pre-industrial people would also compost heavily. Everything that was not eaten by the humans or the pigs or the dogs would go into a compost heap. These piles of organic material could be bigger than the family home. Whatever bones were not ground up would go into the heap, as well as eggshells, excess crop material, the black ash that was not considered edible, human and animal manure, and yard waste like leaves. This created a highly nutrient-dense material that was used as topsoil. After the floods, people would till the soil, mixing in the new minerals and adding this rich organic compost on top. In places that were not on a floodplain, such as islands, this compost was an even more important part of the growing cycle. I hope with this brief explanation you will never look at grain-based foods the same. What we eat now is entirely different from the same named foods in the past. Meat is still meat, carrot is still carrot, but bread is definitely not still bread. And all of these foods will have less nutritional value than they would have if they were grown or raised on healthier soils without pesticides. Having said all of this, our very first food recommendation for anyone, particularly anyone with a blood sugar problem, is to completely abstain from most or all grains. Some grains are far less problematic than those containing gluten and similar proteins. Rice, buckwheat, which is not wheat at all, teff, millet, amaranth, sorghum, and corn are all okay. Though I do recommend that any grains you consume be labeled organic so that they have been grown without pesticides. The pesticide thing is more of a precaution, and it will make no difference to your blood sugar. Wheat, barley, rye, oats, and quinoa are on my definitely, completely abstain list. Wheat, barley, and rye are the primary gluten-containing grains, and these will have two main negative effects on the body. Since these grains are extremely difficult or impossible to fully break down in the stomach, these undigested proteins can be a big problem if they are absorbed into the blood. and whether they are absorbed or not, I expect them to physically damage the delicate villi. Over time, this damage turns the villi into scar tissue, dramatically lowering the absorption capacity of the intestines. Oats are on the list for this same reason. You cannot break down oats properly, leading to intestinal damage or dirty blood, or both. Oats are technically gluten-free, but they are just as problematic, if not more problematic, than the gluten grains. I like to say oats are for goats, because goats and other ruminant animals have 4 stomachs, allowing them to actually break down these proteins and digest them properly. Other animals like a horse or elephant only have 1 stomach like us, but it is much larger than ours, as are their intestines, and in any case, they don't fully digest much of their food, which means that they have to eat much more of it. People ask all the time why a horse can eat grains but we can't, and their extended digestive system is only one part of the equation. Another consideration is that we humans live much longer than most animals. A very old horse, 25 to 30 years old, is still a rather young human. If a horse's intestines are damaged from gluten at the age of 25, the horse has already reached its maximum genetic capacity, or close to it, and so this doesn't really matter. But a 25-year-old human still has a lot of living left, and they require their intestines to be functional in order for their body to function properly for the rest of those years. In addition to this physical problem with grains, there is the problem of gluten intolerance. We like to describe gluten intolerance as the equivalent of a poison ivy rash on the inside. Poison ivy, poison oak, or any similar irritant causes a pseudo-allergic reaction that is called contact dermatitis. Footnote 13. True allergies are anaphylactic, which is a severe, life-threatening reaction. True allergies require an EpiPen, which is an injection of the hormone epinephrine, more commonly known as adrenaline. Return to text. Gluten and similar proteins can cause this on the inside, which is called contact enteritis, or more simply, internal inflammation, caused by contact with an irritant. The villi are there to expand the surface area, but when the irritants cause this inflammation, the villi swell up and have less surface area to do their job of absorption. It is wise to simply assume that you are gluten intolerant. We advise people to pretend that they are a celiac, someone very sensitive to gluten, and avoid all foods that a celiac would avoid. Remember that the grains your grandmother ate are not the ones on the shelf today. The plants today are less healthy, containing less overall protein, less vitamins and minerals, and there is much more of the grain ingredients in modern recipes relative to older recipes. Even though the grains of today have about as much gluten as the ancient versions, they have less of the good stuff that is supposed to be in the plant. And recipes including gluten have less or none of the other filler such as bone and ash, which reduce the overall quantity of gluten in an old bread or noodle. It takes time for the intestines to heal from years or decades of damage, but they can indeed heal. 2 foods I do recommend for accelerating the internal healing are bone broth and aloe. You don't have to use both, but I would pick one and use it steadily for at least 3 months. Aloe has a soothing effect on the digestive system, as does bone broth, but the broth also has the connective tissue components that the intestines are made of. Quinoa might seem out of place on my definitely not list, but it is there for good reason. When we tell people to pretend they are celiac, they will see quinoa on internet lists of permissible grains. I know from experience that this can still be a problem. Many people tell me that they are completely gluten-free, but on further investigation, they have replaced many of their grain-based dishes with quinoa and are still showing signs of gluten intolerance. In other words, as long as they are eating quinoa, they cannot seem to heal. If they're not improving, there is still a problem, and since this happens so many times, I have banned quinoa for my clients. I do not see this problem with rice, teff, corn, or others on my OK list. After you have completely reset your digestion and have improved significantly over a period of at least 3 months, you can have a small bit of quinoa now and then if you absolutely must. You can see if you have a direct reaction to it with a simple pulse test. Do not eat for 24 hours, then eat only the suspect food. Take your pulse a few minutes before eating it, during, a few minutes after, and about an hour after. Write down the numbers, and if the pulse spikes significantly after eating the food, your body does not like it. You can try the pulse test again in a couple of months, after even more internal healing has taken place, and there is a chance that the food is no longer a problem for you. You can do this for any food you suspect is aggravating your system. This is essentially a simpler version of the elimination diet. The above paragraph only counts for whole grain quinoa. I do not ever recommend eating gluten-free products that use quinoa flour. When grains were milled with a stone, they were invariably much bigger pieces than the finely ground powders we get today by heavy equipment milling. Smaller particles have more surface area. Remember that our intestines are lined with villi and microvilli to expand surface area for absorption, which is a good thing. When bigger gluten particles passed through the intestine, there was less chance that they would be absorbed into the blood, and there was less surface area on each particle, so there was less area to contact the villi and cause the contact enteritis, or inflammation of the villi. Modern flours are much more finely ground, and therefore have much more surface area to irritate the guts. Footnote 14. A similar concept applies to concrete. When finely ground aggregate, like sand or ground limestone, is used, the end concrete is much stronger than it would be if the aggregate were made of larger pebbles. You can often see large rocks in concrete road barriers and other blocks that do not need to be very strong, but the aggregate used in large buildings and bridges are going to be finely ground. Return to text. If you have already been reading about blood sugar from other sources, you might have been surprised to see that I consider rice okay. It is a high glycemic food, which means that it is a food that the body rapidly converts into blood sugar, glucose. Glucose is what your cells eat. Your body will digest proteins, fats, and carbs and turn them all into glucose to feed the cells. Some foods convert faster than others. As a rule, carbs and sugars convert to glucose faster than fats and proteins. The energy you get from carbs and sugars is also spent faster than with protein and fat. So, high glycemic food causes blood sugar to rise rapidly and fall rapidly. Eating a mix of high and low glycemic food is not a problem for a healthy person. When the body is properly nourished and the digestive system is clean, there is enough nutrients for insulin to do its job, and both the spike and the crash should be hardly noticeable. This is especially true if the high glycemic rice is eaten with low glycemic chicken and steamed green vegetables, or high glycemic dried dates with low glycemic butter. Adding the protein or fat reduces much of the problem of high glycemic foods, assuming that the portion sizes of the carbs are reasonable. Blood sugar problems are not entirely a glucose problem, and we have reached a point in the book here where this should actually make sense. Your cells eat sugar, and so sugar is not the enemy. But we require many micronutrients to metabolize sugar. More sugar means we need more micronutrients. Fats, proteins, and carbs, including sugars, are macronutrients. These are nutrients that need to be broken down into their constituent components for digestion. Micronutrients are the constituents: vitamins, amino acids, minerals, and essential fatty acids, also called EFAs or omegas. By describing above how modern foods are different from their older versions, we have also described the gist of why our food supply is utterly deficient in micronutrients. By damming the rivers, we have prevented two major sources of dietary minerals from getting into the food: no more flooding and no more fire. And by culturally only eating the muscle of animals, we have lost our third major source of minerals: bones, joints, connective tissue, and to a lesser degree, organs. On our list of 90 essential nutrients, minerals are 60 of them, 2/3. Plants can make vitamins, amino acids, and omegas, but they cannot make minerals. If the mineral is not in the soil, then it is not in the plant. If they're not added into the hydroponic system, they're not in the hydroponically grown food. Though plants can make enzymes, those enzymes require mineral cofactors to be used in the body. Minerals are not distributed evenly across the earth. Some are abundant in some locations and scarce or completely absent in others. This is why gold and silver veins are mined. There may or may not be tiny amounts of gold in any random shovel of earth, and so it is not worth looking for it except where we know there are veins of it. Gold prospectors look for veins. Gold and silver are both essential minerals on our list, by the way, but you can think of most minerals in this way. Some minerals are abundant and they can be expected to be in practically any farm field, but most of the essential minerals are quite randomly distributed, and there are huge swaths of land that are barren of certain important minerals. My house is in a huge region called the Canadian Shield, which is practically devoid of selenium. Missing this one mineral can cause a list of full-blown diseases, some of which are quickly fatal, such as cardiomyopathy, heart attack. Even if we ignored the other 59 essential minerals, I must supplement with selenium, because I simply cannot count on it being in my food. We recommend supplementing with all of the essential nutrients, because it is excessively unlikely, basically impossible, that they are all in your food. The food system described above, with the flooding and the bones and the ash and the compost, greatly increased both the quantity and variety of minerals in the foods. Rivers that travel vast distances invariably pick up a large variety of minerals, and animals that forage, especially ones that travel great distances, will also be picking up a greater variety of minerals than those that are born, raised, and slaughtered on the same farmland. Some plants will also have a wider variety of minerals in them because of larger, older root systems. Trees and vines are harvested for years and decades, and so these plants will have much deeper root systems, which can be in contact with a greater surface area of Earth, and thus access more minerals. Deeper roots also avoid much of the chemical poisoning of the microbiome in the topsoil, whereas most of our standard food crops are planted from brand new seeds each season, and thus have shorter roots that are mostly only in the topsoil. I mentioned that an exception to the irrigation rule are people that live on islands, but actually, any seaside population is an exception because they have access to sea plants and animals. All of the minerals on the periodic table are in seawater, though most of them are in very tiny quantities. These minerals are concentrated in the tissues of things that grow and live in the sea. Each step up the food chain magnifies this concentration. Sea plants have more minerals than seawater. Creatures that eat sea plants have more minerals in turn. Creatures that eat those creatures have even more minerals, and so on. This process is called biomagnification, or bioaccumulation. Eating seafood is still not enough to get adequate minerals. As mentioned, natural seaside people also use sea material as fuel for cooking and heating fires, and this additional source of concentrated plant-derived mineral ash is crucial to their nutrition. And of course, they boil and grind the bones of those creatures and compost diligently with the leftovers of both the ash and bones, as well as shells. Minerals are used in both the structure and function of our bodies, meaning we are made partly of minerals, and minerals are used as reactive agents or cofactors for the daily operations of our bodies. Enzymes are cofactors for the digestion of food material, and minerals and vitamins can be cofactors for a huge list of functions in the body, including those enzymatic reactions. This is a good time to bring obesity into the conversation. Obesity is correlated with blood sugar problems, but not always. Skinny people can have diabetes and behavioral problems and so on. So what is the real connection? The real connection is mineral deficiency. At its core, type 2 diabetes is a mineral deficiency. As mentioned, there are two key minerals involved, and they have at least 23 direct nutrient cofactors in the metabolization of sugars. Those nutrients are needed for insulin to get glucose into the cell and burn it. Many of the essential minerals, especially the trace minerals like chromium and vanadium, are catastrophically deficient in our foods, and it is highly unlikely that you are missing only the ones specifically required for sugar and insulin metabolism. Though the type 1 defect is about missing insulin rather than insulin resistance, the defect itself will have been caused by nutrient deficiencies, including trace minerals. Obesity is also caused by mineral deficiency, except that it could be practically any of the minerals that are missing. All mineral deficiencies will produce a craving, because the body is smart and it is telling you to feed it. In the modern world, we make the mistake of feeding our bodies food, without also giving it adequate micronutrients, especially minerals. When animals are low on minerals, they will chew non-food things, such as wood, leather, horns, bones, and practically anything else that might contain some minerals. In animals, this behavior is called cribbing, and it is a symptom of a problem called pica. We call this problem the munchies in humans, and it is not recognized as a nutritional problem. It is simply recognized as hunger. Pica is stopped in animals by giving them more minerals in the form of bone meal and or a trace mineral salt block. The behavior stops within days. Humans have been told that obesity is a disease, yet it is merely a symptom of the real problem, which is mineral deficiency. Notice how in animals the behavior itself, cribbing, is not considered the problem. It is recognized as a symptom of the problem of pica. If the cribbing person chooses not to eat things that contain calories, such as clay or kitty litter or paint chips or light bulbs, then they will not gain weight. If the cribbing person chooses practically any food to nibble on, they will invariably gain weight. In simple English, they will remain hungry and they will continue to eat. This is because the food itself is still largely devoid of minerals, and the food itself requires even more nutrients to digest, therefore further exacerbating the nutrient deficiency. Many nutrients are required for a healthy metabolism, and it is simply a fool's errand to expect to find them in food. Those primitive people that do the irrigation and wood ash thing, they don't have blood sugar problems on their list of concerns. They expect to die in their sleep in very old age, not battle with diabetes or cancer or become debilitated from arthritis. They don't have those chronic and degenerative problems because they get plenty of micronutrients in their food. It's not because of the food that they're healthy, but because they put those nutrients in there. That's why we don't really have a recommended food list. We have an avoid list because those foods screw up the body, but you can get macronutrients from a huge variety of foods. Protein itself, in the general sense, is essential. But what is really essential are 12 of the amino acids that make up proteins. The other amino acids used in our body can be made by the body itself, but these 12 we must get from food. And if we are lacking any of them, we get a group of symptoms called a disease, named after that deficiency. We require amino acids, but they can come from a variety of proteins, which can come from a variety of foods. We recommend consuming a lot of cholesterol, especially if you are trying to repair something fatty like a brain or nervous system or hormone system. We recommend cholesterol, but you don't have to eat any one specific source of it. In a chapter about food, we have mostly talked about nutrients, and that is because nutrients are the important parts of foods. The only things you really need to understand about foods are which ones mess us up, and that no diet can give us all our nutrients. If we provide ourselves with all of the essential nutrients in supplement form, then any nutrients that are in foods are a bonus. It would be irresponsible to recommend you a list of foods to try to add up the nutrients. Not only would this be expensive and impractical, but also physically impossible to guarantee that all the minerals are in the food. As mentioned in the digestive chapter, eating too much food in general is a big problem in our society, as too much food can cause a digestive problem. I see so many people trying to eat healthy and get all the nutrients in foods, and they end up with an enormous shopping list and a good portion of their day dedicated to attempting to eat it all. If you rummage around the internet or health conventions or markets, you will accumulate a staggering list of foods and herbs and roots and so on that are said to help with blood sugar. All of the people promoting foods or medicines alone are missing the point that insulin metabolism requires minerals. It doesn't require broccoli or cinnamon, even though those things are good and can help. They don't fix the problem because diabetes isn't caused by a cinnamon deficiency. The point here is that you can almost eat whatever foods you like, as long as they are not on our list of bad foods. Your portions are reasonable, your excess sugar is minimized, and your micronutrients are being consumed. Getting back to obesity, it does not really matter to us what diet they choose, as long as they avoid the bad foods, especially gluten. We fatten up livestock with grains, and humans who eat carbs and sugars in large amounts will also tend to gain weight quite easily. If you eat enough of any food with any calories, it can cause weight gain. An all-meat and dairy diet may not have carbohydrates, but eat enough of it and you will still most likely gain weight. In this explanation, obesity is not caused by eating too much and a lack of exercise. Eating too much is a symptom of hunger, which is a symptom of mineral deficiency. The mainstream medical world comes out every year now with new studies showing that exercise tends not to do anything to help people lose weight. Yet the standard advice from the average doctor is still to exercise more and eat less. All the time we encounter severely overweight people who have starved themselves for extended periods of time, and yet failed to lose any appreciable weight. This is because it is not a simple 1 + 1 equation that more food equals more weight and less food equals less weight. Someone with a healthy metabolism can eat more food than the doctor would recommend, and yet not gain any weight. I am one of them. My wife tries to fatten me up with double the amount of food that I would normally consume on my own, and it does nothing. Since our menu does not include gluten, there is nothing to inflame my intestines and cause malabsorption of the nutrients I require for a healthy metabolism. Someone eating gluten and experiencing malabsorption can also fail to gain any weight. They can come to us asking how to gain weight. The answer is the same for the underweight and the overweight. Supplementing with all 90 essential nutrients is the key here, though it is the key that many people simply don't want to accept. They want to believe that if they restrict themselves to salads under 1,000 calories a day that they will lose the weight, but now you know that this isn't a guarantee. Salads don't have a lot of minerals in them. If exercise and controlled eating were the cure for obesity, I'm sure that we would not have over 50% of the American population overweight. I will cover this concept more thoroughly in the chapter on fatty nutrients. But for now, you must simply understand that eating is the symptom of the problem, not the problem itself. The reason that obesity is in our blood sugar category of disease is because of the handful of micronutrients that are needed specifically to utilize insulin and metabolize sugar and carbs. Since the body takes all macronutrients and turns them into glucose to feed cells, a fundamental problem is created when we lack the nutrients required to utilize this sugar. With such a fundamental metabolic problem, obesity is one possible consequence. In severe mineral deficiency, it will not matter how much the person exercises or how little they eat. They need to give their body what it needs to run its metabolism. This means that you do not have to eat any sugar for there to be a blood sugar problem. You cannot escape sugar in the body, as the body will make it from anything. Diabetics are always told to restrict or eliminate sugar, and yet they still have diabetes, because sugar does not cause diabetes. A lack of nutrients that metabolize sugar causes type 2 diabetes. The average person wouldn't know that we humans eliminated diabetes over 60 years ago and practically every other health problem you can name in livestock, pet, and zoo animals. We didn't do this with pharmaceutical drugs or fad diets. We did it by adding sufficient micronutrients to animal feeds, including the specific trace minerals required for insulin metabolism and healthy blood sugar. Check out some labels on dog or cat food, and you will see that it has a wider variety and more robust quantity of nutrients than formulas made for human children or pregnant women. Cheap cat food probably has a lot more chromium in it than high-end baby food. We give more nutrients to our pets than we do to our babies, and as a result, our animals should not have a blood sugar problem, as long as they eat the food formulated for them, while on the other hand, it is now normal for human children to have blood sugar problems. The same people who make healthy, organic, handmade food for their families tend to do the same for their pets, and those pets will very likely develop the exact same health problems as the humans who feed them. The balance between the macro and micronutrients is basically perfect in dog food, or rat pellets, or reptile powders, and this balance is thrown off when we give these animals regular human food. Human food is deficient in micronutrients. Micronutrients are needed to metabolize macronutrients. The more macronutrients we eat, the more micronutrients we need. Sugar is one of those macronutrients, and this is why sugar is not the problem itself. Sugar is an essential nutrient, in the sense that your body will do everything it can do to produce sugar to feed the cells. If your cells do not have glucose to eat, they die. If your body cannot metabolize sugar, there will be numerous problems, which is why there are so many different symptoms and diseases in the blood sugar category, from mood problems to gangrene. This is why you do not need to avoid rice or fruits, and you actually don't need to live without treats either. We make a lot of videos about cooking and baking without the bad foods, and sometimes people are surprised that we include so many sugary treats. We do this because it is not necessary to completely avoid treats. You can put some effort in and make your favorite treat without gluten or oil, whether it is pizza or pancakes or pretzels. But the intention is not to do this every day. Most of us eat pretty repetitively. Treats are a great way to break up the monotony of efficient eating. You just need to understand that the more sugar you eat, the more nutrients you need to process it, and it is impossible to get these nutrients from food alone. Quitting sugar alone will not give you the missing nutrients, but it will lessen the existing challenge the body is facing. We do sell supplements intended to fill in the gaps, and that information is in the back of the book. But I'm also attempting to give you all of the information you need to make smart food choices first. Quantity is the main problem here. There are many estimates of how much sugar we eat now compared to 100 or 200 years ago. Everyone seems to calculate it differently, and so I've decided not to pin down a number. In any case, we get more sugar than we used to, and we consume less micronutrients than we used to. This is a problem in both directions. Lower your overall sugar intake, particularly processed sugar, and increase your micronutrients as a general rule of thumb. Like modern processed grains, processed sugar has the same basic problems. Natural sources of sugar such as honey or syrup or even milled beets or dates have plenty of other nutrients in them to balance the sugar. And of course, sugar cane and corn and most other common modern sugar sources are planted from seeds each year with small root systems that are usually drenched in pesticides. So even though the primary problem with sugar is the quantities we currently consume, sources like honey, syrup, dates, or coconuts, grown on an old tree with long roots, are much healthier choices. People always ask me if it is okay to replace the packaged sugar in their morning coffee or tea with something more natural like maple or agave syrup or honey. I always return to the quantity problem. I don't really care what type of sugar it is. The important part is that we are eating too much sugar in general and are nutrient deficient in general. I'm from Canada, and maple syrup is basically our national dish. It might as well be on the flag. I love maple syrup, but I do not consume it every day. If I choose to make some gluten-free cookies or something, I will increase my micronutrients that day. If you did nothing else but eliminate problematic grains and lowered your sugar intake, then I expect you will see a positive result with your blood sugar. But I am morally obligated to briefly explain the other bad foods on our list, for it would be silly for you to get your blood sugar under control, only to die of some other food problem that I could have told you about. I have already mentioned a connection between blood sugar and blood cholesterol. The full explanation is quite complicated, but it is worth understanding the overview. Every cell in your body has a membrane. This membrane is semi-permeable, which means that it lets some things in and prevents other things from getting in. This semi-permeability requires intelligence. It was long thought that the nucleus of the cell was the brain of the cell, but it has been shown that the nucleus can be removed entirely and the cell can still function. This is not true with the membrane. The membrane seems to be the brain of the cell, the part which takes information from the environment outside of the cell and uses that information to regulate what happens inside of the cell. We might as well call it the membrane, spelled B-R-A-I-N. Cholesterol is about 30% of the cell membrane. There is an established connection between diabetes and a hardening of the cell membrane, though there is wide disagreement on exactly why this happens. For our purposes, we must simply understand the connection. When a blood sugar problem is present, the cell membrane has probably already hardened, reducing the ability for good stuff to get in and bad stuff, waste, to get out. This is what we would call a circulation problem, and the problem seems to start in the cell first. The hardening prevents the in and out circulation of nutrients, oxygen, and waste. One of the consequences of this hardening is that blood sugar, glucose, a relatively large molecule, has trouble making it into the cell. The result is more sugar in the blood. This sounds like a cholesterol problem, membrane hardening, causing a blood sugar problem, but it is more likely that both are caused by the same dietary problems: the wrong foods in the wrong quantities and several nutrient deficiencies. When blood sugar goes up, the liver produces more cholesterol. People with type 1 diabetes who have their blood sugar under control tend to also have normal blood cholesterol and triglycerides. Our main explanation for the connection between blood sugar and blood cholesterol is not that one problem causes the other. We believe that both problems are caused by the same nutritional problems. They are different heads of the same beast. Cholesterol is both a steroid hormone as well as a physical building component for tissues. Just like sugar is not to blame for a blood sugar problem, cholesterol is not to blame for a blood cholesterol problem. There is very little connection between the amount of cholesterol you eat and how much is in your blood. Mainstream medicine knows that altering diet barely changes blood cholesterol, which is why they focus on cholesterol-lowering pharmaceuticals. If you get your blood sugar under control, your cholesterol should also be under control, because both results are achieved by the same strategies. We don't have a special recommendation for either of them. Getting healthy requires the same steps, regardless of whether the goal is to improve bone density or blood sugar or inflammation and so on. After grains, most of the rest of our list has to do with oxidation, though oxidized grains are also a problem. In textbooks, oxidation is described as a loss or gain of electrons, which results in an unstable particle. These unstable particles want to bond with other things in order to stabilize themselves. This causes tissue damage when they try to bond with our tissues. These problematic compounds can go by many names, such as trans fatty acids, heterocyclic amines, or acrylamide. But for simplicity, I refer to them all as free radicals. Free oxygen radicals. Our body is able to mitigate free radicals in reasonable quantities. The nutrients that are used to mitigate the oxidative damage caused by free radicals are called antioxidants. The technical explanation of oxidation can be much more complicated, but I describe it as what happens when things break down in nature, or when energy is expended. When they break down, they become unstable. Chemists will probably not appreciate my simplicity here, but this explanation is sufficient when talking about nutritional oxidation. Oxidation is not purely a bad thing. As with most things in life, there is a required balance. Our bodies must break apart glucose using oxidation to use the energy in the sugar, similar to the way we must break apart wood with fire in order to use the heat energy stored in the bonds of the organic tissue. Fire breaks apart the bonds that hold together an organic or carbon-containing compound, leaving only the heavy minerals behind as ash. Organic compounds like trees and sugar are made mostly from carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, and of course it is the gaseous oxygen and hydrogen that is fuel for the fire, once liberated from their bonds in the plant or animal or oil or coal tissue. The oxidation of glucose in the cell is like the burning of gasoline in a car engine, and in both cases free radicals are produced. We cannot escape oxidation any more than we can escape sugar, but the body cannot handle too much oxidation at a time. We have all heard that antioxidants are good for us, and this is why. Free radicals are unstable and they damage our cells, and antioxidants neutralize or eliminate these particles. Several of the essential nutrients are themselves antioxidants, such as vitamin A, C, and E, and minerals like zinc and selenium. There are countless other antioxidants in foods that are not essential nutrients. A nutrient is technically essential if we cannot make it ourselves and we get a disease without it. This is true for the above vitamins and minerals, but it is not true for common antioxidants such as resveratrol in grapes or curcumin in turmeric. Resveratrol and curcumin do neutralize free radicals, but we do not require either of them to build our tissues or run our metabolism. They are not cofactors for body processes. We do not get a disease if we are missing these nutrients, and we can choose to consume any antioxidants without requiring any specific one, except those that are also essential nutrients. You can see oxidation yourself if you cut an apple in half and leave it on your counter for a few minutes. When exposed to oxygen, the meat of the fruit will begin to turn brown, and that is the oils in the tissues oxidizing. There are oils in all tissues in nature, but they are protected from oxygen, and thus protected from oxidation, by the skin, peel, or shell of the living fruit, leaf, animal, etc. Some tissues take longer to oxidize than others. As a general rule, plant tissues oxidize faster than animal tissues. This is why you can leave a stick of butter on your table for weeks without concern of oxidation. Refrigeration slows the process even further, because oxidation occurs faster with more heat. Heat and time are the primary factors in oxidation. For this reason, in general, fresh is best. This is why liquid oils are on our bad list. This includes all cooking oils, all processed foods with oil on the label, and all supplemental oils that are not protected from oxidation. We do sell oil capsules as supplements, but they are injected with nitrogen to prevent oxygen from getting into the capsule. This process is expensive and most companies do not do it. And even with this added protection, too much time or heat will still oxidize the oils. I realize that removing all oils from the diet can be shocking for most people who are used to modern cooking and processed foods, but we have you covered. We have released a cookbook and have set up social media accounts to help you cook without any of the bad foods mentioned here. You can even message or email us for any cooking advice. Your grandmother probably didn't cook with oils, but if she did, her grandmother definitely did not. Cooking with oils is a very new thing, and though I don't want to get into the politics of how the idea that animal fats were bad for us became popular, we do need to understand that this idea has more to do with marketing than with any sort of fact. Until marketing campaigns in the 20th century, people primarily used animal fats for cooking, such as butter, ghee, or lard. You can also cook with water or vinegar, or bake with nothing as a base, or a base of salt. People ask me all the time, but what about olive oil or coconut oil? My response is that it is fine to consume olive oil if you make it yourself, without heat. Do not cook with it, and consume it quickly. My wife is Middle Eastern, and she huffed and puffed about eliminating olive oil, and though I told her that she can make it herself, apparently she can live without it, because I have never seen her grind any olives in our food processor. I love olives, but not olive oil from a store, even if it is cold pressed. The time involved from processing to plate practically guarantees that it is oxidized, as it is sitting in a jar with oxygen for long periods of time. Coconut oil is supposed to be one of the most robust plant oils, able to withstand much more heat than the average seed or vegetable oil. But again, even when it is supposedly cold pressed, time, heat, solvents, and other dubious practices put this oil firmly on our never list, unless you make it yourself, which is much more difficult than using olives. Once again, coconuts are great, especially the fresh coconut meat and water, just not the oil. Footnote 16. You can oil pull. Swish it in your mouth for several minutes to clean the mouth. Just don't swallow it. Return to text. Any food deep fried or stir fried with oil is automatically on the bad list. All of these foods are introducing quantities of free radicals that we simply cannot mitigate. Also in this category are the skins of baked potatoes and red meat steaks that are pan cooked beyond medium rare using high heat. That's very specific but important. Steaks need to be cooked with high heat to taste good and be easy to chew and digest. But other forms of cooking with different cuts of meat are less problematic because of lower temperatures. Boiled, stewed, or baked meat is fine, as long as it is done at low temperature. Boiling does not go beyond 100 degrees Celsius. Problematic free radical compounds are formed any time that red meat is cooked, but the medium rare limit keeps the quantity to a reasonable level. These compounds will also be in any burned animal fats and any charred foods. Processed meats are on our bad list, though the reason is slightly different. Processed meats we define as anything using a nitrate or nitrite as a preservative, and it is pretty much unanimously agreed in the mainstream and alternative health worlds that these foods are specifically bad for contributing to colorectal cancers, or growths in the large intestine, prostate, rectum, or urinary tract. In the kindergarten explanation, I would also call this a result of free radical damage, because the constant bombardment of free radicals from modern foods increases the demands of the very important antioxidant nutrients like selenium, vitamins A, C, and E. Since those nutrients are busy cleaning up damage from food, they are not available to support the immune system or support glands like the prostate, liver, or thyroid. Nutrients are already deficient in general in our food systems, and that same food increases the need for the nutrients it is deficient in. Without those nutrients, we can develop growths anywhere in the body, from cysts close to the surface to an enlarged prostate or inflamed tonsils. The problem can become so bad that it is called a cancer, when this growth or cell division is out of control. Everyone knows that cancer is a problem of cell division, but few people emphasize the two main reasons that these food problems contribute to this. The first is random damage from free radicals. Free radicals damage cells, and in the middle of the cell is the nucleus, which contains the DNA. The DNA replicates itself, but if it is damaged in certain areas, it can have permanent dysfunction in replication. This is only one aspect of cancer. Cancer will always have multiple contributors. People say that sugar feeds cancer, and that is true insofar as too much sugar without enough nutrients causes all kinds of problems in the body. Too much sugar contributes to the type of internal environment that promotes the growth of bad bacteria, candida, fungus, viruses, as well as cysts and growth and cell starvation via the hardening of the cell membrane. But DNA can also be damaged directly by free radicals. The regular diet is loaded with free radicals, and so the chances of DNA being damaged in just the right spot only increases with time. The second reason that these food problems can contribute to cancer is because several essential nutrients are required for cell division in general. If the body is deficient and overburdened with bad foods, problems are guaranteed in the short term, and eventually bigger problems like growths and clogged arteries will appear. Once again, doing the things that you would need to do to improve blood sugar should also protect from the larger, cumulative health problems later, like cancer and cardiovascular disease. I know that people with serious chronic diseases are very likely to have a blood sugar problem, not because one problem causes the other, but because the same food and nutrient problems cause multiple symptoms, and these only increase and accumulate with time, unless the diet and nutrients are corrected. Back to processed meats, there is a growing trend promoting nitrate or nitrite-free meat that uses a celery ingredient instead. But when heated, which occurs in processing, whether it is stated on the label or not, celery basically turns into a nitrate, so you should avoid all meats containing celery as well. I hope this list was not overwhelming. It is rather simple when you look at it in point form. Wheat, barley, rye, oats, quinoa, oils, deep-fried food, well-done red meat if using high heat, burned fats or anything charred, processed meats, using nitrates, nitrites, or celery, and baked potato skins. With the free radical explanation on the table, we can now finish up the discussion of cholesterol. This damage to our tissues happens first in the veins, because food components are absorbed into the blood, and this is where the chemical attack happens. When the linings of the veins are attacked, cholesterol is called in to plaster over the damaged areas, like drywall putty covering up a hole in the wall. So don't blame the cholesterol for clogging arteries. Blame free radicals. Proof of this concept is the fact that carnivore animals do not have the vascular problems we call arteriosclerosis, which is the hardening of artery walls, or atherosclerosis, the buildup of fats on the artery walls, or clogged arteries. Meat-eating animals basically never have this problem, but herbivores do, especially those that are fed grains and other foods that easily oxidize. At this point, we can now understand why peripheral neuropathy is strongly associated with diabetes. Peripheral neuropathy can also be called peripheral artery disease. The medical world tends to say that diabetes causes peripheral neuropathy, but once again, we believe that these are both caused by the same food and nutrient problems. Peripheral neuropathy is usually described as a problem with nerves beyond, on the periphery of, the central nervous system, which is the brain and spinal cord. We prefer to describe it as a vascular problem, or a circulation problem, because blocked veins have reduced circulation. And the problem is primarily in the small veins of the body. When you have a vascular problem in larger veins, they will have a different name for it, probably coronary heart disease or atherosclerosis. I have described how a blood sugar problem corresponds with a hardening of the cell membrane, which is a circulation problem at the cellular level, and we have talked about free radicals damaging the inner linings of veins, where cholesterol is brought in to plug up those damaged tissues. Since large veins are harder to clog up than small veins, this circulation issue and vascular damage shows up first in the small veins, eyes, explaining blindness and generally impaired sight in diabetics, toes and feet, fingers and hands, ears, and so on. To me, this perfectly explains why people with blood sugar problems have rampant circulation problems, and why amputation is among the greatest fears of diabetics. People with low blood sugar tend to tell me that they have ongoing issues with cold extremities, usually hands, feet, and ears. People with high blood sugar tend to tell me that they experience numbness in these same areas. These are both potential effects of a circulation problem. By this same token, people with low blood sugar tend to have a hard time staying warm, and people with high blood sugar tend to be too warm, practically all of the time. This should also be easily understood at this point. Cells burn sugar as fuel, and a lack of sugar in the cell should logically equal a cold cell. An analogy for high blood sugar might be too much fuel in the fireplace. Even without the required minerals to properly utilize the insulin and the sugar, leading to numerous problems in the body, there is still enough sugar floating around to be hot. Sugar is a hot molecule in general, and it burns very hot, and even if it doesn't make it into the cellular furnace, it will dissipate its heat eventually as it roams around the body. The body should be able to regulate its temperature naturally, but when fundamental processes are off, due to circulation problems and nutrient deficiencies or imbalances, the body's ability to adjust the thermostat can be affected. Sugar is not only hot, it is also acidic. Minor fluctuations in anything in the blood affect the human quickly and usually dramatically. Fluctuations in blood pH can be life-threatening. Additionally, much of the health world now recognizes that alkalinity is an important factor in health. People argue about how to become alkaline, but there is very little disagreement that being slightly alkaline is ideal. Many people even say that cancer cannot live in an alkaline environment. Having something acidic in excess in the blood is logically a bad thing if we are trying to be alkaline. The mainstream medical world does not know how to deal with circulation issues, so when a diabetic is developing gangrene in their feet or hands, amputating the limb is practically their only known option. Remember that veins start out large at the heart and get smaller and smaller as they branch out to connect with every living cell in the body. Gangrene is essentially a suffocated tissue, cut off from normal blood circulation, unable to feed on the sugars and nutrients delivered by the blood, and unable to get rid of cellular waste. According to kidney.org, almost all patients with type 1 diabetes develop some evidence of functional change in the kidneys within 2 to 5 years of the diagnosis. About 30 to 40% progress to more serious kidney disease, usually within about 10 to 30 years. They also say that about 10 to 40% of the people with type 2 diabetes will eventually develop end-stage kidney failure, requiring treatment to maintain life. Treatment in this case will likely mean pharmaceutical blood thinners, diuretics, and dialysis. The kidneys are full of very tiny veins. I hope it is abundantly clear why the circulation problem described above could easily affect the kidneys before symptoms are noticed in parts of the body with larger veins. To us, most people on dialysis do not have a kidney problem. They have a circulation problem, which shows up first in the small veins like those in the kidneys. According to the American Diabetes Association, every 30 seconds a diabetic has one of their limbs amputated somewhere in the world. This tragedy is completely preventable. Later in the book, I will give you a list of free and cheap circulation exercises, which, in addition to smart food and supplement choices, practically eliminate these circulation problems. There are only a few more things to mention in the food category before we move on. We do not differentiate between good and bad cholesterol. In our view, all fats are good unless they are oxidized. This includes anything burned. All oils can oxidize and become rancid. Mainstream medicine likes to call low-density lipoprotein, or LDL, bad. But our view is that this is simply oxidized cholesterol, and neither forms of cholesterol are a useful marker for health. When you see studies comparing fat intakes of certain populations or individuals, they make no distinction between oxidized fats or healthy ones. A similar problem exists with studies about eating meats. You have just seen that 2 types of meat are on our bad list: well-done red meat cooked at high temperature, and processed meats. Studying whether people eat meat or not fails to give us useful information if we do not differentiate between good and bad meats or fats. Deep-fried chicken is much different from roasted chicken. I mentioned above that corn is fine, but it actually is on a list of bad foods that we commonly use, the 12 bad foods. Endnote 32. 1. Wheat. 2. Barley. 3. Rye. 4. Oats. 5. Corn. 6. Soy. 7. Processed meats. 8. Oil in a bottle. 9. Carbonated drinks with a meal. 10. Well-done red meat. 11. Fried food. 12. Baked skins of potatoes, yams, sweet potatoes. Return to text. This list was generated by our brother-in-arms, Dr. Peter Glidden, and it includes all of the foods mentioned above, except it also adds corn and soy. The reason is not because of these foods themselves. They are on the list because soy and corn, if not labeled organic, will have high concentrations of pesticides. Many gluten-free processed foods use non-organic corn and soy, and these should be avoided. You can have corn on the cob, or even homemade popcorn, plain with butter and salt added after popping. And even use corn flour if you want, but make sure it is organic. And don't expect it to have any nutritional value, because it is basically barren food to begin with. The exception to this is a practice used in several non-industrialized populations, which is to add ash or lime, calcium hydroxide, not the fruit. This addition of calcium-rich substances increases the nutritional value of corn greatly. If you look up how to make traditional corn recipes like tortillas of Mexico or Costa Rica, the recipe still tells you to add ash or lime. Modern food industries haven't come up with a new way to mimic the textures, tastes, or nutrient availability of this traditional food. The closest they get is by using wheat flour. In addition to substantially changing the nutritional qualities of the corn, this calcium addition is a major boost of important minerals, especially calcium. Most recipes call for a 1-to-1 ratio of corn to ash or lime. Some people are worried about soy for contributing to hormone problems. Well, sugar could also be said to be a hormone-disrupting chemical. There are many chemical threats to the body that we can defend against if we are healthy in general. I believe that a small amount of soy is fine, but it can be a problem if a lot of soy is used to make a replacement food, like a soy burger or soy meatball. Many people avoid meat and replace it with soy. The quantity of soy is the problem here. Similarly, people avoid gluten and replace it with gluten-free products in packages that are still essentially junk food because of questionable ingredients like quinoa, non-organic corn or soy, extra sugar, and oils. Both corn and soy can be consumed in moderate quantities. If your corn is mixed with ash or lime, you can eat a lot more of it without a problem. Soy sauce is not a lot of soy, but make sure that it is gluten-free because it usually has wheat in it. If you choose to avoid meat, don't switch to soy replacements. If you choose to avoid gluten for your health or to improve your blood sugar, don't just switch to packaged gluten-free snacks, especially if those snacks are made from corn or soy. I haven't even mentioned dyes or preservatives, and generally these are not my concern. If you avoid processed food in general, you will by default avoid most of your exposure to processed sugar, oils, preservatives, dyes, and other worrisome compounds. There is one more bad food on our list, but it is actually a drink, and we will cover it in the next chapter. Before we move on, I want to mention fasting, which is not eating for a period of time. I thought about giving this its own chapter, but a few paragraphs should suffice. One of the commonalities of long-lived cultures is calorie restriction. Cultures that live longest eat less food than we do in the modern world. Most of these cultures practice regular calorie restriction for the very basic reason that they are poor and don't have the ability to buy a lot of calories. They are restricted to what they can grow, hunt, and forage. In addition to this basic limit, they also tend to consciously restrict eating for certain times of the year, usually for a religious purpose. The overall result of these factors is less total food in the average week, month, and year. Less food means less damage from harmful food particles, because primitive people surely burn some of their food. Damage from free radicals produced by digestion itself, and also less nutrients used in the digestion process. Modern science has determined numerous benefits to fasting, and most of this research is being done on intermittent fasting, which is the practice of restricting eating to a 6 or 8 hour window of the day, allowing the remaining hours to focus on digesting that food and restoring tissues. Much of the research highlights specific benefits to some of the factors we have already discussed about blood sugar. Increased insulin sensitivity. Remember that insulin resistance is said to be a major factor in developing serious blood sugar problems like diabetes, so increased insulin sensitivity is a really good thing. Improved beta cell function, the cells that produce insulin in the pancreas. Reduced hunger, which is obviously a good thing for reducing overall calorie load. Facilitating weight loss, and improved health even in the absence of weight loss. There are even more remarkable documented benefits to fasting and intermittent fasting, but they are beyond this book. The point is that less food is good in general. Food requires nutrients and energy to digest and metabolize. Less food means less demands on your body to process that food. We have already discussed this regarding sugar itself. More sugar requires more nutrients. We have also covered several foods that directly damage the body. Less food overall should mean less harmful foods specifically. You can't eat any of the bad foods if you're not eating at all. Having said all of that, before you achieve healthy blood sugar, fasting may be very difficult and even dangerous. Before blood sugar is under control, fasting can cause low blood sugar. Low blood sugar can cause fainting, lightheadedness, and dizziness. All of these are acutely dangerous, especially in older or overweight people, where falling down can be a very big deal, especially if it is on the stairs or while doing a chore like gardening, with hedge trimmers for example. Before I got my blood sugar under control, I passed out often, and I have scars on my face to prove that it can be very dangerous to fall down in the wrong place at the wrong time. I say all of this because people hear about the benefits of fasting and they tend to want to jump into it. If you have a blood sugar problem, do not worry too much about fasting. Smaller, healthier, and more frequent meals is the main strategy I recommend. As your blood sugar improves, fasting should become increasingly easier. As you become healthier, especially with mineral supplementation, intermittent fasting should become quite normal. Most of us did not try to intermittent fast. It just ended up that way because we were less and less hungry as we became healthier and more nourished with micronutrients. You can try to space your meals out more and reduce the portion sizes, but if you do get lightheaded, dizzy, or very irritable, it's okay to eat something. Once healthy, most of the people that I know in this business or on our programs do not eat breakfast. Most of us eat one medium-sized meal and usually a smaller snack-sized meal as well. Some people eat 2 solid meals a day, but people who work more strenuous jobs like construction or who exercise vigorously invariably will be hungrier and probably require an extra meal. While you are working on your blood sugar, I do recommend breakfast. Protein is the best option in my opinion. Protein and fruit is even better, but the protein is more important. As mentioned, a useful strategy is to cook extra dinner and eat the leftovers for breakfast. We tend to put more effort and better ingredients into dinner than the other meals, especially for busy people or those who must leave the house for work or school early in the morning. One of the reasons we modern people adopted carbohydrate and sugar-heavy breakfasts was convenience. Convenience is rarely healthy, but it is fairly convenient to just eat the extra dinner for breakfast. If you are trying to increase the time between meals and are dealing with symptoms of low blood sugar, I recommend keeping dried fruits accessible. Dried fruits spike blood sugar faster than regular fruit, and in the case of stopping low blood sugar quickly, this is a good thing. My favorite dried fruits are dates, figs, and apricots, which tend not to have preservatives like other dried fruits. Of course, you can dry your own fruit as well. Just read labels if you are buying it and avoid preservatives and added oils. Another go-to strategy to deal with low blood sugar quickly is hydration with water and water-soluble nutrients, and this leads us nicely into the next chapter. Chapter Keys. Foods are not what they used to be because soils and recipes have changed significantly. Avoiding grains is the most important food factor to achieving healthy blood sugar. Since foods have far less nutritional value than they used to, we must make up for this with nutritional supplements. It is not practical to try to replicate primitive or natural lifestyles if we live in the modern world. Sugar is not the enemy. Too much sugar is the real problem. Fasting is generally good for metabolism, but it may not work for you until you get your blood sugar under control. Some foods will cause great damage to our bodies, and it is wise to avoid all of these if we wish to be healthy for the duration of our lives. Chapter 6. Dehydration. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that the bad drink I mentioned in the last chapter was alcohol, but it's not. Alcohol is another quantitative problem, not a fundamental problem. You can have some alcohol, even on a regular basis, and still have healthy blood sugar. The last food on our bad list is actually a category, carbonated beverages. I'm including this in the dehydration chapter because I consider anything that lowers our water-soluble nutrients or anything that increases our need for water-soluble nutrients to be described as dehydration. In my view, dehydration and low blood sugar are basically the same thing. Someone with low blood sugar will invariably have signs of chronic dehydration. I also believe high blood sugar will very likely have signs of chronic dehydration, but it is particularly obvious with low blood sugar. Dehydration in general is something I see all the time in people with pretty much every health problem you can name. Culturally, we don't consume enough water-soluble nutrients or water, and we also habitually consume many other liquids that dehydrate, causing us to need even more water and water-soluble nutrients to replenish. Carbonated drinks are a weird one on the list because some are much worse than others. But if you apply the general rule of no carbonation ever, you will save yourself from all of the complications involved. Carbonation will in no way help you get control of your blood sugar. Some people think that because carbonation is acidic, it actually acidifies the stomach. But it is actually less acidic than stomach acid, and in this case the chemistry is complicated, but the gist is that carbonation actually makes stomach acid less acidic. Endnote 37. It always hurt my brain to think about this because more acidic means lower pH. Raising pH means weaker acid. Increasing acidity means decreasing pH. I had to type it a few times even to make sure I have it right. And I've been talking about this stuff for years. Stomach acid is supposed to have a pH between 1 and 2. Carbonated water is generally around a pH of 4.5, and cola, which we call the worst of the carbonated drinks, is still less acidic than stomach acid, at a pH of around 2.6 to 2.7. Return to text. As described in the digestion chapter, stomach acidity is one of the keys to digesting food and absorbing nutrients, and this is not something we want to mess around with. The surest way to mess up the stomach acid, besides avoiding salt or taking a drug that lowers stomach acid, is to consume carbonated drinks. Salt is a water-soluble nutrient, which means that it dissolves in water. All nutrients are dissolved either in water or fat, and sometimes both. Fatty nutrients are more complicated, and they have much less to do with hydration, so we will put them aside for now. As mentioned, I consider any substance that reduces our water-soluble nutrients to be a dehydration agent. This reduction could be in the form of a reaction, as in stomach acid changing due to the presence of carbonation, or it could be a substance that accelerates the rate that we dump our water-soluble nutrients, such as caffeine or alcohol. Sometimes these are called diuretics. A diuretic substance makes us urinate more. Urine is not just water. Urine is water and water-soluble nutrients, among other things. More urination means we lose more water-soluble nutrients, as well as water. Endnote 38. There is a growing trend for people to drink their own urine, mainly to gain back the water-soluble vitamins and minerals. It is not necessary to perform this recycling. We can just consume more water-soluble vitamins and minerals. Return to text. Many of the essential nutrients are water-soluble. Salt is 2 of them, sodium and chloride, as are the bulk of the vitamins, the Bs and vitamin C. Many of our key essential minerals are also water-soluble, such as calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, and of course, sodium and chloride. You have probably heard the term electrolytes, and this word refers to the water-soluble nutrients in general. In the simplest sense, dehydration is a lack of electrolytes. As these nutrients require water to become chemically activated, water and electrolytes must be in balance. Both a lack of water and a lack of electrolytes cause dehydration. If we drink water without electrolytes, we will likely still be thirsty. Thirst is the body asking for both water and electrolytes. Think of how thirsty you become if you consume something really salty. The body is asking you for more water to balance the increased electrolytes. By the way, sugar is also water-soluble. Consuming excess sugar increases the need for water and the other electrolytes. Is it any wonder that a sugary, salty soda never seems to actually quench our thirst? Too much sugar and salt, not enough water. Keep all of this in mind in your daily life. If you drink only water all day, you are probably making yourself dehydrated. Drinking water all day may cause ravenous cravings for salty or sugary foods. The easiest way to mitigate this is to salt your liquids and foods to taste, which is again the point that you can just barely taste it. Some people might think it weird to suggest adding salt to coffee or tea or even water, but I promise that it actually makes these drinks more palatable and satisfying. Even better in the case of coffee or tea is to add salt and a fat, such as butter or heavy cream, especially if you're used to drinking your caffeine or water with sugar. Many people say that their drink without sugar isn't satisfying, but using butter instead of milk or cream should be much more enjoyable. Adding the fat and the salt should reduce the overall dehydration effect. Water or caffeinated drinks without electrolytes is boring, largely unpalatable, and generally unsatisfying. This is part of the reason we are sold such a huge variety of flavored drinks, usually flavored with water-soluble sugar and salt. It is common in many natural communities for a chunk of rock salt to always be in their cup, whatever liquid they are drinking. Juices made from fruits or vegetables are much more satisfying than water alone, and one reason is because they are loaded with electrolytes like vitamin C and potassium. We tend to wake up dehydrated because our body is always using water and the electrolytes, even when we sleep. You should be waking up thirsty. Water is only one part of what your body is asking for. My favorite morning recommendation is to start the day with some salty water, to taste, of course. If coffee or tea is the first thing you put in your body, you are keeping yourself dehydrated, and that is not a good start to the day any way you look at it. I love coffee, but I put salty water in my body before the morning coffee, and then some more salty water immediately afterward. Protein is sometimes considered to be a diuretic, particularly in excess. Endnote 39. Nitrogen is a byproduct of protein digestion, and the body responds by pulling water from other tissues to flush the nitrogen out of the system, hence the diuretic effect. Return to text. Protein is sometimes considered to be a diuretic, particularly in excess, which would seem to contradict this whole chapter. But one of the things we want to do is have our body running largely off of protein and fat rather than carbs or sugar, and we will go more into that in the next chapter. A carby or sugary breakfast will do you no favors. As mentioned, if you have a blood sugar problem, our recommendation is going to be to eat a protein-based breakfast instead of carbs or sugar. The reason that protein plus fruit is even more optimal is because fruit should also have some more of the electrolyte vitamins and minerals in it. I would go further and advise eating protein to overcome sugar cravings. Though I recommended eating more frequent, smaller, and healthier meals, no one in the mainstream or alternative health worlds recommends eating before bed. Usually the recommendation is not to eat at least 3 hours before bedtime, and I agree. But this is the time when sugar cravings tend to be the most intense. And protein and minerals, including salt, are both recommended to quell the craving, instead of a sugary or carby snack. Fruits have many other compounds to balance their sugars, and so they are not on our bad list. Fruits are also very watery, which means that you really can't eat that much of them before your stomach is full. Remember that relief from low blood sugar using dried fruit is very short-lasting. High glycemic foods like dry fruit do spike the blood sugar quickly, but it also drops back down very quickly. Fresh fruits do not raise blood sugar as quickly, and I believe this is because the water is evaporated and the sugars are concentrated in the dried fruit. You can easily eat 4 whole bananas if they're dried. One banana has quite a bit of sugar in it, but with the water in the fruit, we couldn't eat anywhere near as much of it. Long story short, we can eat more dried fruit than wet, but they still have the same sugar content, and blood sugar is spiked faster with more sugar in the dried fruit. By the way, banana is the only fruit I have an actual problem with. The bananas in your grocery store are much bigger than their natural version, thus they have more of the meat of the fruit. In general, the healthiest fruits have a high peel to meat ratio. Less meat, more peel. Nutrients are also concentrated in the skin or peel, while sugar and starch is concentrated in the meat. This is why berries are generally the healthiest choice. They don't have much meat, and no one that I know ever peels a berry. You simply eat the whole thing. People in the wild tend to eat the banana peel, which is loaded with water-soluble nutrients like potassium, B6, and B12. Footnote 17. They either grind the banana skin up and add it to other dishes, or bake the peels and eat them like a potato chip. In the modern world, a washed banana skin can be blended in with a smoothie, or used to replace the oil-drenched potato chips that we have outlawed on our bad list. Baked banana skins should probably also be on our bad list because acrylamide, which is bad for the same reason as free radicals, is produced in relatively high amounts when baked. Not as high as baked potato skins, but higher than we would recommend. Baked banana skins are still much better than potato chips, and in my opinion, they are fine in moderation and on rare occasions. Freshly ground banana skin is a much safer option. Baked goods in general have relatively high acrylamide and should be kept to rare occasions. Anything that hardens upon baking should be minimized as a general rule. Return to text. So when you eat only the banana meat, you are pretty much just eating sugar and starch. I do not recommend anyone eat a whole banana every day. Many practitioners put the limit at half a banana per day. But I would go further and limit that to a maximum of 4 times per week, which is 2 total bananas. Let's get back to carbonation. If you Google, "Does carbonation dehydrate?" you will understand why I said above, simply, it's complicated. Most of the research has to do with the actual water content of the drink, which is not my concern. By this metric alone, your doctor might tell you that it's okay to drink carbonated water all day, as long as you reach your 8 glasses per day, or whatever their recommendation is. Footnote 18. We recommend a half gallon to 1 gallon, or 2 to 4 liters, per day generally for an adult, but this is something you must gauge yourself. If you are more active, sweat more, or eat more today than you did yesterday, then you need more water today. Return to text. Seltzer waters or carbonated mineral waters are much better than sodas, since they don't have extra ingredients like sugar or caffeine or any of the strange and often undisclosed flavorings and dyes in today's mass market drinks. Many seltzers and carbonated waters will also have minerals in them, which, if you didn't understand the stomach acid lowering problem, you might think was a good thing. So far, I am only talking about the carbonation itself, yet there are many potential problems with more complex carbonated beverages. Of course, sodas also have processed sugar, salt, and the worst category of them, colas, have a very bad ingredient in them called phosphoric acid. Some other sodas have this acid in them as well, but colas are the worst by far. This can be a little bit complicated, but most things are easier to apply if you understand some of the reasons behind it, and this phosphoric acid thing is very important. Here I've shared a table of the calcium to phosphorus ratio of various food items. The ideal ratio of calcium to phosphorus is 2 to 1. Beef and poultry has 1 to 17. Liver and kidney has 1 to 44. Alfalfa has 8 to 1. A whole mouse has 2 to 1, the ideal ratio. An apple has 1 to 1. Grape has 1 to 1. Sardines 1 to 6. Mackerel 1 to 34. Wheat 1 to 8. Millet 1 to 6, corn 1 to 37, oats 1 to 8, sunflower seeds 1 to 7, buckwheat 1 to 8, rice 1 to 8, peanut 1 to 7, beer 1 to 6, cow milk 1.3 to 1, cottage cheese 1 to 4, yogurt 1 to 1, Minute Maid orange juice with calcium 1.3 to 1, colas 1 to 20. Just like we require water and the water-soluble nutrients in a balanced proportion, there is also a balancing act in the ratios of many other nutrients. In this case, the balance of phosphorus to calcium is very important, mostly because calcium itself is so important. When we consume foods or drinks with a lot of phosphorus, we are increasing our calcium requirement. Our food supply and lifestyles are already catastrophically deficient in calcium and the other bone minerals, as described in the food chapter. Phosphoric acid greatly exacerbates this deficiency, which is why many studies show a very distinct link between soda consumption and osteoporosis and other calcium deficiency problems. From the table above, we can see that the ideal balance only exists in one case, which is a whole mouse. This is true for larger vertebrates as well. The ideal nutrient balance is achieved only when the entire animal is eaten. Since we are a species that does not exclusively eat whole vertebrates, we must also keep our calcium to phosphorus ratio in balance by consuming more calcium than phosphorus in general. Phosphorus is in all foods, as it is one of the 3 nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, that we use as fertilizer for all plants. But we only fortify select foods with calcium, and always with inorganic calcium, that is barely absorbable. We can also see that meat in general, and organs in particular, have a lot more phosphorus than calcium. If you've ever seen a study showing that meat eaters have higher osteoporosis, arthritis, or cancer, I would say that this is the primary explanation. These studies are looking at modern meat eaters, who usually only eat the muscle of an animal. By doing this, they are ingesting a lot of phosphorus and not a lot of calcium in proportion. Unless they consume the bones and joints as well, they will not achieve this ratio. Remember that primitive people who successfully get all of their nutrients, including calcium, do not just eat the bones. I often get messages from people who are looking to get all of their nutrition from food. They ask me if they can eat entire animals for all of their required nutrition. The answer is no, because the primitive people do more than eat bones. They also use ash and irrigate their fields and compost. If someone is asking how to replicate this lifestyle, the real answer is to move to one of these places and live like them. It can't be done in your backyard. This is why we do not rely on food for our animals either. We do not expect them to get all of their nutrients from food, no matter how big the property is that they can forage on. On the calcium to phosphorus table, we saw that alfalfa has an excellent ratio, 8 times more calcium than phosphorus. This is precisely why alfalfa is a common base for animal feeds. We need the animals to get a lot of calcium because their musculoskeletal physiology is very similar to ours, and alfalfa helps keep that calcium and phosphorus ratio in proportion. Considering this, rather than try to grow my own food and burn wood all day for the ash and grind all my own bones up, I'd rather eat alfalfa calf pellets. From the chart, we can see that most foods are out of balance. Most foods have more phosphorus than calcium, and cola has a particularly bad ratio. Notice also that corn has a very bad ratio of 37 times more phosphorus than calcium. Remember that people in Mexico and Costa Rica take their corn, dry it, and add ash or lime to it in equal weight to the corn. If they have a pound of corn, they add a pound of ash or lime, both of which are high in calcium. Costa Rica has a blue zone, the Nicoya Peninsula, and this is how they eat their corn there. These foods that have a lot of phosphorus drain our calcium. The blood needs to have these nutrients in balance all the time. If you pour in a bunch of phosphorus without the required calcium to balance it out, your body will pull calcium from other places in the body to put it in the blood. To me, this is the main reason for tooth and mouth problems associated with sodas. I do not think it is the sugar rotting the teeth. I think it is the phosphorus forcing your body to pull calcium from other places, such as teeth, gums, muscles, bones, and joints. I mentioned earlier 2 main reasons why foods can contribute to cancer, and this is another reason, though it is not as intuitive. In addition to the common idea that sugar feeds cancer, is the idea that cancer cannot live in an alkaline environment. In my opinion, adequate calcium intake is the most important factor determining whether someone is alkaline or not. I have mentioned that the bile in the duodenum converts acidic food from the stomach into alkaline food for the intestines. Sometimes this is mistaken to mean that if your digestion is healthy, you will be alkaline, but that is not completely true. Calcium is one of the water-soluble electrolytes. All of the electrolytes are required for optimum hydration and overall health. To be healthy overall is to be alkaline, as alkalinity is a symptom or effect of being healthy. All of the other keys to health can be in place. No bad foods, moderate portions, moderate regular exercise or physical work, low stress, good family, and 89 of the essential nutrients with only calcium lacking, and the person will not be alkaline. I don't have a scientific study to back that up, but I will bet on it. Putting copper onto the skin as a bracelet or wire will quickly turn the skin underneath a color if the person is not properly alkaline. The color can be green, black, blue, or a combination. This will happen to almost anyone in the Western world because almost everyone is missing adequate calcium. You probably won't be able to find any popular diet with an emphasis on calcium outside of food, and so even people who are trying to eat healthy are missing calcium if they are not supplementing. Worse, if they go to their local health food store and buy a calcium supplement, it probably isn't very absorbable. If they take the recommended dose of that product, they will still be short on calcium. And of course, they will likely be short on most of the other 89 essential nutrients. The company who makes the supplements that I sell is the only one that I can find that even attempts to put all 90 essential nutrients into products in their correct proportions. In my own life, I have no color under my copper on a regular day. Within a few hours of becoming dehydrated, I will begin to show color. Again, dehydrated means both a lack of water and a lack of water-soluble nutrients. This can be because of sweating or exertion. It can be from eating more food than normal, or eating more sugar, or drinking more caffeine or alcohol. For me, it usually happens when traveling, especially on planes. The combination of stress and a lack of water and electrolytes leaves me temporarily green on practically every trip. The first thing I do when arriving at the destination is to top up on these nutrients, salty water and supplements. Our 2 main daily products are heavy on the B vitamins and the calcium, magnesium, and the other bone minerals. And after a few hours of 1 serving of each and plenty of water, I am usually clear. I don't mean it to sound like the only place to get these nutrients is to buy it from us, but the truth is, we have this market cornered. We are the only group who appreciates the necessity of all 90 essential nutrients. We even believe that more nutrients are essential, but we won't be paying for the science to prove it, and we don't think that the mainstream is going to either. So we consume more than the 60 elements we believe to be strictly essential. In fact, we can't even separate out the 60, because when you find the whole spread of minerals in nature, they all come together whether you like it or not. The full spectrum mineral source comes with lead and fluoride as well, because those are naturally occurring minerals. Different forms of those minerals can be used industrially, but that is not what you find in spring water or humic shale or sea moss. Remember that nutrients concentrate up the food chain, called biomagnification. This is why a lot of people are concerned about eating big, old, predatory fish like tuna and swordfish, because their flesh has concentrated all of the minerals that were in trace amounts in the seawater. Plants grew in that seawater, and so did little plant plankton and animal plankton, called zooplankton. Fish ate the plants or the plankton, other fish ate those fish, probably several steps before it gets to a tuna or a shark. Therefore, the big predators will have higher concentrations of mercury and lead and so on. I've seen many informal comments on this phenomena in the media, and people generally seem to be confused, thinking that this is caused by human pollution. This has nothing to do with pollution. It is bioaccumulation of naturally occurring elements. I actually hope that more companies catch on to this and start developing true full-spectrum products with the adequate amounts of everything. This would help us and our company too. If we are true to our goal, then having this message reach more people is what we want. But more companies understanding this would also mean more companies spreading information about this, which would also be very good for our business, because we usually have to start from scratch with people. More companies understanding the importance of this also might lead to less corners being cut in the supplement products on the market. This is an especially egregious problem in the retail selling of supplements. If you took the advice in this book literally and were determined to get all of this stuff at your local supplement store, you will be shocked at the size of the cart you will need for these products and the bill it will produce. It is common practice to sell all the vitamins separately, as well as the minerals. It seems cheaper to buy a $10 container of vitamin C than to buy $100 or more for a few comprehensive products. But when you consider that there are 16 essential vitamins and at least 60 essential minerals, then buying them individually doesn't make any sense. These retail supplements will likely be of the lowest possible quality that the company can get away with, and will likely show no results. I've seen a ton of companies that claim to provide all the nutrients we need, but a quick comparison proves it untrue. If more companies shared our goal of total nutrition, not only would the industry itself have a better reputation, but costs might also decrease with increased production of core ingredients. Some nutrients you can definitely get in foods. You can find probiotic-rich foods that you enjoy and eat them all the time. You can eat connective tissue, especially from small animals and gelatin. Your fruits and vegetables will have some vitamins and other phytonutrients in them. You cannot count on them to have significant amounts of minerals, but plants produce vitamins, amino acids, and essential fatty acids, as well as antioxidants and more. The fruit would have had more vitamins and other nutrients if it was grown on properly mineralized soils, but nonetheless. Your meat and eggs and many other foods will definitely have amino acids. 12 of them are essential, and they're generally not a problem to get from foods. Essential fatty acids will be in the eggs, butter, meat, avocados, fish, and more. All of that is great, but we're missing the minerals. We can't just eat calcium. It isn't possible to add it up by eating foods that contain calcium naturally, like raw milk, or by eating foods that are fortified with calcium, like cheese. Primitive people never did it that way. They don't even eat a lot of food. They put minerals onto their fields, they consume ashes and bones and broths, and they don't consume large amounts of things that screw this up, like sodas and beer. Even if we make bone soups and eat most of our small animals like chickens and fish, we are still going to be far short on calcium. I've seen many people attempt to reverse their calcium deficiency problem by using things that are supposed to have enough calcium in them, such as eggshells or coral calcium. The industry knows that coral calcium, calcium carbonate, or calcium citrate, gluconate, and so on, are all poorly absorbed. I have never seen anyone reverse any calcium deficiency problem, such as muscle pain, or cramps or twitches, or osteoporosis or arthritis, using these sources. The internet will tell you that there is enough calcium in eggshells, and that you can grind them up and bake them to make them more palatable, but I will bet that it will not work. We need absorbable forms of plant-derived minerals. Getting back to the topic, Healthy blood sugar is a consequence of being healthy, and though calcium is not the nutrient responsible for enabling insulin to get glucose into cells, calcium is responsible for so many other processes and tissues in the body that I could spend the whole book listing them. Though calcium is not the key nutrient for blood sugar, it is definitely one of the most important nutrients in the body. Having carbonated drinks on our bad list has always been confusing for people, and we have only discussed a few of the reasons why they are bad. For someone with a blood sugar problem, they must only understand that carbonation is not helping them, and that the extra sugar in most carbonated drinks is not good either. Soda itself isn't actually bad. Sodas were originally designed as medicines. Root beer was originally made with powerful herbs like sassafras root, allspice, coriander, juniper, ginger, wintergreen, dandelion, spikenard, and many other possible medicinal plants. It was caffeine-free and wasn't normally made with added sugar. This type of drink was known as a tonic, and I would definitely call it medicinal, and even healthy. Same goes for ginger ale, obviously based on ginger root. Even Coca-Cola, said to be caffeinated and carbonated coca leaves originally, would still be a medicine in my view. The key to remember is the stomach acid lowering effect of the carbonation. If you love carbonation and can't live without it, we strongly recommend keeping it far away from meals, minimum 1 to 2 hours before or after eating. And consume some salty water after drinking it and more before you eat. Taking digestive enzymes containing a chloride compound like betaine hydrochloride is an even better way to ensure that you have strong enough stomach acid to digest the next meal. There are also some carbonated drinks that are categorically healthy, such as probiotic-rich kombucha. We already mentioned that increasing probiotics is a good idea for basically anyone, and especially someone with a blood sugar problem. Kombucha could be one of the best ways to introduce more probiotics because the carbonation lowers the stomach acid. Stomach acid kills many of the probiotics before they make it to the intestines. That's why it's usually recommended to take billions of active cultures because most of them are not expected to make it to the large intestine. Just don't drink kombucha anywhere near meals, and definitely top up your stomach acid afterward with salt. There is a growing trend for craft sodas as well as beers, which are basically small-scale producers who create interesting and typically healthier versions of carbonated beverages. My friend Chef Norman loves root beer, and he was upset that it was on our bad list. A couple of years ago we drove across America and tried many root beers that we had never seen before. Many of them had no worrisome ingredients in them, except the carbonation. We enjoyed them together in times on the road that were far away from our meals. All of this goes for beer drinkers as well. If you must drink beer, make sure that it is gluten-free. You'd be surprised how many popular brands are already gluten-free. Google a list. Keep it away from meals and top up your salt and other electrolytes before and after. This isn't as easy to do as it is with seltzer because beer tends to make you hungry as well. And most people would recommend eating with alcohol to reduce the overall effects of the alcohol. Beer is both lowering the stomach acidity and dehydrating as a diuretic. This is double not good, and if the beer is made from a gluten grain or oats, then it is a triple whammy of not goodness. Many people with blood sugar problems do also have an alcohol problem. Many diabetics don't drink at all, but there is a definite connection between people who drink alcohol and people with a blood sugar problem. Alcohol drinking is a common risk factor for several diseases, including diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. This doesn't mean that alcohol causes these problems, but that people who drink alcohol are more likely to have these problems. My main problem with alcohol is the fact that it depletes water-soluble nutrients and thus dehydrates us, exacerbating existing nutrient deficiencies. It is not advised to simply drop alcohol cold turkey if you drink a lot of it. Stopping cold turkey can be dangerous. One thing this can do is put you in a severe state of low blood sugar. The shaking, jitters, irritability, sweating, and the rest of the list of withdrawal symptoms are basically the same as the list of low blood sugar symptoms. In my view, alcoholics are essentially running on the alcohol sugar, which is why high blood sugar is most obvious in alcoholics. Someone with low blood sugar will probably just fall asleep after a couple of drinks or a handful of candy, but the high blood sugar person essentially needs the sugar for their basic energy. This is because they are not getting their energy the natural way, which is from metabolizing food and nutrients. Switching to a gluten-free alcohol will be the first way to reduce the overall harm of excess alcohol consumption. Weaning is highly recommended. If you find your energy levels crashing, dried fruits raise blood sugar fast, and so they can be an excellent crutch for someone with a sugar crash. I'd rather you eat a gluten-free candy bar than take another drink, but dried fruits should do the job in a much healthier way. All of this applies to anyone who is addicted to sugar, whether it is chocolate bars, soda, cookies, or alcohol. First, make sure the version of your treat is gluten-free. Reducing the sugar while increasing protein and electrolytes and water is key to shifting your body from running on sugar to running on the diverse range of nutrients that we require to function optimally. This could also apply to those who are running on coffee. I used to drink 10 or more cups of coffee per day because I wasn't getting energy from food and nutrients. Now I am jittery after only a couple of cups, and this experience is common with people who shift into a healthier diet and lifestyle. They can't handle as much coffee, sugar, or alcohol anymore. One reason for this is probably that we are actually absorbing more of everything now, with healthier intestines. We might as well mention energy drinks, as they are often carbonated and often used for energy by people who have a lack of natural metabolic energy. Of course, many energy drinks have the same problems as soda: too much sugar, caffeine, flavorings, dyes, and so on. But most of the energy drinks on the market actually rely on essential nutrients as their active ingredients. Read the label of your favorite energy drink, and I will bet the primary energy-giving component, aside from sugar and caffeine, is actually an essential nutrient like taurine or arginine, both essential amino acids, or a B vitamin like niacin, B3, or pyridoxine, B6, or cobalamin, B12. So you are buying a rather expensive version of one or a few essential nutrients with added sugar, caffeine, and probably some well-known energy-supporting plants like ginseng or ginkgo. Footnote 20. There are also several supplements marketed to help with alcohol hangovers. Invariably, these are just B vitamins or those same energy drink ingredients. Why do those supplements help with a hangover? Because a hangover is basically a severe state of dehydration. A healthy person already wakes up dehydrated on a normal day, and alcohol simply exacerbates this. B vitamins are water-soluble and thus are key to hydration and energy. You can reduce a hangover by consuming more electrolytes before bed and upon waking. Return to text. Any of these things can be a crutch for someone with chronic fatigue, but they should really get the chronic fatigue under control with proper nutrition and supplementation. Someone who is not getting energy from food and nutrients can easily rely on caffeine, sugar, or alcohol, and none of this is good, even though none of these things are strictly bad on their own. Even those energy medicines, like ginseng, ginkgo, or guarana, are not bad themselves, but it's bad when we rely on medicines instead of nutrients. When we have enough nutrients, we should not need medicines or any medicinal plants in high doses, except in emergencies. It is generally agreed that 1 to 2 servings of both alcohol and caffeine per day for an adult actually has a positive correlation with health and longevity. The primitive peoples that I keep referencing often consume more than the recommended limit of these substances, but they also have those extra sources of minerals discussed above. And they also eat real foods in reasonable quantities, among other good habits. The point in all of this is that energy should come naturally. Our body takes all food and turns the macronutrients into glucose to feed the cells, and we require at least 90 micronutrients to properly metabolize food and run our body machine, which includes having enough energy to make it through the day without a coffee or an energy drink. All of the things in this chapter will in some way increase our requirement for the water-soluble nutrients that we need to be hydrated. If we consume any of the things in this chapter, we need more water and water-soluble nutrients. If we do not rehydrate with water and electrolytes, then we are dehydrating ourselves. When we are dehydrated, we can crash into low blood sugar, or be driven to consume yet more of the alcohol or caffeine or energy drinks, or sugar, causing a vicious cycle where we are never adequately hydrated or adequately nourished. Water-soluble nutrients are very important, but when it comes to modern diet advice, they are definitely not the focus. Diets are mostly about which foods to eat and avoid, but hydration and electrolytes are equally or more important. Staying hydrated by consuming adequate water and electrolytes is key to our daily health, and the immediate effects of dehydration can be reversed as quickly as they can appear. Water-soluble nutrients are fast-acting, but in the next chapter we will dive into the other main category of nutrients, the slow, fatty nutrients. Chapter keys. Low blood sugar and dehydration are essentially the same thing. Hydration requires water and the correct proportion of water-soluble nutrients. Salt is the fastest way to top up on electrolytes. Sugar is water-soluble. Carbonated drinks do us no favors. If you must drink carbonated, keep it away from meals, at least 1 to 2 hours before or after eating. Sugar, caffeine, and alcohol all increase our immediate need for water and water-soluble nutrients, because these things all dehydrate us. Sugar, caffeine, and alcohol are not categorically bad. All of these can be used in moderation. Use protein and minerals to curb sugar cravings. Water-soluble nutrients are fast-acting. The negative effects of dehydration happen quickly and can be alleviated quickly. Chapter 7. Fatty nutrients. You might have noticed that I haven't recommended a diet, but at this point I can make recommendations that I hope will make sense. As mentioned, what you actually eat is not the important part of a healthy diet. A healthy diet has enough protein and fat and does not include foods that screw up the body. We don't expect food to have adequate micronutrients, so we do not count on them being in any diet. In my late teens and early 20s, I worked at a gym. If there were 100 people in the gym, I could count on there being roughly 100 different theories about what food and exercise strategy is optimal for perfect health. Everyone had slightly different ideas, and though there were general trends, many of these came and went as new fads came into fashion. I learned a few valuable things from this sample of people. First, I learned that fitness and health have practically nothing to do with each other. Some of the members were fit but had health problems. Other people didn't have any noticeable health problems but were not fit. A small minority were both fit and healthy. I saw some people diligently run on the treadmill or do other cardiovascular exercises every day for years, and yet failed to lose any weight. Sometimes these people actually gained weight over the years. So, things that worked for some people definitely did not work for others. Some of the fittest people I ever knew ended up with serious, life-changing injuries or diseases, essentially ending their bodybuilding hobby. Clearly, something was wrong, and clearly exercise alone was not the key to health. A common phrase in the gym was that fitness was 90% diet and 10% exercise. Lifting weights without consuming adequate protein simply wouldn't build muscle, and running on a treadmill without lowering calories simply wouldn't result in weight loss. I still believe this rule of thumb is true, but we definitely didn't have all the details figured out. I mentioned in the introduction that I lived with chronic pain for the first 25 years of my life. I thought that building muscle would help me with this. I nearly doubled my body weight, from a very skinny 130 pounds, I'm 6 foot 2 inches, to nearly 260 pounds. I figured that since I had a muscle problem, growing my muscles would help that. It didn't, at all. In fact, I was in more pain than ever, more prone to injury, and according to my doctor, my overall health was turning from bad to very bad. On top of this, though I had never been a cheerful person, my mental health had plummeted into permanent darkness. I grew up eating the standard American diet, aka the SAD diet, which is basically junk food 3 or more times a day. Breakfast cereals, cheeseburgers, pizza, and so on. Luckily, I never really liked soda pop or beer. Maybe in part because I was physically fragile, I gravitated toward the bad kids and habits, which are mostly activities that aren't physically demanding, including smoking, tobacco and marijuana, drinking alcohol, and eventually using harder chemical drugs. I spray painted without a mask and inhaled the fumes. I had unprotected sex and drove cars too fast. I played with guns and knives, and yet none of this seemed to put me in more actual danger than getting fit in the gym. My pain was manageable until I started trying to do something about it. It didn't seem to make sense, but hopefully this chapter will make sense of it. Building muscle is mostly about exercise technique, consistency, and adequate protein intake. End note 43. I have made a video about the secret to muscle gain on my YouTube, The Real Notice. The link is in the description for the YouTube and podcast versions of this recording. Return to text. This says absolutely nothing about micronutrients. Most people in the gym seem to believe that supplements weren't necessary. I also believed this, and I tried to get all of my protein from food instead of powders. I didn't take creatine or pre-workout supplements, and in terms of building muscle, this strategy worked. But pain is not caused by a lack of muscle. Muscles do need to eat, and so protein deficiency can be a painful problem, particularly in older people, but I was certainly not protein deficient. Footnote 21. Meal replacements can do wonders for older people who are not eating enough and are very frail as a result. People who have been doing chemotherapy for cancer tend to have their appetites reduced significantly, and so meal replacements can help them a lot too. If you use a meal replacement, make sure that it is gluten-free and contains no oils. We do sell some great ones on my site, YGYOntario.ca. Return to text. In my time in the fitness world, most people seem to believe in some variation of the Mediterranean diet. This was basically advocating a low-fat lifestyle. There are many reasons why this idea came into fashion, and there are many reasons why it is misleading or outright incorrect to believe that low fat is key to health or fitness. Back in the early 2000s, the Mediterranean diet morphed into a diet that was not just low on fat, but practically absent of fat, no fat. The campaign against fat had been going on about as long as the campaign against smoking. Both campaigns started to become popular among lay people and researchers in about the 1950s, but gained serious traction in the 1960s onward. By the time I was in the gym, fat had become a well-known and supposedly well-established enemy. And most of us ate our chicken breast without bones or skin. My feeling back then was that this had much more to do with politics than health. Low-fat diets, and any diets for that matter, are a very modern invention. No hunter-gatherer or peasant population ever followed any diet. For the most part, they simply ate whatever was available to them. Sometimes they avoided some specific foods, such as pork, but this was always based on a religious or political philosophy, not a health principle. Footnote 22. Some religious books, like the Torah, claim to have health as a basis for some of their rules. Still, the adherence to any religious dietary rules is a political allegiance, in my opinion. Return to text. As new foods became available through exposure to other cultures, primitive people typically started eating these new foods too. This had horrible consequences for the essentially natural people all over the world who adopted modern foods like processed flours and sugars. One of my all-time favorite books is Nutrition and Physical Degeneration by Weston A. Price. He documented the havoc that the introduction of these processed foods had on the people who had suddenly changed their native diets. Before the introduction of the processed foods, these people essentially had no noteworthy problems with disease or deformities. Weston Price was a dentist, and dental problems were his reason for investigating primitive cultures. He wanted to see if primitive people had problems with tooth decay. The degeneration he documented at length also showed strong connection with other health problems. To me, this makes perfect sense. The same nutrients that we are physically built from also work as metabolic cofactors for our daily functions. Physical problems nearly always correspond with some other obvious health problem. I would take this idea further and say that physical problems nearly always correspond with some psychological problems as well. Not only do physical problems cause us psychological stress, especially if we do not know what to do about them, but our brains and nervous systems are made from the same basic building materials as our teeth and bones, the essential nutrients. The same nutrients that Price was using to heal dental cavities are also involved in the brain, heart, liver, immune system, and a long list of other crucial functions. Price, and science in general, at that time, couldn't even identify all of these healing factors. Vitamin K was referred to as activator X in Price's work. These key nutrients are fatty nutrients. It is easy to take this information too far and blame all modern health problems on the introduction of processed foods. We have already discussed some of the big problems with modern foods, but Price and others didn't recognize all of these. Price believed that we could still get all of the nutrients we required by eating real foods. Price conducted his work in the early 1900s, when soil deficiencies were just beginning to be recognized, though he did partially blame modern agricultural practices for contributing to modern diseases. Back then, and to this day, hardly anyone mentions the missing plant-derived minerals in the form of ash, or the missing bone minerals from the lack of culinary bone material. Nonetheless, Price introduced the idea of high-fat foods and diets being important for health, long before there was even a low-fat fad to argue with. When I was in the gym, I was hearing a new phrase being advocated: plant-based. In the 20th century, people who were environmentally conscious or health conscious invariably leaned toward a vegetarian lifestyle. Vegetarian is a rather ambiguous term because it does not completely outlaw animal products. Vegetarians could choose which animal products they preferred to abstain from. Some vegetarians ate chicken and eggs, some ate fish and other seafoods, but most of them stayed away from red meat. When I first started hearing about plant-based lifestyles in the early 21st century, the term seemed to mean mostly plants, but it quickly shifted into a new meaning: only plants. Suddenly, it wasn't good enough to eat mostly plants, and those of us who cared about the environment and animal welfare were pressured into dropping all animal products completely. This is why I believe that the plant-based movement had more to do with politics than health. Environmentalism and animal welfare are political topics. Sometimes academics would make a case that a plant-based lifestyle was also good for our health, but this was very much a side thought, a footnote on the long list of reasons we were shown to give up animal products. In the decades during the Mediterranean diet dominance, the fad diets were practically all omnivorous. But as the years went on, more researchers and health advocates adopted the plant-based philosophy. Now it has practically become the default mainstream suggestion for dieting, much like the Mediterranean diet that preceded it. The Atkins diet, created by the cardiologist Robert Atkins, was promoted in the 1960s and had various levels of popularity before it really took off in the early 2000s. Atkins basically allowed for unlimited consumption of protein and fat, while emphasizing the reduction of carbohydrates, particularly processed carbohydrates. In the food chapter, we learned that the primary problems with our modern food system are most pronounced in this category: carbs, which often come from grains. In my time in the health business, I have met countless people who had tremendous success in losing weight and controlling blood sugar using the Atkins diet, and the reduction or elimination of processed carbs would be the main reason for that, in my opinion. Any diet that removes grains will have generally good results for blood sugar problems, losing weight, improving mood, and many other types of problems. And any diet that takes us away from the largely processed standard American diet will tend to show good results as well, particularly short-term. Vegan or carnivore or anything in between that removes processed foods will have a lot of people swearing that it turned their health around, at least in the short term. The missing component of all diets is the micronutrients. In the food chapter, we learned a few ways that natural people supplemented their soils and their foods. There is no diet on Earth that could give us all the micronutrients without doing something extra. Modern people might not like the idea that we have to supplement our food, but all natural people did this, and I doubt the average Westerner would be willing to put in the work of tilling fields and grinding bones and sweeping up the soot from a wood stove every day just to get the equivalent of a few dollars worth of nutritional minerals. After Atkins, Dr. Dean Ornish popularized a near-opposite diet, once again named after himself. The Ornish diet was basically Mediterranean, and basically vegetarian. It advocated fruits and vegetables, along with grains, and the elimination of animal fats. There were many other diets in these years, but Atkins and Ornish seemed to be the seeds of what turned into most of the trends we see now. Unfortunately, the Ornish diet is much closer to what is most popular these days, though the Atkins philosophy has seeded strong movements as well. What is now the popular ketogenic diet is basically the grandchild of the Atkins diet. The keto idea, which was first widely popularized by Atkins, is that the body uses fats much more efficiently than carbs. Carbs burn quickly, and therefore we need more of them to maintain our energy. Fats are metabolized slowly, and therefore offer longer, steadier energy for people who consume more fats and proteins than carbs and sugars. Think of the difference between throwing shredded paper on a fire and an oil furnace that releases drops of oil at a time. There is also more energy available in a fat than in a carb. Hence, people eating a lot of fat tend to need to eat less often, and less food in general. I am simplifying all of this greatly, but the point is that the 20th century had a much more modest approach to dieting than we do today in the 21st. Ornish did not completely outlaw fats. He just recommended plant fats over animal fats. And Atkins was strong on the point of proteins and fats being better than carbs and sugars, but he was hardly as extreme as the diets we see today. In my years in the health business, I have watched in partial amusement and partial bewilderment as vegetarianism became veganism and omnivorous diets became strict carnivore or keto. But the insistence of the general population in following these trends speaks to two facts. First, the general population obviously cares about their health and clearly wants to do something about it. There would be no reason for adopting a diet unless you were convinced there was a problem. Second, the continuing evolution of trendy diets speaks to what should be the obvious fact that none of them truly work. There would be no reason for changing your diet if your existing one was alleviating your problems. We would all still be following the Mediterranean diet if it actually provided everything we needed. Initially, I fell for the pulling of the heartstrings that told me about the cruelties of the animal industries, and I first tried vegetarianism for the purely political reason that I didn't want to contribute to the pain and suffering of innocent animals. I was also persuaded by the supposed connection to climate change, and so I believed that by eliminating meat I would be helping the environment. My switch to vegetarianism did not help my health at all. Though most people do feel better by switching from processed foods to a plant-based lifestyle, I definitely did not. I had never passed out from low blood sugar before I became vegetarian, but soon it started to happen frequently. Unfortunately, it took me a couple of years to figure this out, and my health was failing in a number of ways before turning it around. Though I wasn't healthy as a vegetarian, I was also financially poor at that time, and what was then still called the plant-based lifestyle fit my budget. Animal products are typically more expensive than plants, especially in Europe and Australia, where I lived during these years. I stayed vegetarian and simply accepted the idea that I would be in pain forever and would just have to deal with it. I was hungry all the time, so I simply ate more, and I was tired all the time, so I simply drank more coffee. Eventually, I started dating a full-blown vegan girl, and I became one too. In her circle of friends, veganism was definitely a political lifestyle. It was a way to vote with your dollar and not contribute to the evils of the world. She wasn't particularly healthy, and neither were her friends. We smoked tobacco and drank alcohol together, and mostly talked about politics. To say that I was infatuated with her would be putting it mildly, but my interest in her caused me to ignore the toll that this lifestyle was having on my health. I was in my early 20s, which was supposed to be the prime of my life, but I was frankly falling apart. My hair was falling out and turning gray, my skin was stiff and wrinkly, and my pain had gone from moderate yet chronic to near unbearable and constant. I had always had trouble getting to sleep and waking up, which is technically insomnia, but at this point I basically couldn't sleep at all. My short walk to the bus stop would cause excruciating pain in my shins, shin splints, and I started to walk with a limp. I was 24 years young and I considered buying a cane. I'm telling you this story in detail in part to explain why I have sympathy for those who choose to abstain from animals. I get it. I was persuaded by the same information, but I am far from the only person who experienced the disastrous effects of eliminating entire categories of food. My main problem with modern diets is this trend of identifying problems in food or food production and completely banning that whole category of food. You have seen that we do not outlaw grains. We have identified the worst of the group and abstained from those. We have also found the worst of the meats and eliminated those. We learned that potato skins were bad, but we did not completely eliminate potatoes from the menu. Even carbonated drinks, as problematic as they are not completely outlawed. We teach people to be aware of the problems and recommend keeping them away from meals. Many people go as far as to outlaw vegetables, mushrooms, seeds, and other plants because these plants produce antagonistic compounds called anti-nutrients. But none of the longest-lived populations avoid nightshade vegetables or any other edible plant as long as it grows where they live. Further, many of these problematic compounds, like phytates, the stuff that makes a carrot or walnut hard, are reduced or eliminated by cooking. Finally, all of the foods with so-called anti-nutrients also have beneficial compounds. For example, tomatoes have an anti-nutrient called lectin, which is reduced or eliminated by cooking, and also many good nutrients, including a well-known and powerful antioxidant called lycopene. My vegan girlfriend was very serious about veganism. She called cheese the cheater's meat. Even honey was not allowed on our menu, because beekeeping was apparently cruel to bees. I felt bad about going behind her back, but eventually I had to listen to my body, which was begging me for eggs and cheese at minimum. At this time I worked in marine research, and there were 2 or 3 days each month that we would have to go out on a boat in the Sydney Harbour to collect water samples at specific points all over the water body. One of those days only allowed us to stop at a specific port for lunch. I always brought my own vegan lunch, but these days on the water were tough days, and when you work harder, you must eat and drink more than a normal day. My vegan lunch simply wasn't enough to sustain me on this particular route, and the port we would always stop at only had one vegan option: deep fried potatoes, otherwise known as French fries. I didn't know much about nutrition back then, but I knew that this was not a healthy option, regardless of whether it was vegan or not. As a vegan, I tried to eat all the colors of the rainbow, mostly in the form of vegetables, which was at least conceivably healthy. The port we stopped at was a high-end yacht club, and those fries were not cheap or healthy, and in any case I knew that they wouldn't give me much energy. I wasn't paying for the lunch, but I still don't like to waste other people's money. I was trying to be committed to veganism, but I had all of these justifications for allowing myself to eat meat on this one day at this one port. Instead of the fries, I allowed my colleague and captain of the boat to buy me a greasy, gourmet cheeseburger. Footnote 23. By the way, Australians seem to put pickled beets on practically everything, including burgers. If you haven't tried this, I highly recommend it. Return to text. I pretended to be reluctant, but by this point I was looking for reasons to cheat on veganism. I remember that burger like I remember the first time I had sex, because the feeling was very similar to an orgasm. My brain was buzzing with a soothing satisfaction, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I was no longer hungry. My body had what it wanted, and from then on I looked forward to that one day each month where I could justify cheating on my political diet. For the rest of the month I would fantasize about that burger. Though those days on the water were physically exhausting, I would look forward to them primarily for that burger. More than once I caught myself drooling over the thought of it. At this point I knew that depriving myself of animal products was going against the will of my body. I started hiding cheese in the back of my refrigerator, and on the day that the vegan and I broke up, I went down the street and bought a large meat lover's pizza. I added eggs and cheese back into my regular diet, and very quickly my hair started coming back thick and brown. My pain did not go away, but overall I felt better, and most importantly, I stopped passing out. To be classified an essential nutrient means that our body cannot make it and we get a disease without it. Since we produce some of our own cholesterol, cholesterol is not strictly an essential nutrient, like calcium or vitamin C. There are several compounds in meat, and red meat in particular, that I would consider essential, but won't make it on our official list of essential nutrients. Many people say meat heals, and I agree. I have had the opportunity to be with several people when they decided to eat red meat after a prolonged absence. Every one of these people reported an immediate good feeling in the body and brain. Several of them reported very fast improvement on mental health issues like anxiety and depression after adding red meat back into their diet. I consider red meat an essential food, and I have seen many cases where the person couldn't seem to get better until they added red meat. These are people who were already taking the 90 essential nutrients, but were still having some kind of skin, energy, weight, hormone, or mental health problem. I don't know if it's the heme iron, or blood iron, in the red meat, or some other special compound that makes red meat so powerful. Just because we can't explain it, doesn't mean it doesn't work. I assume there is some special combination of both proteins and fatty nutrients that make red meat so powerful, and that is why I am mentioning this in the fatty nutrient chapter. Red meat is a fatty food. All of this could be said about eating organs as well. Meat and organs showed up in the last chapter as having a bad calcium to phosphorus ratio, but that does not mean that these foods are bad. It means that we are supposed to consume those foods in proportion with the calcium group of minerals. The plain truth is that if you study primitive people or long-lived cultures, you will not find a vegan colony anywhere in the world. Veganism comes from the industrialized world, which is a world that has tried for over 100 years to figure out why we are unhealthy and come up with solutions for our health problems. We have come up with pharmaceutical drugs and diet and exercise programs. None of these things come from the cultures who are naturally healthy. Some cultures do eat a lot of plants, but none of them completely abstain from animals. I should qualify this statement further. There is not one second-generation vegan colony anywhere on Earth, any time in history. This means a group of people who raise vegan children, who then go on to produce a second generation of vegan children. The original vegans are not the first generation, since they had to have adopted the vegan lifestyle later in life. Their children, raised vegan, are the first generation, and their grandchildren are the second. I have met many long-term vegans in my time in the health world, but none of them are second generation, and most of them had very obvious health problems. As strong-minded as anyone can be, there will probably never be a second-generation vegan colony, for a very logical reason. All of the sex hormones are derived from cholesterol. Cholesterol is itself a steroid hormone, cholesterol, and both male and female sex hormones are derived from cholesterol. Testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, pregnenolone, and several others that my word processor doesn't recognize, and you probably won't either, are products of cholesterol. Cholesterol can be thought of as the master steroid in the body, itself responsible for several essential processes in the body, and further responsible for creating other essential compounds such as the hormones above. Cholesterol is only found in animal products. There are plenty of monks and Jains. Footnote 24. People who practice Jainism, a non-theistic religion that teaches salvation by perfection through successive lives and not harming living creatures. Return to text. There are plenty of monks and Jains and other individuals who adopt veganism and continue with it for the duration of their lives. But monks don't have to reproduce. People join a monastery, but they are not usually born there, which makes sense because celibacy tends to be a key part of these congregations. These groups rely on recruitment from the outside world to sustain their numbers, not sexual reproduction. Progesterone can be described as progestation. In other words, it is largely responsible for pregnancy, as well as other aspects of the female menstrual cycle. Without adequate cholesterol intake, reproduction simply isn't chemically possible. Going back to Weston Price's work, he described some of the mating rituals of primitive people, and in several cultures the female is isolated and literally fattened up before she is allowed to honeymoon with her new husband. Endnote 45. This practice is called leblau, and the process of fattening young women can begin as early as age 5. There is a French word, gavage, with a similar meaning, except it usually refers to force-feeding ducks or geese to produce fatty liver, which is considered a delicacy, called foie gras. Cultures that practice leblau are found in several African countries such as Kenya, Mauritania, Nigeria, Uganda, South Africa, Sudan, and Tunisia. Practitioners are not only black Africans, but also Arabic or Berber nomads, as well as Jewish people. Return to text. Women were, and still are in some places, fattened up, largely with actual fat, but mostly just large quantities of whatever that culture eats. Sometimes this practice is taken as far as putting the young woman in a hut and feeding her until she is adequately plump. Those primitive people didn't know the chemistry, but they figured out that fat had something to do with having healthy, eventless pregnancies and healthy childbirths and children as a result. A lot of people discuss this practice in terms of abuse, and it is true that the women are really not in control of this situation. Commentators also typically lament the fact that these cultures believe body fat to be an indicator of wealth and prestige, which is true, but it is also very obviously linked to a belief in improved fertility. We have all heard that childbirth was a dangerous endeavor in the early industrialized world, dangerous both for mother and baby. What you probably haven't heard is that this is still a huge problem in the modern industrialized world. The United States currently ranks 57th in maternal mortality. The US has 19 mothers die for every 100,000 children born, and it shares this frequency with Romania, Oman, Moldova, Latvia, and Ukraine. Countries that do better at keeping mothers alive during childbirth include Tajikistan, Iran, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. I'll bet that a substantial portion of Americans couldn't point out those countries on a map, and yet these backwoods nations do a better job of keeping mothers alive during childbirth. Though the world trend is still a decline in maternal mortality, The World Bank data show maternal mortality increasing in several countries, including the US, Germany, and Kuwait. These are some of the world's richest countries, but even oil money isn't buying a system of healthcare that reduces mothers dying during childbirth. And it's not just mothers. In 2018, a headline in many major publications was, "Among 20 wealthy nations, US child mortality ranks worst, study finds." I'm not picking on the US for no reason. The US spends more money on healthcare than all other nations, both in total expenditure and per capita expenditure. In 2020, total health expenditure in the US exceeded $4 trillion. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, is a multi-government economic organization with 38 member countries, including the US. And out of these 38 countries, the US has the lowest life expectancy. Not only does the US spend more money on healthcare than any other country, they also spend more on gym memberships, by far. They spend the most on supplements, and most of the diets we have all heard of were created and popularized in America. If we were paying attention to the statistics, we should be taking our diet advice from Turkmenistan instead of America. The point of this whole tangent is that modern theories clearly do not adequately explain what it means to be healthy. For at least 100 years we have been told, mainly by American doctors and researchers, that diet and exercise are the missing component of our lifestyle. We are told that we are overweight and diabetic because of too much food and a lack of exercise. I am sure that not all of the 184 million gym memberships in America are actually used, and some people surely have a membership to more than one fitness club. But nonetheless, it is clear that by and large, we have taken the advice of our medical system. We have reduced our smoking, and more important to the current chapter, over at least the last 3 decades, we have dramatically reduced our dietary fat intake. Cholesterol is an animal fat. We humans produce some of our required cholesterol in our liver, and the liver will produce more of it if our cholesterol intake in food is reduced. But this is not enough. In addition to the excessively important roles in the cell membrane and the sex hormones already mentioned, cholesterol is an essential part of many other systems in our bodies. All of our nerve fibers are coated in a material called myelin. Myelin is like the plastic insulation on electrical wires, and it is partly made of cholesterol. Obviously, electrical wires that are not insulated are a serious safety hazard, and you can imagine the nervous system problems we could encounter if our bodies lacked the materials required to make nerve-insulating myelin. The defining characteristic of Alzheimer's disease is an unraveling of this myelin, demyelination. In the digestion chapter, we discussed the important roles of bile. Guess what bile is made from? Mostly cholesterol. In addition to the sex hormones, other cholesterol-derived hormones include cortisol and other adrenal hormones. Cortisol is a stress hormone, and we are largely taught that stress is bad, but stress is essential to life. The adrenal glands produce hormones that help regulate your metabolism, immune system, blood pressure, response to stress, and other essential functions. Without stress, we probably wouldn't do much of anything, or experience the full range of emotions and motivations for action. Similarly, the adrenal hormones are essential for energy. I could fill several more pages and probably a whole book about the many roles of cholesterol, but I think I have made my point that cholesterol is very important. I will only mention one more major role that will allow us to move on with the fat conversation. Without cholesterol in our skin, we could not make vitamin D from sunlight. Vitamin D is one of the 4 fat-soluble, or lipophilic, fat-loving vitamins. Vitamins are called vitamins because they are vital, which means essential. We get at least one disease if we are missing any of the vitamins. D, E, A, and K all have many important roles in the body which are not necessary to fully describe in this book. These fatty vitamins can be found in plant foods, but in general they are more abundant in animal products, particularly organs and eggs. Animal products are also the most reliable source, besides supplements, of the fat-soluble minerals, especially zinc and selenium. In the dehydration chapter, I said that calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and many other minerals were examples of water-soluble electrolytes. This is true, but you will also find these and other essential minerals like copper and iron on a list of fat-soluble nutrients. This means that some nutrients function both in water and fat. This is because both water and fat are essential, and our tissues are made of both. The cell membrane is a largely fatty substance that keeps the cell itself waterproof. but both water-soluble and fat-soluble nutrients must enter and interact with all cells. The body can be very complicated, but the takeaway from all of this is that avoiding fat makes no sense. It is commonly said that the body is mostly water, and I myself say this because it is true. But that is like saying, on an atomic level, the brick wall is mostly empty space. The phrase might be technically true, but it does not help us understand how to build a wall. The body is mostly water, but the fatty tissues and fatty nutrients are excessively important. When you eat fat that is not burned or oxidized or hydrogenated, you feed your fatty tissues. When you eat good fats, you support and promote the maintenance and repair of your brain, blood, heart, skin, reproductive and hormone system, and all soft tissues in the body like gums and intestines. In practically all systems in nature, water must be constantly replenished. Since we are mostly water, we are also constantly replenishing our water and water-soluble nutrients, which is why that chapter came first. This constant use and constant requirement means that we have an urgent daily need for a lot of water-soluble nutrients. Getting those nutrients on a daily basis is a major part of a healthy life. Fat-soluble nutrients have a much longer shelf life in the body. The energy we get from fat and protein lasts longer and is more consistent than the jolt and crash from carbs and sugar. Fatty nutrients can also generally be stored longer in the body. The fatty minerals and the omegas can become building blocks for tissues in the body. And the fatty nutrients in general have a strong status as key nutrients to boost when sick. Zinc and selenium and the other fatty nutrients are key parts of the immune system, and a regular doctor will possibly recommend zinc and vitamin D or E if you are sick. I don't know if my extreme simplifications are entirely accurate down here at the cellular level, but I have had to create many analogies to try to understand all of this myself. I like to think of the water-soluble nutrients powering us on a daily basis, like our car burns gasoline. These nutrients give us energy, and some of them also build us, like calcium. But generally these nutrients are used and disposed. The fatty nutrients are more complicated molecules, and in addition to serving as physical building blocks and reactive cofactors, fatty nutrients can also work for us in the body, especially in the immune system. I have largely left the omegas, the essential fatty acids, out of the conversation, and they are also involved in numerous functions and are most reliably attained in an omnivorous diet. All of these nutrients can be found in both plants and animals, but avoiding an entire category of food makes this much more difficult to do. Every day people come to us with health problems that are in the category we call fatty problems. This does not mean that they are fat people. It means that they have a problem in a body system where fats are very important, particularly soft tissues like skin, lungs, gums, intestines, eyes, and so on, or problems connected to the hormone systems. Soft tissues are largely made of the fats. If there is a skin or a lung problem, we will first describe this as a fatty nutrient deficiency, or potentially an imbalance of these good fats. Imbalances are complicated and are not as common as outright deficiencies. Just like phosphorus and calcium need to be in balance, as do the omegas. These imbalances are not as much of a widespread problem as the calcium-phosphorus imbalance, and an omega imbalance can typically be corrected just by switching to an omega supplement with a different composition. In the digestion chapter, I mentioned that eczema or asthma is probably a digestive problem, because a digestive problem is the most common cause of deficiencies in fatty nutrients. Fatty nutrients are larger than water-soluble nutrients, and so any absorption problem in the intestines will affect these nutrients first, before the smaller particles like plant-derived minerals, which are much smaller. Everyone in the modern world will be deficient in some or many minerals if they are not supplementing. But regular real foods do have the fatty nutrients in them, and the average person is not severely deficient in fatty nutrients unless they have a digestive problem or are avoiding dietary fat. Hormone problems can include any female problem, such as painful menstruation, endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, or an energy problem having to do with the adrenal hormones. We have probably all heard of adrenal fatigue, otherwise known as chronic fatigue. And though there are other factors that we will get to, the most likely cause of this is a deficiency in the fatty nutrient group. Cholesterol is probably the most important nutrient in this group, but cholesterol cannot do its job alone. It requires the other fatty nutrients. Hormone problems can also include mood and behavioral problems. In our view, mood swings have two main contributors, and neither of them are stress. The first is blood sugar fluctuations, and the second is a lack of the hormone-regulating and hormone-producing fatty nutrients, some of which were discussed above. Moodiness and irritability are basic symptoms of low blood sugar that we have all experienced, and anyone who is experiencing chronic fatigue due to a lack of energy-related nutrients and hormones is going to have a hard time being cheerful. At the beginning of the book, I mentioned a list of behavioral problems that we put in our blood sugar problem category. Bipolar or manic depressive can be easily understood as an emotional roller coaster that is on the track of rises and falls in blood sugar. Hyperactivity is essentially high blood sugar, while low blood sugar is basically depressive and irritable. Someone with a blood sugar problem can fall into either category. The same root problems cause both high and low blood sugar. I believe low blood sugar is simply a more modest deficiency than high blood sugar. My belief is that people with low blood sugar can easily become dependent on consuming sugar for mood and energy regulation. If this is done consistently, the blood can become saturated in sugar to the point where they are diagnosed with a high blood sugar problem, such as diabetes or obesity. They already had a deficiency because low blood sugar is a symptom of nutrient deficiencies, and then eating more sugar exacerbates that deficiency further. Repeat this habit long enough and the person can have a serious high blood sugar problem like diabetes. They can become a sugar addict or alcoholic, which tends to come with all the symptoms that look exactly the same as high blood sugar, including a greater chance that they will be diabetic or obese. If a person with low blood sugar does not regulate this problem with sugar, then they can remain depressive, irritable, sluggish, tired, and physically cold, unless of course they achieve healthy blood sugar by consuming real food and essential nutrients in the proper proportions. The previous paragraph is my theory alone, and it is more likely that the primary difference between low and high blood sugar is the degree of deficiency in the nutrients directly required to metabolize sugar and utilize insulin. More deficient people will have higher blood sugar, and most of the outright disease states connected to blood sugar problems are symptoms of high blood sugar. All of this explains why the keto diet has been promoted to improve mood problems, along with many of the other problems mentioned in this book, including blood sugar. The high protein and fat, low carb and sugar diet we call keto has been shown to be an effective, non-pharmacologic treatment for epilepsy and other seizure disorders, weight loss, migraines, and even Alzheimer's. It makes perfect sense that eating more of the stuff your nervous system is made of would help with nervous system problems like epilepsy and Alzheimer's. And since the ketogenic diet avoids grains and sugars, weight loss is very logical as well. Remember that we fatten up livestock with grains. Migraines, in our view, are caused by food antagonists, and the most likely ones are in grains. Footnote 25. By the way, you can find any foods that your body disagrees with, particularly those that cause migraines. The easiest way to do this yourself is with an elimination diet. You can search how to do this properly, but the gist is fasting for 24 to 48 hours and then reintroducing the suspected food without any other ingredients. If it causes a migraine, you have found the source and you can eliminate it. A more subtle clue that the body does not like the ingredient is to check your pulse before the food, during, directly after, and once more about an hour after. Write these numbers down, and if the pulse spikes significantly after eating the food, stop eating that food. If you follow the steps in the digestion chapter to improve digestion, try the pulse test again after a few months, and chances are the food is no longer a problem, if it was a non-grain food. Return to text. I am not fully advocating the keto diet, but in our daily business, we recommend leaning toward the keto diet, in a way very similar to what Dr. Atkins wrote about a generation ago. This simply means replacing processed carbs and sugars with proteins and fats. I have tried the extreme version of the keto diet, which is no carbs, and I did not enjoy it. Now and then I cut out rice and potatoes, and it does feel quite good for a few days, and then my body gets hungry for my favorite snacks, which are dried dates or figs with salty butter, or rice with runny eggs. You do not need to eliminate carbs to lose weight or experience the many benefits of a keto-based lifestyle. Reducing carbs is sufficient to see results. Reducing portion size in general is key as well. Plant-based was a great philosophy, in my opinion, before it turned to fully plant-based. Similarly, keto-based works very well for most people, whereas full keto seems to work only for a few. Many people report fairly significant problems after being on the keto diet for a few months or longer. Normally, minor complications are normal when switching any diet or supplement program. Some acne, constipation or diarrhea, headaches, irritability, and other minor symptoms are all possible for a few weeks or months with a new diet or program. The body has to adjust, and some weird things are possible. But complications with keto can be much more serious, with organs and glands in big trouble and worried doctors. Though we don't technically require grains or carbs on the chemical level, I do believe that moderate carbs are part of a balanced diet. I feel best with moderate carbs, moderate fat, and heavy protein. It is rare to have any of the complications above when switching to a moderate diet, like the one I propose here. The diet we recommend is just cutting out a handful of grains, oils, deep-fried foods, processed meat, baked potato skins, not burning meat, not drinking carbonation before a meal, and not eating a ton of sugar. There is only one person involved with our company who advocates a strict keto diet, Dr. Glenn Winkle. At the time of writing, Winkle has won 7 world and 20 Masters cycling championships. At nearly 66 years old, he shows no signs of slowing down and is likely to win more cycling championships. Winkle is an incredibly intelligent person and a top-level athlete, and he has every right to believe that what he is doing is working. Obviously, it is working for him. But Winkle is a scientist, not a practitioner. He does coach other high-level athletes, but the average person is not an athlete. I have a ton of respect for him. But I know that keto does not work for everyone, and I do not believe the hardcore keto people who say that we just haven't done it long enough. Winkle has proven that keto can facilitate high performance, but other people have also proven that other diets facilitate bodybuilding and top-level athletics. There are vegan and carnivore bodybuilders and athletes, and without considering the long-term implications of these diets, we can safely conclude that fitness is possible on practically any diet. I was trained by Dr. Joel Wallach, among others, but it is primarily his advice and methods that I promote. He teaches what he calls the seafood diet, S-E-E instead of S-E-A. See it, eat it. This doesn't mean eat whatever you want, but it does mean learning what your body is asking for and eating those foods. You will have specific cravings, and you should listen to those. If you crave potato chips, your body is asking you for fat and salt. Remember that in our view, all fats are good unless they are oxidized, so don't burn the meat or the butter or whatever cooking fat you are using. Protein should generally be the biggest component of your meals, but you also want to consume the fats that come with the meat. Eat the chicken skin and the jelly at the bottom of the roast. One of the trendy diets these days is the paleo diet, basically aiming to eat like a wild human would. One of the important points that they bring up is that wild meats are far leaner than the typical farm animal, particularly those that are fed grains, and farmed meat therefore has a higher proportion of fat to protein than it otherwise would. Grass-fed and pasture-raised livestock are better for this reason. Physically active animals like kangaroo, wild fish, and deer are even better, in my opinion. There are other reasons why the standard farm animal is not as good to eat as a wild animal, such as potential antibiotics and other chemicals used to deal with the problems arising from stuffing animals together more tightly than a healthy animal should be, but the higher fat ratio is what we want to avoid most. This chapter is about fats, and fats are essential, but we don't want to eat too much of it. This is one reason why I don't like the keto diet. It takes the fats are good idea too far. And people trying to follow this diet tend to overemphasize fat without including enough protein and plants. This nuance is more than you need to know to simply get your blood sugar under control. The truth is that by simply replacing carbs and sugars with proteins and fats, keeping your portion sizes smaller, as well as topping up all of the micronutrients, you should have your blood sugar under control. Though we don't like GMO foods and pesticides, most of our customers do not go organic, and they still get their blood sugar under control. Both Dr. Wallach and I get some negative comments when we say that it is not necessary to go organic to be healthy. Theoretically and logically, organic food is much better, but we do not have hard science to back up this belief. I was too poor to afford organic food when I first got into health. I could barely afford dinner. I lived on rice and the cheapest meat I could find, pork chops, and neither were ever organic. It took a long time to bring my income up to the point where I could justify organic ingredients. There are plenty of people who come to us for advice about their health problems, yet they are already eating the freshest, cleanest organic foods available. The fact that they still have a health problem is proof that food is only part of the answer, and the GMO part of the food is not the most important part. Organic gluten will still ruin the intestines, and organic steaks cooked more than medium rare will still cause too much free radical damage. I consider processed sugar an addiction because the body is running on sugar instead of natural metabolization of nutrients. It tends to take about 2 weeks of complete abstinence from processed sugar to eliminate the addiction. This is another instance where dried fruits can be very useful. It is better to feed the addiction with a dried fruit than a candy bar, and this counts for alcoholics as well. Though I do think a candy bar is better than another beer, a handful of dried fruit is much better. Don't just switch from powdered sugar to syrup. Reduce the overall quantity as much as possible. I have already mentioned that sugar cravings can be mostly eliminated by giving your body protein and minerals instead of sugar. If you have a mineral supplement, especially one of ours, then you can take an extra dose of them when you have a sugar craving. But for the most part, eating protein that is salted to taste is sufficient to satisfy the craving. If you are thirsty, drink. Add a pinch or two of salt until you can barely taste it. For some reason, many health practitioners recommend avoiding water when eating, and to me this is lunacy. Imagine trying to wash your clothes or car without water. Your body needs water to facilitate digestion. When you are eating, your body should be asking you for water. It will not dilute the stomach acid. If you are using salt to taste, you will have sufficient stomach acid. You don't have to drink only water. We sell supplements that are meant to be taken with water. Endnote 60. Funny story. One time a customer called us saying that he had been taking the products for a while but didn't see any improvements. He told us that taking the products was also very unpleasant. Sometimes people don't like the taste of certain products, but this man really made it sound awful. Upon further questioning, we learned that he was eating the powders without putting them in water. He also said that he didn't drink much water. I thought that this was a strange occurrence that wouldn't happen again. But a few years later, we had another person tell us the same thing. We now clearly state that the products must be taken with fluids. Return to text. We sell supplements that are meant to be taken with water, and there are many healthy drinks that are not carbonated that you can drink anytime you want, including bone or vegetable broth, real whole milk, and real fruit or vegetable juices. I said real whole milk because I do not consider pasteurized, watered-down milk to be healthy. It's not necessarily bad, but it's definitely not worth the money to me. As far as I can remember, I have never in my life even purchased milk from a grocery store. We get fresh goat milk from a friend, and I recommend that you find a farmer or market near you where you can get real, whole dairy products. Or don't drink milk. Milk is only necessary for babies. Goat, camel, sheep, and animals other than the standard dairy cow tend to be much less problematic for people to consume. Fermented dairy like Amosai milk or kefir are also healthy choices that can be consumed anytime. Real milk of any type will also have a good dose of the fatty nutrients. Real fruit and vegetable juices are fine, but I would avoid anything sold in a grocery store. Part of this is because of the additives, especially processed sugar, but also dyes and other questionable ingredients. Another part of this is money. I mentioned that I was poor for a time in my life, and one of the strategies I lived by was to never buy liquids from a grocery or convenience store. It's simply not good value. I believe that both health and wealth are important for well-being, and wasting money is a sin to me. You can be healthy on a budget, and in any case, you can keep more of your money for whatever purposes. Even water from a store is a bad deal. I will buy a gallon of distilled water if I am on the road, and add a pinch of salt to it. But even the $1 per gallon is a ripoff, in my opinion. When I was poor, I saved up to buy a decent water filter, because even cheap water bottles added up to more than I cared to spend. And I knew that bottled water had other problems, such as the chemical components of the plastic leaching into the water. To be clear, chemicals from plastics and cleaning products and so on are a concern, but they are far down on the list of things that matter for getting healthy and having healthy blood sugar. In the recommended reading section, I included a little book called Misconceptions About the Causes of Cancer, which goes into some of the detail about why the supposed link of all these chemicals, from GMOs and deodorants and such, is tenuous at best. There are clearly multiple other factors involved in making a human or mouse body unhealthy enough to develop cancer or some other serious disease state. Though I wanted to give you a lot of information in this book, some of this stuff is about optimization, and you do not need to be fully optimized just to have healthy blood sugar. Tap water is bad for a number of reasons, but it won't matter for your blood sugar. Chemicals from hairsprays and carb brake cleaners will probably have some end result on your longevity, but it will have nothing to do with your blood sugar next week. Whether pasteurized or raw milk is better is a debatable topic, but you can consume either or neither, and it will have nothing to do with your blood sugar. A lot of what people are worried about are not major factors in health in general, or blood sugar specifically. You don't have to eat organic food or eat within a specific window of time, and you don't have to exercise or meditate to have healthy blood sugar. You just need to ensure that your body has enough nutrients to do the job of metabolizing blood sugar. Most of the foods on our bad list don't have anything to do with blood sugar. Free radicals damage the body, but grains are the only food on our list that directly contribute to blood sugar problems by creating absorption problems. The worst habits have to change first. Gluten has to go. Cooking oils have to be replaced with animal fats. You don't have to change everything at once. Very few people do. I now buy a lot of organic food, and one day it will be 100% of my groceries. But it took me years to afford these optimization changes. Whatever habits you have, try to do it in the healthiest way possible. This is why I don't bug people to quit alcohol. Alcoholics should definitely wean down to the point where they're not an alcoholic anymore. Alcoholics can get themselves under control and still enjoy a reasonable dose of alcohol in the future, just like food addicts can still enjoy food after they sort their addiction out. My point here is something I've said already. We don't have to be perfect, but we can do a lot better with a few key changes. With the basic supplementation of the required nutrients for healthy blood sugar and the avoidance of gluten and excess sugar, most of the rest of what you do doesn't matter that much. It really can be that simple. But this leaves a lot of room to optimize things and pick the healthiest choices for the things you enjoy. If you love juices, buy a juicer. If you love milk, get to know a farmer or two. Establish a relationship and get your eggs and meat from them too. I bet it will cost less for animal products raised with love and respect from a real farmer than the cheap meat will cost at the grocery store. Get a big freezer and buy it in bulk. Make bone and vegetable broth yourself at home for a fraction of the cost of a packaged version in the store. Make it in bulk and freeze it. You can buy bags of soup bones from your local grocery store or butcher. You may have to ask the butcher counter for this because it might not be on the shelves. And you can make vegetable broth from scraps like onion peels and the ends of carrots. All of our broth is made from scraps, no whole vegetables. If you must buy liquids from a store, make sure there is no added sugar. I started this chapter talking about the gym, and I made it sound like exercise was bad. It's not. Exercise in some form is essential. We must move. In the next chapter, I will go more into circulation, but for now I must simply say that exercise without supplementation is indeed dangerous. That's why my pain got worse in the gym. The minerals required for healthy muscles, bones, joints, and several other tissues are simply not in the food. That's why some of my fittest friends ended up with serious injuries. The exercise or the sport did not cause the injury. The deficiency in micronutrients generally, and connective tissues specifically, are really to blame. You can supplement with the constituent components of connective tissues, and you can also eat them. People who exercise more need more of all the nutrient groups covered in this book. They need more water-soluble nutrients, more macro and micronutrients in general, and they especially require extra connective tissue. By weight, our bodies are mostly muscle and connective tissue. Most of us eat animal muscles, and that is great, but if we do not eat or supplement with connective tissue, we are failing to provide the raw material for our bodies to make its own connective tissues. Connective tissues are found all over the body. They literally hold the body together. Our joints and intestines are made mostly of connective tissue, as is our skin and the elastic fibers that hold muscle to bone and connect veins and keep organs in place. All nerve fibers require connective tissue. The stuff is important, and that is why you will see a range of benefits, from skin to digestion to pain relief, by reading reviews of common connective tissue supplements like collagen or glucosamine or chondroitin. You don't have to supplement with connective tissue, but it is a good idea, since we are unlikely to get enough from food. The problem with the hardening of the cell membrane is most likely a connective tissue deficiency, along with several other micronutrients. This is because the cell membrane is essentially connective tissue. Those primitive people who ate the bones and the ash and so on also ate nearly all of the connective tissues of the animals they consumed. The main food sources of connective tissue is literally the connective tissues of animals. Plants do not make connective tissue. They make cellulose, or plant fiber. Eat the bones and joints and skin of smaller animals, and make broths from the bones and joints of larger animals. You can eat nearly an entire chicken just by chewing it, except for the thickest parts of the few biggest bones. You can make broths with the leftover bones, and if you are really serious, you can grind up the softened bones and add the bone meal to your regular dishes. Exercise increases the rate that we lose micronutrients, because our sweat is a soup of all the nutrients we have in the blood. We might not be ingesting all 90 essential nutrients, but whatever we are getting is in the sweat and is lost by sweating. We run into serious problems if we try to replenish all those lost nutrients with only water, or a sport drink made essentially from just salt and sugar. Salt is necessary, but sweat is more than salt. The same concept counts for bleeding as well. Obviously, if all of the nutrients we have available are in the blood, then losing blood requires replenishment. Women naturally bleed regularly through menstruation, and it is no wonder that this time of the month tends to make them feel worse in a number of ways. There are a lot of studies and articles and even books on the differences in the appearance of health problems in men and women. Authors tend to emphasize the fact that women usually go to the doctor more often than men, and thus their health problems are officially reported and treated more often. In every country that has been studied, women live longer than men, but longer does not necessarily mean better or healthier. The difference in longevity is largely because men are more prone to dangerous activities. Men play with guns and motorcycles and are both the typical perpetrators and victims of violence. Men also smoke more than women and drink more alcohol, and thus are also more likely to be harmed by alcohol-related injuries and accidents. In the health business, we know that by far most of our customers will be women. Women spend much more of their money on health in general. Though women do go to the doctor more, and therefore show up more often in disease statistics, I believe that they actually have more health problems in general. Though due to the underreporting of male problems, I do not expect good data on the matter. I say this mostly from experience. I cannot tell you how many times a woman has come to me for health advice, and though she is in the company of a man, the man is hardly listening. She has a list of health problems, and he probably does too, but hers are obviously worse. Most of the time, these pairs of people have eaten practically the same thing for decades, but the woman is more likely to listen to her doctor. She will make the same dinner and put butter on his plate, but not her own. He will use the salt shaker and she will not. She will take her medications and he will not. As a result of following bad advice, and by the cruelty of nature that women naturally lose more nutrients than men through menstruation and childbirth, she has more pronounced health problems. Sometimes the woman is wheelchair-bound from critical diabetes, obesity, or arthritis, and her husband is standing tall, chewing tobacco and rolling his eyes at our nutritional discussion. If he were listening, he would realize that we are pretty much telling him what he would want to hear. Eat all the fat and salt you want, pharmaceutical drugs aren't the answer, and abstaining from smoking and drinking really are not the key factors to health. Usually the clients we see in the absolute worst health are women. Most of these worst cases are women who used to be athletes. Further, most of these athletic women have had more than one child, and typically their major health concerns appeared after childbirth. It is heartbreaking if you think about it, because these women generally did exactly what they were supposed to do, according to their doctors. They listened and they exercised and they changed their diets and took the medications and so on. This is the triple whammy of nutrient loss: sweat, blood, and babies. Babies require a ton of macro and micronutrients to grow in the womb, and breast milk is full of nutrients as well. Women build entire human beings in their bellies. Obviously, it is a lot of work for the female body to do all of this, and all of that work requires nutrition. But she also has to physically give up her own nutrients to build the baby and make the milk. There is no well-known prenatal multivitamin on the market that comes anywhere close to providing enough nutrients to do the job. Prenatal formulas are often taken too late as well. Many birth defects happen in the first moments of pregnancy, during the first cell divisions. If nutrients are missing very early in pregnancy, major defects can happen. Women typically don't start taking a prenatal formula until they've missed 2 menstrual periods. And by that time, a lot of important formation has already occurred. Often, one of the first problems that a woman experiences post-gestation is a blood sugar problem. We probably all know someone who had postpartum depression. This is the reason. The food supply is already nutrient deficient, and women lose more nutrients than men, all else being equal. Childbirth tips them over the edge. My mother had postpartum depression. I mentioned that I was born with birth defects in the form of dislocated hips and musculoskeletal problems, and that means that I didn't have enough nutrients in the womb. If I didn't have enough, neither did my mother. I was the first child, and my two younger siblings were no better off than I was. My father once told me that after the third childbirth, mother was essentially a shell of her former self. He didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know how to change it or how to reconcile with the woman he once knew. My mother's doctor didn't tell her anything we have covered in this book because he did not know these things. Medical doctors are not required to learn anything about nutrition. They are not required to learn about supplement chemistry. They are not required to take a course on the habits of naturally healthy people. It is not their fault, but it is our responsibility to take care of these things in the absence of a properly educated medical profession. I have seen many women become very upset at some of this information, and I do understand. When we say that type 1 diabetes or Down syndrome or some other problem is a birth defect caused by nutrient deficiencies, I expect a few comments and messages to the effect of, "How dare you?" Just know that I am not blaming the mothers. Doctors weren't taught this, and I don't expect mothers to know this either. But now that you know all of this, you cannot unknow it. Together we can prevent these tragedies in the future. Together we can eradicate congenital problems and defects. Together we can create a healthier world, and it starts with you. I know that my mother will read these words, for she is easily my biggest supporter. She now knows this message. She does not blame herself, as she shouldn't. And she has used this information to turn her life around. I have never heard her outright admit to her multi-year state of depression, but I have seen the change. She is truly a different woman from the mother I knew growing up. As an added bonus, she no longer has osteoporosis. I know things just got kind of dark here, but we have covered most of what anyone would need to know about health and nutrition. This book was supposed to be about blood sugar, but it is not possible to isolate blood sugar from a broader discussion of health and nutrition. As I said at the beginning, achieving health is the key to achieving healthy blood sugar. The information in this book could be used to conquer practically any health challenge. I chose to darken the tone here because it leads us to the final topic in a well-rounded discussion about health: stress, which we will discuss in the next chapter. Chapter Keys. Fatty nutrients are essential and are part of a balanced diet. Fitness does not equal health. Fitness requires more nutrients than rest. No diet can provide all the essential nutrients without supplementation. Diets continue to evolve because none of them are perfect. You do not need to completely avoid carbs, and you definitely should not completely avoid fats. Protein and fat should be prioritized over carbs and sugar on your menu. Increasing dietary fats has numerous benefits for various health problems, particularly blood sugar. Connective tissue is possibly the most neglected nutrient group that we need to consume. Women lose more nutrients than men, but both sexes are responsible for replenishing themselves. Our health is our responsibility, not the responsibility of our doctor. We can not only reverse many of our own health problems, we can also prevent them in our children. Chapter 8. Stress. There are many types of stress. Some are obvious, others are not. Some stresses are essential to life, others are detrimental to our health. You don't need to have complete control over all of life's stresses in order to have control over your blood sugar. But if you are chronically stressed, you will be chronically unhealthy. And there is at least one major stress that isn't talked about often enough in the health business, which can, for some people, completely prevent them from being healthy: electromagnetic frequencies, or EMF. EMF is an elephant in the room of a health conversation, but the main problem is that this elephant is invisible. The average medical doctor doesn't take much of the information in this book seriously, and the nutrition world is seen more as a playground than an actual school. Well, if nutrition is the playground, then anyone talking about EMF is in the sandbox, where only the immature pseudoscientists peddle snake oil and gizmos to simple-minded and gullible customers. If nutritionists are the quacking ducks, then energy practitioners are still in the egg. It is very unfortunate that the different modes of healing have very little overlap. Instead of respecting the strengths of each healing philosophy and the methods they use, the health business is split into very distinct camps. I am very lucky to have several years of experience in both the nutrition and energy camps, but I can tell you that this does not make me very popular among the people in either one of them. Nutrition people tend to believe that everything comes down to nutrition, and energy people tend to believe that supplements are synthetic and therefore unnecessary, or even toxic. Due to my problematic birth, I probably wouldn't even have been born if it weren't for emergency medicine. Likely, my mother also would have died attempting to birth me. I have also been totally saved, at least once, by emergency pharmaceutical intervention. I respect the strengths of modern medicine, particularly in emergencies. That is where medical doctors shine. We strongly advocate taking care of yourself through smart nutritional choices so that medical emergencies are limited. We should hardly need medicine if we do nutrition properly on a regular basis. But accidents and infections will still happen, and so there is still room for mainstream medical doctors and their techniques in the medical marketplace. It would be a better world if mainstream medicine paid more attention to the wonders of preventative nutrition and the reversal of chronic problems with nutritional techniques. But it would also be better if those of us in the alternative health world gave more credit where it is due and recognized that although we shine at dealing with chronic problems, particularly blood sugar problems, we do also need emergency interventions to deal with many acute, life-threatening issues. It doesn't really help us to be firmly and immovably only on one side of the fence. This might sound like I am talking to other people in the health business, and though I know some of them will be reading this, really I'm talking to you, the consumer. You have been done a great disservice in many ways by the differentiation of health information into various camps. There is a good chance that your doctor told you that supplements are a waste of money and that those nutrition people don't know what they're talking about. And there is also a good chance that someone like me in the alternative world has told you not to use a regular doctor for anything. This black and white thinking isn't helpful. In psychology, this type of thinking is called splitting, and it is actually a marker of more than one mental health problem, namely borderline personality disorder and schizophrenia. All health modalities fall short somewhere. Sometimes people contact us in a state of emergency, and although sometimes we can indeed help them, other times the advice is to go to a hospital or medical doctor. There are very few nutritional strategies that work immediately. Recognizing this as a consumer allows you to use the different healing modes when appropriate, but I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for all of us to come together and agree to share the marketplace amicably. One thing that pretty much all health camps agree on is that stress is a factor in health and disease. Unfortunately, they often don't go into much detail about this, and even more unfortunately, they tend to focus on only one or a few types of stress. There are many forms of stress, but for simplicity, I will outline two broad categories: psychological stress and physical stress. Both psychological and physical stress, particularly EMF stress, deserve full books to thoroughly cover the material. But if I leave these things out of this book, you may not see the blood sugar results you are looking for. This chapter will not be sufficient to fully describe or conquer either type of stress. Since stress is such a large part of life, truly conquering it requires dedicated study. Monks don't become stress-free simply because they decide to do so. The discipline requires continuous work and study. Some philosophies and techniques will work better for you than others. Some techniques will work for you at one point in life, but if your life changes a bit, a different technique may become your most convenient. Very few people are completely free of stress, and the rest of us need more than one book or seminar and more than one technique that we can utilize at different times. I will share some of my favorite techniques here, and I will also include my favorite books on the subject in the recommended reading section at the end of the book. Similarly, EMF is a huge topic, and I will only give a brief outline here and encourage you to study it further, again with a couple of my favorite books referenced in the recommended reading section. Physical and psychological stress do tend to go hand in hand. A physical problem is stressful in many ways, especially if you do not know what to do about it. The thought of medical intervention is very stressful, especially if that is the only option you have been given. The thought of missed work, falling short on our responsibilities to our friends and families, and even simply missing out on activities that we enjoy are all stressful. Staying healthy definitely alleviates much unnecessary stress for this reason, avoiding the stresses involved with any pain or illness. Everything in this book so far should do most of the work in avoiding physical stresses and the accompanying psychological stress. Stress in any form has many measurable effects on common markers of health, including blood sugar. The body responds to stress by releasing hormones, including cortisol and adrenaline, as well as lowering insulin, which raises blood sugar temporarily for the fight or flight response. The mere presence of the stress hormones in the blood causes muscle and fat tissues to be less sensitive to insulin. In the short term, this is useful, but it is detrimental if this happens all the time. We all know that stress also increases blood pressure. Footnote 27. In our view, blood pressure problems at root tend to be nutrient deficiencies in the ever-important bone, joint, muscle group, because blood pressure is governed by muscles. And blood pressure problems can also be caused by a digestive problem. But obviously, stress is a factor as well. Return to text. We all know that stress increases blood pressure, but I recently learned that stress can even increase blood cholesterol. Cholesterol itself is not a problem or a good marker of health, but it is important to note that stress has effects in so many systems in the body, including the fat system. Probably the increased release of cholesterol is there to make more stress hormones. Nutrient deficiencies are a form of physical stress on the cells and on the body itself. A car without power steering fluid or brake fluid is much more difficult to control. A car that hasn't had its oil changed in years will perform much less efficiently than it should. The average person's body is like a poorly maintained vehicle. Our body mileage is terrible. Stay on top of your nutrition and you can eliminate most or all of the everyday aches, pains, headaches, blood sugar spikes and crashes, and more serious debilitating and life-threatening problems. We have gone through a few examples of nutritional stress: oxidative stress, damage to tissues, irritative stress or inflammation to intestinal villi, and though we haven't gone too much into the biochemical details of nutrient deficiencies, you can imagine a construction crew without adequate tools. The body will do the best it can with what it has, but it will hardly be optimal. When it comes to EMF, I don't know why it is not taken seriously by either the medical world or the nutrition world. Both camps claim to appreciate science, and there is voluminous science on the matter. We have the tools to see the direct effect of EMF. Live blood analysis doesn't require a medical degree. You can probably find someone near you who will do it for you for less than $100. You can see the effect of many things on the blood in real time, and one of the most obvious and most dramatic effects on the blood is the effect of EMF. In the book, I have shared a picture of unhealthy blood versus healthy blood. The most obvious difference between the two is that the unhealthy blood cells are clumped together and there is a noticeable amount of debris around the cells, whereas in the healthy blood, all of the blood cells are separated and perfectly circular, and there is not much debris around them. People sell water filters by showing live blood analysis after drinking tap water compared to their filter water. People sell parasite cleanses and many other health strategies and products based on the ability of that therapy or product to alleviate the blood. In the picture above, I am not even sure what the patient in this case was dealing with before or what they did to clean the blood, but this picture of unhealthy blood is typical of EMF stress. Healthy blood is able to transport nutrients, oxygen, sugar, and waste properly. You will never have healthy blood sugar if your blood looks like the picture of unhealthy blood above. Anything that impacts the blood will greatly impact the person. We sell supplements, but nutrients must get into the blood to be utilized. If they enter the blood, but the blood cells are all crumpled up and stuck together, then those nutrients are not going to be delivered to the cells properly. This means that you can supplement with all 90 essential nutrients and yet still have serious health problems if something is wrong with the blood. To me, this direct proof of EMF impacting the blood is all we need to understand and to do something about the EMF in our lives. Before I even knew about live blood analysis, I had the benefit of being introduced to anti-EMF devices on a business level. In the health business, we have various explanations for why things work, and we can disagree on those reasons. But the bottom line is that we operate on results. If our customers don't get results, we are basically out of business. So from a business perspective, how something works is not as important as the fact that it does work. Whys tend to lead to more whys in an endless regression. I don't know why plants convert minerals to a colloidal form, or why silver or shells kill pathogens. At some point, the magic of the world becomes apparent, and I am satisfied with the rough explanation of the phenomena. A lot of people argue about EMF, and most of it focuses on why. Why do some people have worse symptoms than others? Why are we just noticing this now? Why does my textbook say that non-ionizing radiation is safe? These questions all have answers, but they distract from the obvious fact that there is something happening, however mysterious. Your car salesperson does not need to know how the computer in the vehicle works. They just need to be able to show you how to use it and talk you through the benefits and features of this model over the others available. Similarly, few people know how their phone works, but they can still use it. People tend to get really hung up on the details about EMF, but they really don't need to. I have seen many miracles in both the nutrition and the energy fields, but generally nutrition works gradually to reverse long-term problems. This is excellent, but it also requires patience, commitment, and an ongoing investment for it to really work. Taking a supplement once will likely do nothing at all. To utilize energy information, the main thing a person needs to do is simply suspend their disbelief that this tinfoil hat stuff might actually help them. Dealing with the EMF stress can have absolutely miraculous results very quickly, and energy devices only need to be purchased once, as they are not consumable like supplements or food. I always have to give some kind of preamble like this before giving EMF advice, or else people tend to just roll their eyes and skip the pages or turn off the video. I've gone into more detail on my experience in this side of the business in my book, Fake Diseases, and have made several videos on the subject on my YouTube channel, The Real Notice. Not everyone is extremely sensitive to EMF, just like not everyone is extremely sensitive to gluten, but everyone is affected by it. And just like the gluten problem is worse in modern foods than it was for our grandparents, the EMF problem is rapidly amplifying. People who didn't feel anything a few years ago are now noticing it, and in the nutrition business, we know that there is a growing number of people who seemingly cannot heal or get rid of a pain no matter what we throw at them. For these cases, the answer isn't more products. These people tend to take plenty of products already, and our products keep getting better over the years. We regularly see results in people who only take a half or quarter of our recommended doses. If our full recommended dose isn't working, then the dose is not the problem. Something is stopping that dose from getting to the cells. And that something is probably EMF. I have been saying this louder and louder over the years, and few people in the nutrition business seem to appreciate it. We are trying to provide answers for people, and I admit that it is not a good look to say, this problem is caused by this nutrient deficiency, and then backtrack and say, unless EMF is actually the underlying problem. There is usually no one singular cause of poor health, just as there is no one singular approach to restoring a person to vibrant health. It's usually a combination of things. We're not lab rats that have had only one of our nutrients pulled out of our pellets, or living on an island all sharing the exact same nutrition. If there is a deficiency on an island, the whole island will be affected similarly. But in the modern world, there are so many new variables and habits available that everyone has a unique combination of problems to address. Having said all of this, there are 4 main categories of things you can do to reduce the stress of EMF in your life. Some of my advice might sound extreme if this is your first time hearing any of this, and you can choose to implement any of these or none of them, but all of them should help to various degrees. The first strategy is to minimize exposure. For most people, the devices in their immediate vicinity will be their biggest sources of exposure, particularly those kept on the body. This tends to mean your phone, tablet, and laptop computer. If you read the insert of your phone, I'll bet the manufacturer warns you not to put the phone directly to your head. Much like cigarette companies mitigate liability by agreeing to warning labels on their products, phone companies have always known the risks of EMF and have protected themselves in the fine print. Heed the warning and do not ever put a phone to your head unless it is a landline with a cord. Cordless communication devices of any kind are harmful. Use corded headphones or talk on speaker. If you have to keep a phone on your body for work or another reason, get a protective case, preferably made of silver fabric. Many of them are designed so that you can fully encase the phone in times when you do not need to receive or transmit a signal, and also have a front pouch where your skin is still protected, but the phone can also send and receive signals outwards. Try to never keep a phone on your body or in your bag without some kind of metal protection. At the very least, turn it off when transporting it. EMF affects us most when it is closest to us, so rather than the phone being in our pocket, put it on the table or in the glove box of the car. Devices that are not in use should be off at all times. Functions that are not in use should be turned off. If you only use Wi-Fi on your tablet, turn off the Bluetooth and data and turn on airplane mode. I know that people tend to love their Bluetooth devices. I know wires are annoying and that it is convenient to stream podcasts and music rather than plug something in or download it. But the fact is that Bluetooth is one of the worst EMF sources we have ever allowed into our lives. I am sure that the market will recognize this very soon, and there will be an exodus away from these devices as soon as people realize how much it is affecting them and their families. I see a lot of apparently health-conscious people using wireless headphones and other Bluetooth devices even while jogging or working out. These people probably wouldn't eat at a fast food restaurant, they probably wouldn't smoke or take drugs, and I assume that they'll stop using Bluetooth once they realize that the harm is probably much worse than fast food or drugs. Most of the damage that bad foods and chemicals do to our body is immediate and acute, meaning the damage happens mostly right now, not later, and damage should not last longer than the time the thing is in the body. If we habitually eat those foods or use those chemicals, the damage will accumulate and a degenerative problem will become apparent. Though the harm from EMF is also immediate and acute, the exposure is constant. We don't eat cheeseburgers all day and night, or smoke literally all day, but we can be affected by EMF 24/7. This makes it a much bigger problem than the cheeseburger. Remember that convenience generally isn't healthy. There is nothing healthy at a convenience store, and there are also no electronics that are healthy. I'm not saying we have to ditch all electronics, but it is definitely a good idea to get rid of the worst offenders, and to pressure the market to install safety measures in their products, as well as engineer safer electronics in general. If you go to a McDonald's restaurant in Europe, you will be surprised that their menu is significantly healthier than it is in North America, and also that it isn't as cheap. That's because the European market has demanded these changes, and they are willing to pay a bit more for a better product. So far, there is next to zero demand for any electronics manufacturers or telecommunications providers to do anything regarding the safety of their products. It is best to simply get rid of all possible wireless devices, especially all Bluetooth devices. Sell them, recycle them, whatever you are comfortable with. I don't recommend donating them to a thrift store. Most of the people who shop at the Salvation Army have enough problems as it is, and they don't need more unhealthy things keeping them down, much like they don't need junk food from a food bank. I realize that some of these devices are quite expensive, but we have probably all wasted more money in life than we care to acknowledge, and sometimes we need to just swallow a loss. You don't need a wireless keyboard or mouse, and your desktop computer should be plugged into an Ethernet cable instead of running off Wi-Fi, which is faster and more reliable internet anyway. If you use a laptop, it should not be on your lap, and you should be using a desk, as it is better for your posture and for actually getting work done. Plug it into Ethernet and turn off the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. I run a business online, and I spend a lot of time on the phone and computer, but I've done my best to minimize the EMF involved. Life is full of trade-offs, and in my life this is a big one, because I realize that I need to make a living, and I prefer working from home to life on the road or some other way of attracting customers, but I know that being on these devices is bad for my health. For several years I have not paid a phone bill. One reason is that I am cheap and I don't want to pay for unnecessary things, but also so that I can have airplane mode turned on all the time, which means that my phone is no longer sending out a signal looking for a mobile tower to connect to. By the way, the farther away you are from a mobile or data tower, the stronger the signal your phone puts out looking for one. So if you're out in nature, you probably want to turn the phone off, or turn airplane mode on and data and Bluetooth signals off, at the minimum. Since the first smart consumer device came out in 2007, the iTouch, none of us have needed to pay a phone bill in order to make phone calls and texts for free. You can download any one of at least dozens of apps that exist for free calls and texts. Most of us communicate primarily on social media apps anyway. If you have an iPhone, the built-in iMessage and FaceTime features do not require mobile cell service, which means a phone bill. Because I don't have a phone bill, airplane mode is always turned on, and the data button is always turned off. I don't own any Bluetooth devices, and so Bluetooth is always off. If I am not using the phone, it is nowhere near my body. I do pay for cable internet in my house. When I sit down in the morning and answer the many messages in our inboxes, I turn off the phone's Wi-Fi and plug the phone into an Ethernet adapter, which only costs me around $15. After the main phone time, if I use the phone at some other point in the day, I will usually use the Wi-Fi, but the overall time on the Wi-Fi is greatly reduced. Of course, you can also turn your Wi-Fi modem off when you are not using it, especially at night. You also don't want to sleep with the phone or any wireless devices in your room. Get an old school alarm clock. You should know that your car is probably also a major source of EMF, new cars especially. My previous car was a 2009 model and I didn't feel a big problem with it. My current car is a 2011 and it exhausts me just sitting in it, probably because the Bluetooth doesn't turn off. I don't drive very often these days, but I'm still planning to get a much older vehicle on my next purchase, with as little electronics as possible. Since your car is made of metal, even if it isn't sending out a wireless signal of its own, it is trapping some of the signals from your phone and other devices in there with you. Turn the devices off while in the car, or at least turn off the wireless functions so it is not sending out those signals. You can load your GPS directions on your phone and turn the signals off, and it will still take you to your destination. I have driven across America multiple times without internet, and most of us grew up without the luxury of GPS anyway. We somehow managed to find the places and meet the people. You can buy an EMF meter to find major sources of EMF in your home, but I know that most people only use the meter once, and in that case it is not really worth the investment. You can call your local fire department, and chances are, if you ask nicely, they will send a firefighter over for free to help you identify any sources with their meter. This will probably only take about 30 minutes, and much less if you live in an apartment. You can also ask an electrician if you know one personally, or pay one for a house call. Once you identify major sources, you can either get rid of those, or use the second EMF reducing strategy, blocking or shielding. A shield can be made of basically anything metal. Aluminum foil and baking sheets are the cheapest options, though they are definitely not the most aesthetic. EMF blocking paint is available but is much more expensive than foil and is not as effective as foil or a sheet of metal. If you have EMF coming in from a source outside, it might only be in one corner of the house, and that is easy to block. We are in the process of having our smart meter removed from our house, but the first thing I did when we moved in was cover the wall behind it in several layers of foil, then put a bookshelf in front of that. Similarly, my office shares a wall with my bedroom, and so I foiled that wall and covered the wall with fabric, both to hide the foil and to improve sound recording quality in the office. Refrigerators and freezers, when the compressor is running, are a big source of EMF that hardly anyone recognizes. If there is a bedroom or a sitting chair on the other side of the wall where your fridge is, consider shielding that wall. I would like to elaborate on the many problems with modern lighting, but it will take us too far off track. LED, halogen, and fluorescent lights are all a problem, both for EMF and for a more subtle irritation of our minds by their rapidly flickering nature and harsh light. I consider this both a physical and a psychological stress. Unfortunately, many places have banned conventional incandescent bulbs, but I recommend that all household and office lighting be conventional incandescent. The major sources of EMF are definitely able to mess up the blood to the point where your nutrition is practically void. This means that EMF could appear to cause many different health problems, including blood sugar problems. Crumpled up blood can't transport sugar effectively. LED or fluorescent lights are probably not going to affect your blood sugar in a meaningful way, certainly not in comparison to the phone in your pocket, Wi-Fi in the workplace, and the brand new car on the daily commute. These lights are still an annoyance and a minor source of EMF stress in our lives. If you wear glasses, I recommend getting the lens upgrades that block blue light. Similar screens can be purchased cheaply for any phone, tablet, or computer screen, and some versions are available for televisions. In the shield category are also the phone cases mentioned above, as well as silver fabric clothing. A few years ago there were really no great brands that I could recommend, but the market is quickly catching up to this demand, and now several companies are offering fabrics that feel good and also don't look like metal ponchos or a space suit. Footnote 28. My current favorite is Spiro Protection Clothing, spiroprotectionclothing.com. Return to text. The smartest clothing items to purchase first are underwear and undershirts, as you can obviously wear your normal clothing on top of it without replacing your entire wardrobe. The third category of EMF reduction strategies is to use mitigating devices. When I was introduced to this business, devices were our main tool. Of course, we cannot run a business from most of the things above, as they are free for you to do yourself. The plain fact is that even with reducing your personal exposure and blocking sources in your home, you are still going to be exposed to EMF. And many people don't have total control over their environment. Your family might not let you turn off the Wi-Fi, for example. Not to mention the workplace, which is probably high EMF, as workplaces generally pay no attention to this. There is no magic device that will completely protect you from EMF. None of these strategies will completely mitigate EMF, but using as many of them as possible will reduce your exposure nonetheless. Even though no device is the total savior, I have seen absolute miracles with them. People with diseases and symptoms that I would have previously thought were entirely nutritional problems were sometimes alleviated in minutes by using one of our devices. This is because if the blood is impacted, it can show up as symptoms in any system in the body, since the blood delivers nutrients to every cell in the body. A disease is just a name for a symptom or group of symptoms, and there is no predicting which system will be affected first or most strongly by EMF. I am not going to go into great detail here, for I know that I have already gone long on this section, but you should know about the two main types of EMF protection devices. The first type are materials that are charged with frequencies, or have frequencies embedded into them, however you like to think about it. This is my favorite type of device because it is relatively inexpensive, very effective, and can last a lifetime. The device I have the most experience with is something we call a frequency tuning disc, which is basically a brass washer charged with a bunch of frequencies that are found in your body. The theory is that these frequencies enhance your own frequencies, thus strengthening your aura. We don't really know if this itself protects you from the EMF, or if it just strengthens you while not doing anything about the EMF you are still exposed to. I personally don't think it changes the EMF you are exposed to. It changes you. Either way, they work very well, and they are the cheapest devices I know of on the market. Cheapest that actually work. We sell them at www.Aleckswarriors.ca. There are several materials that will hold frequencies very well, and brass is one of them. Many products sold in this category are some kind of crystal or stone with embedded frequencies. I do sell a pendant on my website as well, but it costs much more than a frequency tuning disc. And it is not as practical because most people don't want to wear a necklace in bed or in the shower, but a disc can be worn 24/7, even at work with a dirty job. The second category of EMF protection device is something that actually outputs frequencies into the atmosphere. Generally, I don't like these as much, because they usually have to be plugged in, and therefore are most useful in the location where they are stationed. We humans move around, and so I prefer a simple device that stays with us. I definitely haven't tried every device in this category, and the ones that I have used I am not overly impressed with. I do hear good things about the Blue Shield company, and they are next on my list to try, though their products are much costlier than everything mentioned to this point. The fourth category of things to do to reduce your EMF exposure is political in nature. Most of the things mentioned so far are in your control, but we live in a society that is rapidly drowning us in this invisible rainbow of EMF. We need action on a level bigger than our personal lives, and that means political action. I understand why people in the health business really don't want to accept the scale of the problem we are facing here, because it takes us largely out of the picture. In general, the message of this book, and our field more broadly, is that you can control your health. You can change eating habits and add supplements or herbs or whatever. You can move your body more and reduce or eliminate bad habits. It can be a fairly long list, but it's doable. You can also use the above strategies to reduce your EMF exposure, but basically no one can fully escape the EMF in our environment. I can help you with your nutrition, and a doctor can help you with an emergency situation, but none of us can protect you from the cell phone tower across the street or the high voltage power line down the road. If you live next to a cell tower or high voltage lines, or you live above a subway line or near an electric transfer station, frankly, you have to move. None of the above will mitigate such major sources. That is terrible news for you and for us. It really sucks to have to give this advice. but it is the truth that you'll probably never be healthy if you remain in these places. Similarly, some workplaces, like airports, hospitals, and even schools, have willingly become some of the strongest EMF environments that most people will ever spend significant time in. For the most part, I assume that the people in charge of developing these places do not appreciate the dangers involved, and that has to change. This is why I encourage you to learn more about EMF and actively spread this information. We must influence the world to change. We can control our own nutrition, but as of now, we cannot control the EMF we are exposed to. I could fill a whole book on EMF, but I will stop for now, and we will get back to the psychological stresses and some easy things that can mitigate that. In the digestion chapter, I mentioned that a few deep breaths can basically relax you immediately, and that is something that any of us can do at any time. One of the key parts to the 90 essential nutrients is oxygen. Footnote 29. The 60 essential minerals are actually the 60 essential elements, as some, like oxygen and nitrogen, are gases. Though we call calcium a mineral, technically we are talking about calcium the element when we are discussing its roles in the body. A rock might be called a mineral, which will be made of numerous elements. A rock or a crystal is a compound of elements. Similarly, a rock form of calcium, such as calcium carbonate, is a compound of calcium, carbon, and oxygen. This compound is properly described as a mineral. When chemistry is described atomically, there isn't a fundamental difference between the matter that makes up oxygen and the matter that makes iron. The same base constituents make all matter. The only real differences between elements, as far as modern chemistry and practical physics is concerned, are the amount of electrons and the weight of the element. It boggles my mind to think about the idea that oxygen and iron are basically the same. One just has a bit more energy particles and is heavier. Return to text. One of the key parts of the 90 essential nutrients is oxygen, and one of the easiest ways to increase our oxygen is simply to breathe more deeply, more often. When you start to pay attention to it, you'll probably notice that you only fill your lungs halfway before breathing out. Therefore, there is half a lung of stagnant air that you are not fully recycling. Deep breathing is good for body and mind and should be done as much as possible every day. As you do it more often, you'll probably notice that you want to do it more often. Your body tells you, hey, I like this, more oxygen please. You'll probably also notice that you stop breathing completely rather often. Doctors have this made-up disease called sleep apnea, which is the cessation of breathing at night. Not only is this a completely normal behavior for all mammals and isn't in any way a health problem, sleep problems are unrelated to apnea, it also happens frequently during the day. Maybe it's because sleep clinics don't study people during the day, or maybe it's because no one in the medical world bothered to question this, but for some reason your doctor probably doesn't know that apnea is normal day and night. And it probably happens more frequently when you are stressed. I notice myself not breathing pretty much every time I am stressed. The fast remedy to this is simply to pay attention and breathe deeply. One of my favorite stress-relieving activities is something called Qi. Not Tai Chi, which includes conscious body movements. I am sure Tai Chi is also helpful. I hear great things. But I have never learned it, so I can't tell you much about it. Plain Qi is one of the simplest forms of meditation. Very basically, you stand up straight in whatever way is comfortable to you, close your eyes, and let your whole body relax. Just standing there, as long as you don't resist it, your body should actually start to move on its own. It might rock back and forth, or start to swing itself around gently in circles, and you're supposed to let it do this. Sometimes it will twist itself until something pops, and whatever it does, we should trust the wisdom of the body to do whatever it wants to do when it is in this Qi mode. I am no expert on this, but I quickly got over the weirdness of it and learned to enjoy just standing there. Maybe I feel better about it since it has a real name and a history behind it. I'm not doing nothing, I'm doing Qi. I like to deep breathe at the same time, doubling up the benefits of this time away from the stresses of life. Focusing on breathing pulls you away from thinking about all the other stuff in life. Many of us simply don't ever take a real break. We stop working, but then we watch TV, or hang out with friends, or talk to our loved ones, and none of that is really off. Qi is truly stopping everything, closing the eyes, and letting the body relax itself in whatever way it wants. Exercise is commonly touted as one of the best ways to reduce stress. I have never been a huge fan of full-on exercise. I am a workaholic, I admit it, but I am also quite lazy in many ways, and one of those ways is my reluctance to go to the gym. Despite this, I know that we must move. We are designed to move, and as someone who sits for a living, I know I must put time in each day to circulate the fluids in my body. There are many circulation supporting things that you can do that are not really true exercises, but that provide many of the physical and psychological benefits of exercise. You can move your fluids and push your muscles without going to the gym, and all of these things will take you away momentarily from the stresses of life. Yoga is a simple set of light stretch type exercises that anyone can do. Without yoga, it is still a good idea to stretch throughout the day. As a sitter, I spend somewhere around 20 to 40 minutes throughout the day just stretching and swinging my arms around. You should also know that our muscles atrophy if we do not use them. If we sit for a living, our biggest muscles, those in the butt and legs, will be most affected by our sedentary lifestyle. It is important to stretch those muscles regularly. Though I am a huge fan of simple circulation exercises, it is also important to keep muscles on our bodies. The primitive long-lived people, in addition to eating real food, getting a lot of micronutrients, and avoiding the modern stresses of EMF and traffic and so on, they also remain mostly fit and toned throughout life. This was observed in the famously healthy Hunza people, as well as the many primitive cultures documented by Weston Price in his work Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. In my observation at modern gyms, health and fitness did not have anything to do with each other. But in the primitive human community, health and fitness are both natural consequences of their lifestyles. The children in primitive communities run around. If they live in the mountains, they build muscle by traversing the rocky terrain. If they live by the water, they swim. They climb trees to get coconuts and avocados and other tree treasures. All long-lived cultures work. Both men and women typically work the fields during planting and harvesting season. The woman's work is much more than just cooking and cleaning. Those are the easy jobs. She will likely do much of the wood splitting and tending the fires, skinning animals for furs and leathers, grinding bones, tending a garden of herbs and roots and other vegetables, and much more. She doesn't have time to watch TV, and she probably doesn't have a couch to lounge on. Men will have a lot of work to do too, and most of it will require a lot of movement. Their additional activities will also likely be physically demanding, like hunting goats in the mountains, fish in the ocean, and even trapping small game like rabbits and foxes can all be very tiring. The point is that a healthy lifestyle, especially if we are basing it on long-lived humans, definitely includes exercise. These primitive people don't sit around much. They might hibernate for most of a winter and nap in the afternoon, but the rest of the time is full of movement and lifting. They're not running marathons or stopping into a gym for some weight training after work, but they're exercising a lot of the time. For this reason, an active lifestyle is optimal. Slow but steady is best, in my opinion. People who work construction don't run in and start hammering things. Slower and steadier gets the job done efficiently and safely. Weightlifting is great, as it is the most efficient way to maintain a healthy muscle mass. I cannot go into a full exercise regimen here, but I do recommend doing whatever you can to add or keep movement in your life, especially things that stimulate muscles. When it comes to blood sugar, there is a commonly talked about link between muscle mass and blood sugar problems. More muscle, healthier blood sugar. I think a lot of this correlation is because a lot of diabetics are older people who do live very sedentary lives. Light weight training will benefit these people in numerous ways and might even help with their blood sugar. Light swimming and cycling are also both excellent ways to keep the muscles working, and even walking helps a lot. People with serious health problems, especially blood sugar problems, should not neglect circulation. Exercise and circulation are related but different. Exercise will typically be focused on working the muscles or the heart, not necessarily the lymphatic fluids in the body. I can weight train efficiently without sweating much or even moving much. Isolated muscle exercises restrict and slow movement. Cardio training will move the lymph, but will not have much to do with muscle growth. I prefer a mix of moderate weight training, 3 to 5 hours per week, lots of stretching, and some deliberate circulation exercises daily. We know that circulation problems are correlated with blood sugar problems, and so we need to go out of our way to promote blood and lymph circulation in our bodies. Find a circulation exercise or two that you can fit into your life easily. 20 to 40 minutes a day is my general recommendation for whatever exercise or combination of exercises you choose. If you lift weights, this is in addition to your gym routine. You can buy a small trampoline and bounce on it periodically. If you have access to a swing set, you can use that. Make sure that you swing high enough where you feel the rushing whoosh on the way down, because that feeling is your fluids moving. Swimming is also excellent for circulation, and I like it because it is low impact, meaning it doesn't beat up your joints like running. Cycling is also low impact. Anything that gets the blood moving is good, though some of these are more practical than others, and those of us who live in wintry places will not be able to do all of these throughout the year. There are also machines that promote circulation. Two of my favorites are chi machines, with no relation to the chi practice already mentioned, and shaker machines. A chi machine is basically just a machine that you put your feet into while laying down, and it rocks your legs back and forth in a rhythmic motion. I recommend 10-minute sessions, 2 or more times a day if you have a serious circulation or blood sugar problem. Chi machines can sell for as little as $50 or as much as a few hundred. Just read the reviews and specs and make sure that it can hold your weight and won't break after a week. A shaker machine is just a platform that shakes. A cheap model will probably cost you a few $100s, and they can go up to a few thousand. More expensive models will have a broader range of shaking settings and probably a better warranty. 20 minutes a day is a good target for the shaker machine. When people come to us with blood sugar problems, they often have serious circulation problems. They tend to have trouble walking or even standing for very long. They have numb or painful extremities, including their feet. This means that using these machines or doing some of these exercises can be painful for them at first. And they might not be able to bounce on a trampoline or ride a swing at all. If this is the case, use the lowest setting on the shaker machine and work your way up. Continued use of these devices should see major improvements within days or weeks. If they can only tolerate short sessions on the chi or shaker machine, that is okay. Shorter sessions are fine as long as the total time per day is reached. There are also several electric stimulation machines, such as the Dr. Ho machine. Many people report tremendous results with these machines, and they can be particularly useful for those who are in really rough shape, such as people in wheelchairs or who have gangrenous feet. There are also several circulation therapies that require another person, and usually require paying for. These include massage, especially lymphatic massage, as well as acupuncture, acupressure, and cupping. Though I do not go to the gym often these days, and I did mention that my health was at a dismal low when I worked at a gym, I still recognize that it is a healthy thing to do. My wife forces me to work out with her sometimes, and while I don't like to admit it, I know that I should do it more consistently. I like to believe that stretching and circulating is enough, but I know that it is not, if we don't have an active lifestyle. Proper weight or resistance training doesn't take very much time or even exertion. And on top of that, gyms are generally an excellent social environment, especially if your other go-to options are something like a pub or playing video games with your friends. I met many absolutely amazing people at the gym, and even in the midst of depression, some of the best times of my life were in the gym. The last major thing in this section I would like to cover is sleep. Sleep also deserves its own book, and I've listed my current favorite book on the subject in the recommended reading section. Sleep and stress have a lot to do with each other. Stress can mess up sleep, and a lack of sleep is physically and psychologically stressful. Insomnia, at the bottom line, is mostly a deficiency in the bone mineral group that comes up again and again in relation to literally hundreds of health problems and diseases. That mineral group governs muscles, and sleep is essentially a muscle problem. I said mostly because, of course, your mind can keep you awake as well. And there are also several digestive and blood sugar symptoms that can mess up your sleep and be mistaken for insomnia. At the beginning of the book, I mentioned several sleep problems related to blood sugar: narcolepsy, night sweats, teeth grinding at night, night terrors, waking up to urinate, sleepwalking, and bedwetting. If you fall asleep randomly, narcolepsy, then you are not getting a regular, restorative sleep. If you have to wake up to change your shirt or sheets because they are soaked in sweat, that will prevent a thorough, restorative sleep. and it is the same with waking up to urinate or waking up from nightmares. As you get your blood sugar under control with the methods in this book, these symptoms should improve and they can all disappear completely. I included sleep here after the EMF section because the sleep literature, and medical and nutritional literature in general, tends to ignore the whole concept of EMF. In my life, EMF is the main thing that interferes with my sleep. At my country house, I tend to sleep perfectly. I am writing this just outside of Houston, Texas, where I spend about half of my time these days, and I have never had a proper sleep here. When I visit my mother's in a suburb outside of Toronto, Canada, I cannot sleep there either. I have all of the anti-EMF devices that we promote and some others that I haven't mentioned. I take almost double the amount of supplements that I normally need to function properly in the country, but as I have said, nothing can fully mitigate the effects of a high EMF area. Cities large and small have a bubble of EMF that is impossible to escape. Even covering the house in aluminum foil would simply trap us in a Faraday cage, like your car, where the EMF from our devices would just bounce around inside. Poor sleep quickly ricochets throughout life. Once I leave the countryside, I quickly become irritable and have a harder time concentrating on my work and business. This causes me stress. I don't enjoy being a jerk to my mother or wife, yet I feel like one when I am in a bad mood from being constantly tired yet unable to relax or sleep through the night. I also like to get my work done, and it causes stress when I don't feel physically up to it. Messages pile up, video projects and books sit unfinished, and none of this makes me feel good. Even with no electronic devices in the bedroom, EMF messes up my sleep when I'm in a city, and it also messes up my blood sugar. I do sweat at night here, not all the time, but often enough. I get up at night to urinate. Within a few days at my house in the country, none of this happens. The irritability is a sign of low blood sugar, as is the chronic fatigue. When I'm in a city, I can't enjoy a coffee in the early afternoon like I want to, because I need to be extra diligent toward anything that makes the problem worse. Advice that we would normally give to anyone trying to get their blood sugar under control, such as limiting caffeine, I have to be extra on top of. Normally I say that you can break some of the rules sometimes and get away with it. You don't have to be perfect to be better, and you definitely don't have to be perfect to get your blood sugar under control. But in this high EMF environment, I feel no room for error. Not everyone is as sensitive to EMF as I am, but plenty of people are much more sensitive than me. You might be one of them and not even know it. You might do everything in this book except the EMF advice and get no result. You also might address only the EMF and see remarkable improvements in your life. Addressing nutrition, digestion, and EMF is my recommended recipe for a healthy life. Most of the sleep books I have read will indeed list several of the essential nutrients as things that help with sleep. I put quotes around help because I think that it is silly to think of essential nutrients like this, like thinking taurine and arginine or the B vitamins help with energy. These nutrients are required for healthy energy and healthy sleep. All of the essential nutrients are required for a healthy body, and so it doesn't make sense to pick them out individually as helping with certain problems. When a book about sleep gives you 7 or 12 different nutrients that help with sleep, you have been done a disservice. If you go out and buy each of those, you might end up with 10 different products, and invariably you will still be far short of all 90 essential nutrients. These books will also commonly name several plants that are known to promote sleep, like chamomile flower or valerian root, as well as hormones like melatonin. The problem is, we don't want to be reliant on medicines. Anything that is being used to treat a problem is a medicine, whether it is a plant or a pharmaceutical. If you have a sleep problem and use a herb or melatonin, you are ignoring the real problem, nutritional deficiencies causing the sleep problem, or EMF messing everything up. Most medicines have quickly diminishing returns if they are used long-term, because they are not meant to be used long-term. People need to take more and more melatonin to get to sleep because the body becomes tolerant to most medicines. Similarly, many people use alcohol or marijuana to get to sleep, also with diminishing returns. Medicines are often expensive and will never truly fix the problem, unless the problem is caused by an infection that is killed by the medicine. The same is true with herbs and roots that are known to support healthy blood sugar, and any plant touted for any medicinal benefit. We have a blood sugar support product that is meant to be added onto a baseline dose of the 90 essential nutrients. And on the label, there are some plants that are known to support healthy blood sugar, including cinnamon, ginseng, bitter melon fruit, as well as the 2 key minerals for insulin metabolism, chromium and vanadium. Those plants are indeed helpful in maintaining healthy blood sugar, but many people take medicinal benefits too far and use too much turmeric or cinnamon or ginseng to the point where it can actually be harmful. Plant medicines aren't the answer to blood sugar problems or sleep problems, and the point of this is that by becoming healthy in general, we really shouldn't need any medicines or hormones to help us sleep or to have healthy blood sugar. We can usually sleep fine when we are properly nourished. And our body produces its own melatonin, once again from cholesterol. The body can get glucose into cells if it has enough chromium and vanadium to do so, assuming their many cofactors are also present, and cinnamon and ginseng can help, but they are not the key. Though nutrition is most of what is required for healthy sleep, there are several basic guidelines commonly recommended to improve sleep, and I do believe in them as well. If you had a terrible sleep, don't sleep in. Get up at the regular time and proceed with your day. You will be tired that day, but keeping on a schedule is very important for a regular healthy sleep. Exercise is commonly touted as one of the best ways to ensure a good sleep. I recommend that you exercise in the morning or afternoon at latest, as evening exercises can leave you buzzing with energy well into the night. If you are laying in bed for hours, frustrated that you are not sleeping, I recommend getting up, leaving the bedroom, and reading or watching TV until you feel more tired, or ready to try sleep again. A book is definitely healthier than TV, but I know how frustrating and exhausting it can be to miss many nights of proper sleep. And I often don't feel like reading in that state. Most sleep experts do not recommend associating entertainment with your bedroom. The bedroom should be a place of sleep. I don't believe a television should even be allowed in a bedroom anyway, for EMF reasons. Many people believe that screens are bad for our sleep, and I agree. Generally, it is a good idea to put the screens down before bed, just like you don't want to eat or drink alcohol before bed. But TV does make me tired, and a lot of people have an easy time falling asleep while watching it. Phones are a much worse option for this late night watching, both because it tends to be in your hand, pumping you with EMF, and because of the close blue light, which is stimulating in a bad way. I wear lenses that block blue lights and also have a blue light filter on my phone, but it is still not a good idea to use the phone if you are having trouble falling asleep. Books are better than anything electronic. This should be more than enough to relieve a lot of the stress in the average life. But of course, if your life is very stressful, then it is up to you to continue to study stress management, mindfulness, and the huge market of techniques that you can use to help you. If you want money, study money. If you want happiness, study happiness. If you want a life with less stress, then this must be studied as well. Chapter Keys. Stress can be physical, psychological, or both. EMF stress can fundamentally prevent the blood from doing its job. You can minimize your EMF exposure and block some sources and use certain mitigating devices. You can also participate politically in reducing EMF in our environment. We must promote circulation in our bodies. Circulation and exercise are different. Both are important. Good sleep is key to well-being. Good sleep is a result of good nutrition and health, not sleep aids or medicines. To really gain control of the stresses of life requires study and dedication, long term. Chapter 9. The Bottom Line. All blood sugar problems could be eliminated on Earth if we as a species recognize the facts in this book. All of this information is already public knowledge. Type 1 diabetes could be eliminated in 1 generation if the medical world took the idea of preconception nutrition seriously, instead of waiting until a woman misses 2 menstrual periods to begin prenatal nutrient formulas. Childhood diabetes would never occur if parents were informed about the foods to avoid, especially grains and processed sugar, and were given formulas with all of the essential nutrients in them, like the family dog. Likewise, obesity and the growing list of behavioral diseases could fade from memory if we stopped eating the foods that caused them and gave ourselves the same proportion of micronutrients to macronutrients that we already put in animal foods. We can control the occurrence of blood sugar problems in our animals because we basically control their entire lives. They don't get to choose to have a beer before bed or sift out the nutrients in their formulated foods. Humans have the freedom to choose what they put in or don't put in their bodies, and I do believe that we would make better choices on the whole if this information were more widely known. In just a few years, practically every grocery store in America has a gluten-free section. Once people have information, the market can respond quickly. If we stopped managing health problems with medicines, instead of conquering them with intelligent nutritional strategies, we would eliminate the need for most medical care. This book hardly mentioned medications because they have nothing to do with conquering most health problems. Insulin doesn't even need to be dispensed by a doctor. Insulin is a hormone, and you can buy other hormones, such as vitamin D, melatonin, and progesterone at the grocery store or pharmacy. I know it is slightly rude for me to continue to say, you need all 90 essential nutrients, yet not give you an actual product recommendation. Unfortunately, the laws around health information and corresponding product recommendations are quite tricky, and I do not want to get our supplement company in trouble. In the endnotes section, I listed all 90 essential nutrients, but it would be highly impractical or impossible for you to try and add up the doses of each nutrient if I gave you the recommended doses. You don't need to memorize the list, you just need to use products that have the whole groups of nutrients, all 60 essential minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, and 2 omegas. Since there are so many essential nutrients and so many other nutrients not strictly considered essential that we include in products anyway, like probiotics or coenzyme Q10, it will never be practical for you to buy them individually. We bundle them together as much as possible, and all 90 plus many other nutrients can be attained in as little as 2 products. Most of our products are designed optimally for 1 month use for 100 pounds of body weight. I have said that we regularly get great results with people who take much less than our recommended dose, and that is the truth, but the full dose is much more reliable. If you have a blood sugar problem, adding what we call a blood sugar support product containing chromium and vanadium in an absorbable form is a very good idea. You may not need to stay on it forever, but it is the main way we deliver more of the nutrients required for healthy blood sugar. The legal way to talk about a health strategy is to support and promote maintenance and repair of healthy blood sugar, or a healthy liver, or whatever system you have a problem in. This language removes us from the words treat and cure, which are not legally appropriate. Instead of treating something, we support that thing, under the theory that the body can maintain and repair itself when it is given the correct materials and correct environment to do so. On our website, YGYOwarriors.ca, we have many products and packages listed. You can see packages that have all 90 essential nutrients, some of them that have 89, missing the omega-6, and you can choose products based on your budget and the stated spectrum of nutrients in the products. Liquids in general are cheaper than powders, but most of us prefer the powders because they are more convenient, more complete overall, and tend to taste better. If you are very overweight, the liquids will probably be best to start with, as the dose is more important than taste or convenience, and cost tends to be the most important factor for heavier people. On our website, you will also see a blood sugar support section. I intend this book to remain valid for my lifetime and beyond, but the names of products and companies are liable to change. For now, you can clearly see which add-on blood sugar support products you can use to boost the specific nutrients required for blood sugar, on top of the baseline 90 essential nutrients. We offer to help you find what is best for you, give you our regular food and salt advice in point form, and see if there is anything weird about your case, such as a missing gallbladder, or a drug that can really interfere with the process of getting healthy, or a shellfish allergy. We ask that you contact us, and we will give you our questionnaire, followed by our best advice, for free. Our contact information is in the More section of this book, and the description of the video or audio that you're listening to. If you use the general food rules in this book, you are halfway there to achieving healthy blood sugar. Supplements are relatively easy to do, just buy them and consume them. But the food changes tend to take time and effort to implement. Health will not come from supplements alone, or food alone, and this is why we have set up our food accounts and published a cookbook to help you implement all of our suggestions. We will give you our best advice regarding cooking and purchasing foods for free, and you can contact our food accounts anytime. All of those accounts are listed in the More section and in the description of the video or audio. Health is a commitment, and as long as you are on this journey of improvement, we are there to help you. Some people turn their health around very quickly and are given permission by their doctors to stop their medications. Other people require more coaching. Whatever your level of determination is, we are committed to continuously helping you. Results can happen fast, but it's best not to expect to see results right away. Some people can turn things around much faster than others, but don't give up if they still don't occur after several months. There may be something impacting your health that doesn't show up on our initial questionnaire. We weren't able to cover some of the more obscure things that can affect your health, such as an infected root canal or chronic mold exposure. These things won't matter for the average person. But the point for you is to continue to try to be healthy, and hopefully you will find the things that are keeping you down and remove them. If you feel that this book has helped you understand the underlying causes of blood sugar problems and health problems in general, then I ask you to share this book. The world is waking up to many of these concepts, but it is not happening fast enough. We can all do our part in creating a healthier world, and it starts with information and understanding. If you have achieved results with these strategies, I would appreciate your testimonial. I share testimonials on our social media accounts, and they do make a difference. People often don't have confidence in information until they see others who have benefited from it. We have covered everything you should know about healthy blood sugar, and for now, I bid you a farewell, and I wish you a long, healthy life. Thank you. Epilogue. Epigenetics. I have discounted the role of genetics in human health, and I should elaborate on this. It is well established that genes do not act on their own. Modern science still has no clue what most genetic material actually does. The amount of genes in an organism is insufficient to explain the complexity or intelligence or resilience of the organism, because less complex and intelligent creatures can have a lot more genes than us, and in any case, science still doesn't know what most genetic material actually does. It's been a while since I've seen the term junk DNA in the press or in new books, but the reason for this term still exists. Researchers believed that most DNA was junk because they didn't know what it did. It is now common understanding that the environment of the organism or the individual cell being studied are not what determine genetic expression. The term genetic expression implies that genes can express themselves or not, or they can turn on or off. Genes are not a light switch, but our human metaphors seem under-equipped to describe gene function and cell division and so on. Genes can be active or not, and they can be dysfunctional or damaged. What damages genes? The same things that damage other tissues: free radicals, other toxins and poisons, radiation, etc. These facts are so mainstream now that I don't need to provide a citation. The study of how environmental factors, nutrition, chemicals, stress, etc. affect gene expression is called epigenetics. Your health and longevity has almost nothing to do with your genes, and almost everything to do with the environment that your genes are exposed to. Genes do not act on their own. You can put a bunch of genes in a petri dish, feed them whatever you want, and nothing will happen. Genes are part of the cell. They are one of the many organs of the cell. We do not fully understand how a cell works, or how DNA or RNA work, and that is okay. We do not need to understand how the phone works in order to use the phone. When we talk about the 90 essential nutrients, the word essential refers to essential for maximum genetic expression. Every organism will have a maximum lifespan, and it will require all of the essential nutrients to do so. If they have most of the essential nutrients, they will probably still have a long and healthy life, but will not reach their maximum genetic potential for lifespan. The cells of the organism will continually regenerate themselves, but over time, damage from free radicals, which occurs in every living organism, will accumulate, and small mistakes in replication will happen over time. In the human body, the cells of different tissues and systems regenerate at different speeds. Some tissues stay around longer than others. Faster replicating tissues are more likely to make mistakes in replication over time, and overall this natural gradual degeneration accounts for aging. Some organisms have very fast metabolisms, heartbeat, and actions, such as hummingbirds and mice, and these animals do not live very long. Slower animals generally live a lot longer than fast animals. Think of the tortoise and the elephant. And though I am not a biologist, I assume that these creatures will also generally have tissue cells that regenerate relatively slowly. Some people even go as far as to speculate that all hearts have a limited number of beats. Faster beats reaches the end faster, and these animals do not live long. I do not believe in a fixed number of heartbeats, but I do know that the heart requires nutrients to beat, and the blood requires nutrients to maintain its viscosity, and so on. A healthier heart will certainly beat longer. The aging process itself doesn't seem to have much to do with genetics. It has much more to do with the type of animal you are, how much you beat up your body, and if enough nutrients are available for repair. You will appear to age less rapidly if you have more nutrients, especially the connective tissues. This is proven by any person who has reversed wrinkles with connective tissue supplements or foods like bone broth, and there are many such people. They supported the regenerative process with more nutrition, and then even areas that were showing degeneration before were able to regenerate just fine. This proves that it is not genetic damage. The genes were obviously fine if the skin got better by eating gelatin every day. The genes and the cells and everything could do its job because it had the raw material to do so. Having said all of this, I do believe there is a serious advantage to being born healthy. Though my view is biased because my job is mostly to deal with unhealthy people or health problems, I rarely see healthy children. Based on what I see in the health business, as well as the children of people that I know in my personal life, and the observation of people in the public, health problems are becoming extremely common and extremely obvious in children, adolescents, and even young adults. I noticed the difference in generations big time. A lot of generations have called the young people of the day soft, weak, or dumb. It seems to be fairly natural to look down on younger generations. Back in my day, things were better, people were better, etc. Of course, we have made significant progress in so many different aspects of society, but I do think there is a lot of truth to the degeneration of generations, especially over the 20th century and here in the 21st. My mother is about 30 years older than me, which is about a generation. The first time I ever saw her sick was only a couple of months ago. She claims that was the first time she was ever sick with a cold or flu. She eats the standard American diet and didn't start supplementing with the 90 essential nutrients until recent years. Her recent supplementing does not explain her lifetime of reasonably good health. Similarly, my housemate, Chef Norman, compared to me, is a beast. I've known him about 20 years, and I've only seen him sick from drinking alcohol. He's never cold, and can pretty much eat whatever he wants without suffering stomach pain. He can even drink coffee at night and sleep fine. We're about the same height, but he's much thicker than me. And I think that goes down to the skeleton. I don't know how much truth there is to someone being big-boned, but it seems true to me. I know several people who appear to have been raised right, in the sense that they grew up to be big and strong, and carry an enhanced immunity against all kinds of ailments throughout life. I don't think it's correct to say that he has good genetics. I think we all have good genetics, and if we have good nutrition, from conception, then our genes and everything else should work properly. Chef Norman actually got me into these supplements about 8 years ago. He was taking them before me, but that doesn't explain his robust constitution to begin with. Since industrial agriculture began, there have been nutrient deficiency problems. Anyone who has ever lived in a city and depended on a state-overseen system of food production and distribution has been affected by nutritional deficiencies. Nutritional deficiencies are as old as writing for this reason. Writing developed in agricultural societies. The problem only became worse in the 19th century with the widespread introduction of farming machinery, fertilizers, and the beginning of earnest damming of rivers to generate electricity. None of our progress in efficiency has addressed the problems of soil depletion and nutrient deficiencies in humans. Ironically, our industrial capacity means that we have the ability to manufacture sophisticated supplements to make up for the problems of modern agriculture, and the ability to do this very cheaply. Our company currently is the only one trying to include all 90 essential nutrients in efficient formulas, but if more companies or governments tried this as well, we would definitely have the supply. This would practically end chronic and degenerative disease within months. It would practically end it, but not totally. Over the generations, we have all been born with less and less nutrients in the womb in general. Weston Price documented degeneration in 1 generation, in several communities who had suddenly begun to eat processed flour and sugar. In 1 generation, children were being born with faces that couldn't fit all of their teeth. Remember that Weston Price was a dentist, and so the mouth was his primary interest. This was the most obvious form of degeneration to him. Human faces are supposed to be wide, to fit the fully developed dental arch, which should fit all of the teeth, including the wisdom teeth. Primitive people do not need braces because they are born with a wide enough face to fit all of their teeth. But hardly any of us in the modern world are born with perfect teeth. Price found that perfect teeth are normal teeth in primitive populations. Not only did they form properly, they stayed healthy, and unless they damaged a tooth by injury, they tended to keep all of their teeth throughout life. Disease is more common now, in my opinion, for two main reasons. The first is that we are chronically deficient in nutrients, and we habitually eat foods that mess us up, as was covered in the text. The second, I believe, is because each generation is being born a bit weaker. I have noticed many cases where a mother is asking me about her child. Upon questioning, the symptoms appear, in my estimation, to be caused by gluten intolerance. Upon further questioning, the mother usually has obvious signs of gluten intolerance herself. Likely, her problem was not as severe as that in her child. To me, this means that she has a gluten sensitivity or intolerance, and her child is more sensitive. 20 or 30 or 40 years ago when the mother was born, there were a little bit more nutrients in the fields, less use of pharmaceuticals, and much less EMF radiation, so the mother was born a bit stronger. I also noticed this between siblings. Many times, the child I am being asked about, the one with the serious problem, is the second, third, or fourth child. Mother is eating from the grocery store, and she is giving up more and more nutrients with each child. I often see obvious physical and immune differences in each child, with the oldest typically being the healthiest. Many of us had a grandparent who lived to 90 or 100, yet ate whatever they wanted, drank whiskey for lunch, and smoked all day for 75 years. If we dove into their childhood, we would probably find a few key elements that put more nutrients into their mother before, during, and after she got pregnant. If the nutrients are in the mother before she is pregnant, then they are available to the embryo. The child should not be born with birth defects and should be healthy in general. The habits that we are likely to find include the use of a wood stove for cooking and heating. All stoves accumulate ashes. These would normally be deposited in a compost box or pile or added directly into the garden. Also likely is the use of soups. A child raised on soups will be ingesting several important nutrients from bones, marrow, joints, and connective tissue, as well as phytonutrients from food scraps and other vegetable broths. Every person I know who was raised on soups is strong and healthy, compared to their peers. Perhaps they lived on spring water with a lot of sulfur and calcium in it, the kind that smells like eggs. Both of those nutrients and others that will be in that water are key for healthy bones, joints, connective tissues, soft tissues, and I would also add immune function. There are likely other habits that these old people had, despite their bad habits, but we are getting off topic. Their longevity was not due to their genetics. Their genetic expression was due to a good environment, including good nutrition and the presumed lack of chemical antagonists, particularly in the womb and in childhood. Good nutrition from birth should make generally strong humans. The generational degeneration that I believe we are seeing in the modern world is also nothing to do with genetics. It is from the increasingly poor nutritional, chemical, and electrical conditions we are being born and raised in. Having said all of this is why the immediate implementation of everything discussed in this book will not result in total eradication of disease. We have many people in this world who were born in far from optimal conditions. Their maximum genetic capacity will be lower than someone who was born with better nutrition and raised with it as well. People born with better nutrition, in my experience, will also have much better and faster results with supplements. My mother, as mentioned, is robust, but she had a big enough bone density problem for her doctor to call it osteoporosis. She didn't change the way she eats at all, but she added the missing nutrients, and very quickly her bone density was better than it is supposed to be for her age. Once again, Chef Norman, though robust, did not eat well until recently. He was still robust, but he was way overweight, and had been losing his hair for years before going gluten-free. I think it has been about 2 years since he's been gluten-free, and he's lost a ton of weight. So much so that his friends don't recognize him. He looks great, but he's still robust. That hasn't changed. All he had to do was cut one ingredient, and he lost over 60 pounds. Some people would call him lucky, but I would credit his mother and the exact circumstances he grew up in. Some of us were not so lucky. My pains and symptoms did disappear very quickly when I finally found the right product combination, but I did not suddenly achieve perfect health, and I am still much more fragile than Chef Norman or my mother. I have to stay on top of things. I cannot drink coffee at night, or have more than a couple of glasses of wine. I stay topped up on my nutrients, but I stay careful. So, there is a constitutional difference between people. Some people do seem to have nice skin and be healthy and good looking even while eating pizza and drinking beer. Likely, it will catch up to them, but it is obvious that they were off to a good start. That is great. If we implemented more of the strategies we covered in this book, we will be giving birth to children who are stronger and healthier than we were when we were born. This is how we can reverse generational degeneration, and it will have nothing to do with genetics. Appendix: How to eat at restaurants and on the road. Eating on the road or at restaurants can definitely be a challenge. Before the world shut down in 2020, I spent a lot of time on the road and ate at a lot of different restaurants, and I will share what I know. Before food comes water. The first thing I do before heading out on a long trip, or even a medium trip like an afternoon of errands, or an evening with friends, I fill up a travel container of filtered water and supplements full of electrolytes. The most health-conscious people I know usually drink from a glass all the time, and many of them use mason jars. I use a plastic shaker cup because the road can be rough, and we already break our glass cups in the house all the time, so I don't chance the car. Bring as much water with you as you reasonably can. If you go into a restaurant and they don't have filtered water, you should already have your own. I have said that water probably won't have much to do with your blood sugar, but I really don't ever want to drink tap water, so this is my regiment. Also before food comes salt. Most restaurants use table salt, as natural salts are more expensive. This is also something that really won't have anything to do with your blood sugar, because any salt will still make stomach acid. Most health-conscious people I know prefer Himalayan or sea salt, basically anything other than table salt. And I agree. Natural salt tastes better and has a tiny spread of trace minerals included as a bonus. So I always bring my own salt shaker, with a strong lid. On long trips, I can't bring all the water I will need for several days. I have to stop at a grocery store and buy distilled water, because it is the most reliably clean without any additives. We don't recommend drinking pure distilled water unless you are fasting, because it can lower stomach acidity just like carbonation. This effect is nullified when salt or any other form of minerals is added. It doesn't take a lot of salt to change the water, and adding a bit of salt tastes much better. Even though I usually bring my own water into restaurants, I always ask about their water. Usually a server will bring you water right away, and I ask if it is tap water. I am no longer surprised when classy, expensive restaurants try to give me tap water as soon as I sit down. Ironically, cheaper restaurants will usually get their serving water from the soda machine, which is filtered. All restaurants tend to use tap water for cooking, and that is one of many reasons I don't like restaurants. I'm serious about clean water, and they're not. You don't have to be as picky as I am, but water is at the top of my list of concerns when eating out, so I never order soups or anything water-based unless I know for sure that the kitchen uses filtered water for it. If, for some reason, I don't have my own water, and they only have tap water, I'll order a glass of wine. Usually they'll have some overpriced bottled water, and I'd rather pay $7 for a glass of wine than $9 for a fancy glass bottle of water. The wine will definitely be made with distilled or filtered water. If they do have filtered water, I'll also ask for a slice of lemon or lime to add to it. Ice is also off the list. You can make ice at home with an ice tray, but I don't recommend ever getting ice from an ice machine. This is because of bacteria and mold. Ice machines are rarely or never cleaned, whether they are in a restaurant or a home refrigerator, and a lot of bacteria and mold builds up. If you have an ice machine in your home, ask yourself if you've ever opened it up and cleaned it. Home ice machines usually aren't even designed to be cleaned easily. They're designed as a product feature to sell more expensive refrigerators. Unless someone at the restaurant really cares or actually knows about the ice machine problem, no one is going to clean the ice machine at even the fanciest of restaurants. Pho, or pho, is a famous Vietnamese bone broth dish that can be found at Vietnamese restaurants all over the world, and they usually don't use tap water for their broths because it messes up the taste. So, Pho restaurants make it onto the short list of restaurants that I look for while on the road, and I still ask if they use tap water or not. As a rule, there are very few restaurant appetizers that do not have gluten or oil. None come to my mind, other than salads, assuming you're careful about the dressing, and ask for no croutons. Whatever you order, always ask about the ingredients. Oil and gluten are snuck into practically anything, both in processed packaged foods and in restaurants. Steak is a very reliable dish, and so I'll always pick a steakhouse first on the road. Steak doesn't come with bread or oil or soy or any of the other problematic ingredients we have mentioned. If they put bread on your table, you don't have to eat it. But if you order something with 12 ingredients and one of them is wheat, your whole dish is contaminated. A small bit of gluten still inflames the intestines. Medium rare steak is my go-to on the road, and I ask if they can cook it without grill marks. Grill marks are charred meat, which is burned animal fat, which is free radicals, which is what I want to avoid for the same reason as deep-fried food. Whether they cook the steak on a flat-top stove or wrap it in foil before grilling, I don't care. I just don't want grill marks. You want to tell your server that you are gluten-free, and make sure that they don't put little deep-fried breaded onions on your steak before serving, or croutons on your salad. They also tend to put crispy little deep-fried pieces of flour or onion on baked potatoes and other dishes, so just make sure that you specify that each dish must have none of this. If this seems confrontational or uncomfortable, just remember that this is for your health. If you lit a cigarette in the restaurant, people would be offended, for the same reason that you are bugging the server about gluten and oil. You don't want to be exposed to things that harm you. Nearly everyone is convinced that smoke is bad, but we are in the early years of awareness about gluten and oil. Just imagine that we're back in the 1960s, knowing some things are wrong, waiting for society to catch up. It's a server's job to serve you how you wish to be served, and in the modern world, you are not the only one asking about gluten and clean water and so on. Leave a bigger tip if you feel you have been a bother, but the more you speak up, the more you will realize that servers typically already hear this stuff all the time. They know about gluten and other foods that people avoid because they deal with hundreds of people, and people have all kinds of specific ideas about their foods, as well as allergies and intolerances. Though it's not entirely honest, the easiest way to make sure that an ingredient is not in your food is to tell your server that you are allergic to it. The server probably doesn't have a medical degree and probably doesn't know that an oil allergy isn't specific enough to be real. You can be allergic to a type of food and the resulting oil, but not to oil in general. And either way, they're not going to question you about it. This applies to friends and family as well. If you are invited to eat, remind the host that you are gluten-free. If they are making pasta, they can buy gluten-free pasta. If they're making turkey, they can buy or make gluten-free stuffing and gravy. Oh yeah, be aware of gravy. It's usually thickened with wheat flour. Learn about gluten and where it can be hidden in common foods. For example, mashed potatoes and scrambled eggs that come in a package for restaurants are often made with flour. Be polite but assertive. If you would tip a server for handling all of your demands, then do the same with your family and friends. Bring a gluten-free dessert or a bottle of wine or your favorite gluten-free side dish. Maybe you invite them over to your place next time. If they don't make every dish gluten-free, eat the ones that are. Back at the steakhouse, they'll probably have a bunch of side dishes to choose from, and usually you get to pick one or two of them. I'll usually pick the baked potato, and either steamed vegetables or a salad. I'll ask for extra butter and sour cream. Be careful of salad dressings. They're usually made with oil. Sometimes honey mustard doesn't have oil, because neither honey nor mustard require oil. But sometimes there is oil in the mustard product. Ask the server. If they don't know, they'll ask the chef. A lot of people avoid vegetable oils these days, and they might already know what has oil and what doesn't. Blue cheese dressing often doesn't have oil. If they don't have any dressing without oil, I just ask them to melt some butter and give that to me with the salad. Butter, salt, and pepper isn't the greatest dressing in the world, but it is decent. They might have a plain or flavored vinegar. Not vinaigrette, they're made with oils, and you can use that too. Most salad dressings are just some kind of vinegar mixed with some kind of fat. Desserts are probably off the table. They might have a gluten-free dessert or two, but they'll probably still have oil and other questionable ingredients like flavor syrups. Ice cream in a bowl is generally the safest dessert, besides fruit. Ice cream still has sugar, but it shouldn't have gluten or oil, unless it has pieces of chocolate bar in it or something. Another type of restaurant you can use on the road is sushi. Western sushi restaurants tend to have a lot on their menu that is deep fried and breaded, but there are usually at least a few options that are safe. Definitely call ahead and ask if they have gluten-free soy sauce. Many places do, many places do not. If you're on the road, you should have your own gluten-free soy sauce in the vehicle if you eat soy sauce. Liquid aminos are a substitute for soy sauce, and it is also gluten-free, or should be. Always read labels. I have come to know many truckers and others who drive for a living, and though it can be difficult, they too can eat according to these guidelines. If you drive for a living, you can plan ahead and make extra dinner for lunch the next day, or prep the meals for a week ahead of time. You can get a nice big thermos and make hearty stews that can easily keep you going all day. Dried dates are my best friend on the road, because they don't spoil easily and don't need cooking or refrigeration. But many truckers have a small fridge in the rig. They can pack a lunch. Cooking for yourself is always the better option. In addition to the ubiquity of gluten and oil in commercial food, restaurants invariably use cheap, undesirable ingredients. They try to buy the cheapest stuff they can, usually. A high-end steak restaurant will be buying high-end cuts of meat, but most of the time everything else is standard cheap ingredients. The salad will be bland, most of the dressings will be generic, the potato won't be anything fancy, the salt will be processed table salt, and the water will likely be tap water. One of the last types of restaurants I will eat at are all-you-can-eat buffets. I know this might come as a shock to some people, because these places have a reputation for being cheap and unclean. The reputation definitely has truth to it, but there are very few restaurant options out there that will have anything without gluten or oil. I have walked out of vegan restaurants without eating because there literally wasn't one thing on the menu that didn't contain oil. Other than steak and sushi, I don't expect to be able to eat much at other types of restaurants. I love Middle Eastern food, or Indian, Italian, Greek, etc. These foods and flavors are great, but I can't count on these cultural restaurants to have anything free of gluten and oil. Sometimes there is one acceptable thing on the menu, like gyro meat, without the bun, and the Greek yogurt sauce is fine. Everything in the Indian restaurant will probably have oil. Italian restaurants in a city might have gluten-free options, but otherwise it is doubtful. I like more than one option, and so I like buffets. There might be 200 different items on display at a big American all-you-can-eat buffet, and I might only be able to eat 10 of them. So that is what I will do. I'll have some roast beef, some steamed vegetables, some fruit, maybe some ice cream at the end. At least I can look at what I'm eating before ordering it and read the ingredients. I think it's a good deal. Another rule of thumb is to remember that anything that can be eaten as a sandwich or wrap can be eaten in a bowl. You can have a burger and most of the standard toppings, just not the bun. Some restaurants now offer a portobello mushroom bun, and that is fine too. You can eat at sandwich shops and burrito restaurants, but get it in a bowl. The stuff inside the sandwich is what you are really paying for anyway, not the bun. Learn which condiments contain oil and which do not. Obviously, whole toppings like pickles, tomatoes, lettuce, and olives are completely fine. Ketchup and mustard don't require oil, but in America and other countries, some companies put oil in their ketchup and mustard products. Check labels and learn which brands are okay. Mayonnaise doesn't need to be made with oil, but practically every mayo product in grocery stores and restaurants will be made with oil. Barbecue sauce doesn't need oil, and many products do not use oil. Salad dressings almost all use oil. You can make all of your own condiments at home quite easily and may need to just forget about these while on the road, unless you have a fridge in the vehicle. Breakfast restaurants are generally acceptable. Ask if their coffee is made from filtered water. Most major coffee franchises use filtered water to maintain a stable flavor, but small coffee shops often use the tap. As mentioned, beware of scrambled eggs. Ask if it comes from a package or if they made the omelet on the spot. My favorite type of restaurants are small and family owned because the same people are likely to be there all the time. If you eat there regularly, they get to know that you want your meat cooked a certain way and all of these other requests. For the most part, when on the road, I don't stop at restaurants. I stop at grocery stores. I top up on clean water, dried fruits like dates, figs, and apricots, and any other dry fruits I can find that don't have oil or a preservative. I don't normally eat nuts at home, but on the road I will look for nuts that don't have oil. Most of the nuts at grocery stores and gas stations do have oil, so make sure to always read labels. Most of the cooked food options at grocery stores, such as rotisserie chicken, will have oil. The chickens are basted in oil as they're roasting. Sometimes I get lucky and find something in the cooked section of a grocery store that doesn't have oil or gluten. Generally, I expect not to eat much on the road. Dates are often my only meal for a day or two. A serving of supplements, to me, counts as a meal, and I usually double up on the road. Fasting is a good thing anyway, and a few days without many calories is not a big deal if you already have healthy blood sugar. More. @YGYOntario is our main Instagram account. We regularly answer live audience questions and we will answer every message in the inbox. Our products can be found at www.aleckswarriors.ca. We encourage you to contact us for help figuring out what might be best for you. As well as any of the accounts listed, you can email us at YGYOntario@gmail.com. We also have an Instagram page for more detailed nutritional information, @WarriorsAdvanced, and a page for personal development and sales training material, @WallecksDistributors. @Notice Foods teaches how to make practically every dish you could think of without the bad foods listed. We have talented cooks and bakers who will take requests and answer questions. We also have a YouTube channel, Notice Foods, to teach cooking according to our guidelines. @RyanAlexander is my personal Instagram account, and I post mostly book reviews. My personal YouTube channel is The Real Notice, where I post mostly my opinion, as well as read-along versions of my books. I also have a podcast, Notice and Friends. @Transcend Towers is my cell phone tower Instagram account, as well as miscellaneous conspiracy material. @The Real Notice is my art Instagram account. Behind everything else, I was always supposed to be an artist. I also have a YouTube channel, Notice Art, teaching art on a budget. I have art, prints, and clothing for sale at www.noticeart.com. All of my books, audiobooks, and links are available at www.noticebooks.org. We can be reached by phone, toll-free in the USA, 1-888-211-2549. Our cookbook, Dr. Wallach's Cooking Without the Bad Foods, teaches everything you would need to know to cook without the bad foods. All of our books are also available on Amazon. I have written a book about alternative health from my perspective in the business. It's called Fake Diseases. A disease is a legal title that grants treatment to licensed medical practitioners. If a problem does not require medical treatment, it should not be called a disease. Misleading names lead to misleading treatments. This book covers the common diseases and health problems, including birth defects, sexually transmitted infections, bone and joint problems, blood sugar problems, and digestion problems. I make a case that cancer, autoimmune problems, HIV, and the new disease are also questionable in their definitions, explanations, and treatments. In most cases, I am not doubting the existence of health problems. I am questioning the way we think about these challenges and respond to them. I've also written a book called Everything the Government Does is Bad for Us. I have two separate problems with the government. Most of what governments do can be handled less expensively by private companies, and governments often do things that do not need to be done. Both cases are harmful, though to much different degrees. In this book, I discuss government failures in several categories, including infrastructure, food, health, environment, business, education, and more. Though I do not claim to have answers to all of the problems in these categories, I have some ideas for improvements. Media and private conversations tend to attribute government failures to accidents, ignorance, arrogance, or that it was an isolated incident. Instead, I argue that these failures are predictable outcomes to government structure and policies. I believe there is a better way. But to have that conversation, first we must understand that everything the government does is bad for us. I've also written a book about my financial journey called I Did It for the Money. I have attempted to run several businesses that were more about my heart than my head. These businesses failed. Money must be one of the central goals in our lives, if we expect to adequately care for ourselves and for our families. If we want to make a wider difference in the world, this is even more true. I spent much of my life in poverty, and in this book I go through my financial life story leading to my eventual success. I have used financial principles that have existed for centuries, and you can too. There is an extended version of this book that includes my favorite financial story, The Richest Man in Babylon, by George Clason. It is only available in Canada and Japan. It costs a few dollars more, and you can find those links on noticebooks.org. I've also published a book in defense of Dr. Wallach, in response to his critics. It's called The Nutri-Smart Rebuttal. Recommended reading. The following recommendations are in alphabetical order. Most of these recommendations pertain to concepts brought up in this book, but some of these topics were not covered. I have very few books to recommend on the subject of blood sugar, but this list covers most of the topics relevant to general health. The Biology of Belief, Unleashing the Power of Consciousness, Matter, and Miracles, Bruce Lipton. Lipton is known as one of the fathers of epigenetics, which is the science of how genes are affected by the environment and nutrition. This book goes into particular detail on the power of the human mind to influence the health of the body. Lipton not only goes into great detail about the science of epigenetics, but also details several incredible cases of disease reversal with the mind alone. The Case Against Fluoride, How Hazardous Waste Ended Up in Our Drinking Water and the Bad Science and Powerful Politics That Keep It There, Paul Connett. Though fluoride, and water in general, is not the key to achieving healthy blood sugar, water is definitely important to our health. Further than that, the issue of fluoride is also political. Fluoride is a medicine, which is supposed to be dispensed by a licensed medical practitioner, with the express, informed consent of the patient. This is not what happens when this chemical is given to entire populations, for the purpose of preventing tooth decay. The legal framework around fluoride can be used to infringe on our right to informed medical consent more broadly, and we should all understand this issue. This is definitely the best book on the subject that I know of, both in describing the potential harm and the legal implications of mass fluoridation. Chasing the Cure, an effective alternative for treating cancer and other diseases. William Bengston. I haven't found that many books in the category of faith healing that I am able to recommend, but I really enjoyed this one, and I think everyone should know about the possibility of spontaneous healing, without medication or nutrition. I believe we should use all healing modalities available, but faith and the inner placebo response are often left out of our mechanical approaches to health problems. I can recommend all the nutrition that I know, but I also know that your mind is more powerful than any treatment, and there are plenty of cases, some of which are described in this book, where the person healed with no other treatment, except someone who believed they could help you heal. Part of why I like this book more than other faith-based books is that the author participated in several experiments with mice, which is very interesting and I think speaks deeply to the power of the mind to heal. The Cholesterol Myths, Exposing the Fallacy that Saturated Fat and Cholesterol Cause Heart Disease, Uffe Ravenscoff. This book goes into incredible detail about the long history of misleading science behind the cholesterol scare. The medical establishment has no idea what causes, prevents, or reverses heart problems or cardiovascular disease, and so they have looked for things to blame. Cholesterol and saturated fat have bore the brunt of their efforts to explain heart disease, but as this book clearly shows, the science involved is hardly convincing. Deadly Medicines and Organized Crime. How Big Pharma Has Corrupted Healthcare. Peter Gotch. Gotch goes into great detail on the harm of pharmaceuticals and the length to which the pharmaceutical industry has manipulated data and public perception in order to sell their drugs. This is probably the most thorough book that I know of covering the demonstrated harm of pharmaceuticals. Dissolving Illusions, Disease, Vaccines, and the Forgotten History. Suzanne Humphries. This is by far the most detailed book that I know of on the history and harms of vaccines. Most people think that vaccines have eradicated many diseases, but this book comes as close to what I think is possible in proving that this is not the case. The harm of vaccines has been buried since the very beginning of their use, and there is convincing evidence, thoroughly outlined in this book, that the disease disappearances credited to vaccines were in fact due to improved hygiene and the renaming of diseases. The Dorito Effect, the surprising new truth about food and flavor. Mark Schatzker. This book isn't as scientifically oriented as others on this list, but I highly enjoyed learning about the chemical manipulation of our foods that have the aim of getting us to eat more. It is already bad enough that the base ingredients of modern foods are mostly bad, but the situation is made much worse by the manipulation of flavors. The food industry is more insidious than I knew, and I recommend this book because it made me see processed foods in an even darker light. Epigenetics, the Death of the Genetic Theory of Disease Transmission. Joel Wallach. This book goes through the entire history of failed theories about the origins of diseases, as well as outlining our modern understanding of the nutritional relationship to genes. Epigenetics is the science of how genes are affected by the environment, including nutrition, and I know of no better book for describing the concepts involved. Grain Brain, the surprising truth about wheat, carbs, and sugar, your brain's silent killers. David Perlmutter. This is one of my favorite books outlining the scientifically demonstrated harm that wheat and other grains do to the human body, and specifically the brain. In Praise of Slow, Challenging the Cult of Speed. Carl Honair. Slow eating was mentioned in the text, but Honair gives insight into many more beneficial aspects of slowness. In the years since first reading this book, I have slowed down several things in my life, to great advantage. I think I am a healthier person as a result. The Invisible Rainbow, A History of Electricity and Life. Arthur Firstenberg. This is currently my favorite book going into the details of the harm of electromagnetic frequencies. I've been in the anti-EMF business for several years, but even I didn't know how bad the problem was, and how far the evidence of this harm stretched back, to the very first experiments with electricity and batteries. Prior to reading this book, I thought the main species affected by EMF was humans, but Firstenberg shows ample evidence of the harm to plants and animals as well. The mainstream still treats EMF like only kooks and quacks believe it is a problem, but Firstenberg presents a veritable mountain of evidence from scientists all over the world and spanning over 100 years. This is a must-read for understanding the scale of the EMF problem. The Mindfulness Solution, Everyday Practices for Everyday Problems. Ronald Siegel. I have read many books on mindfulness and stress relief, and it was difficult to pick a recommendation. I think this book hits the right balance of proper length, many strategies, but also a solid human narrative to tie it all together. This book helped me, even after many years of reading other books on the topic. Misconceptions about the Causes of Cancer. Published by the Fraser Institute. This short book is an excellent overview of the problems with the statistical probabilities of many supposed influences on cancer. You might have noticed that the text hardly mentioned common chemicals and other things that the general public and news media believes contributes to cancer. The reason for omitting these chemicals is that their contributions are hardly well established, and this book is great for understanding that. This same understanding can be applied to blood sugar. Many things are said to contribute to blood sugar problems, and this book should help you examine claims more critically. No More Sleepless Nights, A Proven Program to Conquer Insomnia. Peter Hari. There are a lot of books about insomnia out there. I like this one the most out of the handful I have read. This book summarizes most of what I have found in other books on the subject. It even recommends some of the essential nutrients, and establishes the connection to healthy sleep, but the authors definitely fail to emphasize this. Nonetheless, I agree with their basic recommendations they give for improving sleep and easing out of the insomniac lifestyle. Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. Weston Price. This is one of my all-time favorite books. Price went all over the world looking for people who had not yet been in contact with modern foods. What he compiled was a data set that will probably never be replicated, because these groups are now fully affected by modern agriculture. Price documented the direct relationship between eating modern foods and physical degeneration. He was looking for the cause of tooth cavities, but he found that the same nutritional factors that caused cavities also caused most of the health problems we deal with in the modern world. He documented people who had never eaten modern foods and compared them with people of the same genetic and cultural stock who had begun eating modern flours and sugars. He also documented several reversals of cavities and other health problems with simple nutritional changes. Price did his work before the age of supplements, and I always recommend this book for anyone trying to understand the relationship between food and health. Our Daily Meds: How the Pharmaceutical Companies Transformed Themselves into Slick Marketing Machines and Hooked the Nation on Prescription Drugs. Melody Peterson. This large book goes into great detail on the ubiquity of pharmaceutical companies in our everyday lives, particularly in America. While other books go into specific detail on the harm of pharmaceuticals, this book is more about the lengths to which the pharmaceutical companies have inserted themselves into every aspect of our lives, and the lives of our children. The actual harm of pharmaceuticals, to me, is bad enough, but this book details how much deeper and darker these companies can be. Passive Smoke: The EPA's Betrayal of Science and Policy, published by the Fraser Institute. This short book examines the highly influential 1993 EPA report which condemned secondhand tobacco smoke as a cause of cancer and other diseases. The average person would think that the science behind tobacco smoke was clear and demonstrates an obvious risk to health. If that were the case, the Environmental Protection Agency wouldn't have had to commit scientific fraud to make their case. A lot of policy has been built around the anti-smoking campaign, and so it is very important that we understand just how much manipulation was involved in creating the public image that smoking was the cause of a long list of diseases. Like cholesterol, the medical world has no idea what causes, prevents, or reverses cancer or heart disease or the many other problems that smoking takes the blame for. They had to blame something, and they have used weak statistical correlations and other forms of data manipulation to make their case. Smoking policy has been created for our own good, and this same framework has been used to implement the many new laws and mandates we have experienced since 2020. Bogus data can lead to real government policies that affect us all. Fortunately, a U.S. federal judge agreed that the EPA committed fraud in their report, but unfortunately, most people didn't hear about that. Smoking has nothing to do with blood sugar. If you come to me with a blood sugar problem, I don't care if you smoke or not. I don't ask, because it doesn't matter to your protocol. But anti-smoking legislation is very important, and so are medical dogmas. Some of our nutritional advice can be hard to believe. Everyone knows that salt and fat is bad for us, right? But even alternative health people believe the gospel that smoking causes disease. You would think that it was an open and shut case, but that's far from true. If you can understand the many frauds perpetrated in the name of phony causes like smoking and cholesterol, then hopefully you can deeply question every new study and health-based government policy. The peanut allergy epidemic: what causes it and how to stop it? Heather Fraser. I didn't cover allergies in this book because it can be quite complicated. Many people refer to environmental sensitivities like hay fever with the word allergy, but a sensitivity to pollen or cat hair or the occurrence of seasonal allergies are not actual allergies. Real allergies cause a serious reaction, are life-threatening, and require an injection of epinephrine. Real allergies are a bit of a mystery to both mainstream and alternative medicine. But this book makes a detailed and interesting case that many of our current allergies are caused by ingredients in vaccines. I highly recommend this book, even though I do not think it explains all allergies. It does, to me, explain many of them. The placebo response: how you can release your body's inner pharmacy for better health. Howard Brody. Positive results with nutritional or spiritual strategies are often denounced as the placebo effect. The mind is indeed one of the most powerful tools, if not the most powerful tool for healing available. We should all understand this phenomenon, rather than using it as a way to dismiss results. This book doesn't have all the answers, but gives a lot of information about how we can all maximize our body's natural ability to heal itself. For those of us promoting health products and protocols, it is very useful for us to be able to call upon all the most effective tools for bringing out the placebo response, in addition to the active methods we are employing with a client. I highly recommend this book to anyone attempting to heal themselves or others. We cannot dismiss the placebo effect, we have to work with it. Rare Earths, Forbidden Cures, Joel Wallach. This book is the most detailed overview of the relationship between nutrients and diseases that I know of. This type of detail is normally found in textbooks, but Rare Earths is publicly available and written for a general audience. It includes a lot of documented evidence as well as examples from standard media to draw the connections between nutritional deficiencies and diseases and causes of death. Sit Less. Evolve your work and life without compromising your health. Stefan Zavalin. This has recently become one of my favorite books on the subject of movement. Rather than emphasizing full-on exercise, Zavalin takes a very realistic approach to helping those of us who sit for a living to improve our health with simple steps revolving around sitting less. I know that the average person does not have to go to a gym to get healthy, and that exercise itself is not the key factor to health. But we are definitely designed to move, and we modern people definitely sit way too much. This book is short and very practical, and I recommend it for all chronic sitters. Wheat Belly. Lose the wheat, lose the weight, and find your path back to health. William Davis. One of the questions that come up when I say that gluten is bad is, why is it any different now than it was in the Bible or from my grandmother? Wheat has changed significantly since ancient times, and even since the time of our grandparents. This is my favorite book for outlining the history of wheat and similar grains and the demonstrated harm that modern grains have done to us. Zapped. Why your cell phone shouldn't be your alarm clock, and 1269 ways to outsmart the hazards of electrical pollution. Ann Gittleman. This is my current favorite book outlining many practical strategies that we can implement to reduce the effects of EMF in our daily lives. Other books go into great detail on the actual science of the harm, but fail to give us many practical suggestions for reducing the harm. This book is very accessible and requires no technical knowledge of EMF. Acknowledgements. All of the core information in this book derives from Dr. Joel Wallach's work. I credit him with my health because his products got me out of pain, and his protocols have allowed me to optimize and thrive. Most of my understanding of disease and nutrition comes from Dr. Wallach. On top of the nutritional information, Dr. Wallach is a leader in this field of personal health, and he is the reason I am on this mission too. There are few people on earth deserving the level of respect I have for him, and I will promote this message in his name as long as I am able to. My time with him not only taught me the protocols, but how to handle questions from the public. Dr. Wallach has many books and lectures published, and I recommend all of them. All of his books can be found on www.drjwallach.com. I must also acknowledge pharmacist Ben Fuchs as a core inspiration for the delivery of this message. He really helped me understand the human application of Dr. Wallach's message, and his generosity and support has been key to my growth in this field. I have stolen many key phrases and explanations from him. Ben produces a lot of content, and it can be found on www.pharmacistben.com. Ben produces a lot of content, and it can be found on www.pharmacistben.com. Another person I've borrowed heavily from is Dr. Peter Glidden. Dr. Glidden has done perhaps more than anyone in really breaking down the message. In the early days, we would meet someone with a health problem, then go home and watch a Dr. Glidden webinar on that problem. I don't think I would have understood any diseases without Dr. Glidden. Not only does Dr. Glidden go into great detail on what causes diseases, he explains what works and what doesn't and why. More importantly, he explains how and why to talk about these things legally. My main understanding about the legal importance of disease, treatment, and cure come from Dr. Glidden's teaching. This subject was the main focus of my book, Fake Diseases. Dr. Glidden has a YouTube channel, Glidden Healthcare, and you can find more about him and his content on www.glidden.healthcare. Dr. Glidden has two books, The MD Emperor Wears No Clothes and Attempt a Cure with Holistic Medicine. I have met so many amazing people in this business, and many of them have given me their time, advice, books, and other form of support. I cannot name them all, and I cannot properly express my gratitude to everyone who has helped me in this journey. Outside of our company, I have found warmth and support in the alternative health world as well. I have become friends with several people in other companies and have learned a lot from them. We all share common goals of promoting good health information. I'm proud to work in this field and in this company. I don't know where I would be without this information, and I hope it has helped any reader reach a better understanding. I would also like to acknowledge the many people who have supported me in my growth as an influencer online. It is you in the audience who keep me in check, hone my ability to explain things, and generally keep me going. I probably would have given up the very difficult task of teaching all this stuff if it weren't for you guys. It is because of you that I know the difference our efforts make, and it is because of you that I will not stop. I have mentioned that my mother is my biggest supporter, but she has done far more than encouragement. I haven't always been a good person or a good son, but she has always stuck by me. In my darkest years, she was always there to talk to, even when I didn't have anything good to say. Now she is practically my best friend, and I couldn't be more grateful. On top of all that, she handles much of our shipping these days, which she is not compensated for nearly enough. Finally, my lovely wife is easily my toughest critic, and without her keeping me sharp, I may get lazy in my presentation. It is because of her that my books are thoroughly researched and edited, and it is for our life together that I work so tirelessly for. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. Alright, that's it. That's the book. I appreciate all of you, especially those of you who made it here all the way to the end. If you do buy the paperback, hardcover, or ebook version of this book, I would appreciate a review on Amazon. And that's all I've got for today. Until next time.